Section 1 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives. Chapter 1. Tigre the Goatherd, a Dog of the Sierra Nevadas. The puppy was yellow as a tawny tiger, while all his little brothers and sisters were nearly white. Also, he was bigger than they and claimed more than his share of his mother's attention. Tim Borland, proprietor of the Pine Tree Inn, laughed as he looked down for the first time on the little family. "He's king all right, that yellow feller, and I guess he'll be the one I'll pick for my goat dog. Blind as a bat, but he's got the nerve to shove any of the others out in his way. Here, you Tig, your mother'll be glad to get rid of you. I've got another mother waiting for you. She'll bring you up on a different plan." Borland plucked the small morsel out of the squirming huddle of blind puppies and carried him off to the goat corral. In an enclosed stall lay a mother goat, bleeding her sorrow at having been bereft of her own baby. "There you are, Susie. That's Tig. Now, if you take to him and bring him up right, he'll be worth, one of these days, a sight more'n your own offspring." Susie did not approve at all of this substitute for her own kid. She looked daggers at it. But when the blind baby proceeded to find its dinner as if it were very much at home, her brain reeled and she saw things in a mist. It was not canny. Open-mouthed, she regarded him as a thing to be dealt with when she could gather her wits together. When Tig had finished his repast, Susie began to put the pieces of the picture puzzle together in her brain, and decided that this was a changeling and not to be tolerated. She arose, lowered her head at the yellow intruder, and would have butted him for his impudence had not Tim lifted him out of harm's way. Thus the goat Susie began the rearing of her foster child. At feeding time only was the puppy left to her ministrations, for in these first days she did not like him at all. Tig himself, all unconscious of the change in his source of life, fed peacefully and slept by himself between meals, growing in strength if not in grace. Never did he become a beauty. It was not to be expected with his mongrel ancestry. On the morning of the 9th day of his existence, his eyes popped open, and behold, although his mother apparently was a goat, he was not in the least surprised. Susie by this time had become reconciled to the new order of things, and actually began to grow fond of the puppy. They were a strange pair, but now that all was understood between them, Tig slept snuggled up to Susie and became as her very own. When she was let out into the corral, he followed at her side, and she unwinkingly braved the astonishment of the other goats, who had no puppies to feed and love. As a fact, Susie seemed to take a certain pride in the distinction, as one who has been set to rear a princeling. Pine Tree Inn was a roadside affair of very primitive character. Seldom did anyone come that way save an occasional prospector or a party of cowboys. It was a shelter simply for the chance wayfarer. Travelers were few on this lonely road, and the Borlands eked out their small living by keeping a herd of goats. For there was coarse grass on the ranges and succulent shoots on the burned grounds, and in time of stress they could climb to heights impossible for cattle. It was no easy matter, however, for Tim Borland to keep them together on the range. Too poor to keep a herder to tend a flock, he depended on a dog for that duty. A dog furnished its own clothes and asked no hire. But the dog who had herded for Tim was drawing to an end of a long and useful life. Hence Tig's training. Curious it seems, but all the training Tig ever got came from the goats. Tim never lifted his hand except to transfer him from his box to Susie and back again during the early days of her rebellion. When she accepted him, Tim's duties were over. When Susie fared forth once more with the flock, Tig gamboled at her heels. As he grew, the superior nature of the dog showed itself. Before he was weaned, instead of following, he began to lead the whole herd. When he was a year old, they called him master. He herded them, and they obeyed. Where he led, they followed. Waking, he guarded them. Sleeping, they sheltered him in their midst. At the least stir of uneasiness or hint of danger, Tige was up and alert, ready to ward off the foe. There were foes aplenty, too. On a still night, Tige could hear afar off, on the edge of the pine woods that bordered the feeding grounds, the ho 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 of the coyotes. Sometimes in the moonlight he would see them running along the ridge, or sitting in a melancholy row watching the flock they were too cowardly to attack. Then Tige would gather his family together and growl defiance to all of wolf kind, although any one of them could easily and alone have made an end of him. Generally speaking, Tige just laughed at coyotes, but a bear now, that was something to be considered seriously. Tige knew that a bear must be avoided at all costs, and if he caught the bear scent in the air, that day the goats were kept together in a compact mass, and at night were led home to their corral. Worst of all and most treacherous were the mountain lions, but of these more later. When the feed was good, Tige usually brought his family home at night. That was safer, and then, too, Tige could get his own meal of good meat and vegetables at the inn. But many a night, when feed was scarce on the hills, he would forego his own eating that Susie and the rest might nibble and be filled. What language they used between them, who shall say? But certain it was that in the dry weather, when the herbage grew scantier and the goats leaner, they managed to tell him of their wants, and he would go hungry himself for their sakes. There came one year a dry and rainless August. The grass grew yellow, then brown, and shriveled down to the very roots. On the burned grounds where the scrub had come up, there was generally something to be found. But now nearly everything that the goats had not already eaten had wilted and turned dry and crackling. When the wind blew, even the pine needles fell off in showers to redden the parched earth beneath. One hot morning, Tige led his hungry flock out of the corral and up the trail, now so dry that the flock soon disappeared from sight in the rolling clouds of dust. On all the feeding ranges of the foothills there was not a blade of grass. They must go farther afield. There was food to be found, but one must go a long distance and climb high. Tige knew of a pasture where the air was thin and cool, and where the clouds swooped down, even in the driest weather, to encourage the thirsty green things. Water there was for drinking, too. On one side of the range, tall pines marched their hosts down the mountainside, straight to the blue and emerald wonder of one of the magic pools that lie in the bosom of the Sierra Nevada mountains, like jewels on a queen, sapphire at noon, topaz and ruby at sunset, amethystine in the fading dusk. Around and above towered the great snowcaps, whose glaciers were the sources of life. It was a wonderful place for Tige's family. They spread out on the green carpet and nibbled away for dear life. Time here to rest at noonday. One need not nibble and hunt through the whole day and into the night, as they had done on the lower range. Tige hunted out Susie from the herd and lay down at her side in the shade of the bushes. It was a happy world, just blue above, with drifting clouds, hazy peaks, and green aplenty all around them. When, late in the afternoon, Tige thought of the long, weary road home, he thought twice. The goats were enjoying life. What matter if their master went hungry for a night? It was no great hardship for a dog reared as Tige had been. So the night went by, the stars came out in the high places, and the moon silvered the pool's rim. Far away the coyotes howled, but hunting was good for them in the forest, no fear for the peace of the herd. Tige kept watch until the dawn slipped over the eastern range, and the goats awoke to the daily business of the provender. Throughout the day Tige's stomach called to him for help, and when the goats were taking their afternoon siesta, and there was no warning of danger in the air, he bounded away over hill and canyon, back to Pine Tree Inn. It was near supper time, and there was a smell of frying things in the air that made his mouth water. At the kitchen door he halted, barked, and waited. "Hello, Tige. Well, wherever were you last night? Wait a minute now till the meat is done. Can't serve you first, old fellow. There's company for dinner, but you'll get yours." Tige waited. The sun was disappearing behind the mountains. There would be a twilight long enough for him to get back to the flock. The goats must not be left alone in the dark hours. There were too many dangers. Mary Borland was serving the meal to the inn guests. Why must Tige wait so long? And he so hungry? And the goats masterless? The goats, yes, he must get back to his duty. Already the chill of the early twilight was falling. Tige gave a disappointed howl and was gone, back to the high range and his family. When Mary Borland came out a few minutes later with a dish of steaming comfort, there was no Tige. Across the brown range on the lower hills she could see a yellow dog loping away, but he did not even look back when she shouted to him. Not until another nightfall did he come again. But you may be sure that this time Mrs. Borland was ready and waiting with a dinner smoking on the stove hearth fit for the king of dogs. He gobbled it. No other word will explain what a dog, after 3 days fasting, will do to a plate of bones and liver. And then he was off again. The next night he drove the herd home that Tim might know they were safe and well fed. One afternoon, Pine Tree Inn had a visitation which stirred the Borland household to great activity. Where the dusty highway came curling down out of the forest and across the goat range, there crawled into sight a prairie schooner. 2 tired horses dragged it along, and a patient cow brought up the rear. As they turned in at the yard, Tim saw in the driving seat 2 men. Swinging at the rear of the great hood were 2 pairs of bare feet, the property of a woman holding a crying baby in her arms and a small girl. A boy, just enough bigger than the girl to be called the elder, trudged along with a big Newfoundland dog at the heels of the patient cow. Men came to Pine Tree Inn, but prairie schooners containing women and children seldom drifted so far from the beaten track. Mary Borland lost no time in giving the broadest of welcomes to the weary women. She hushed the thin little baby to sleep in her own motherly arms, made a cup of afternoon tea for the mother, and then proceeded to the manufacture of such a dinner as made Pine Tree Inn sit up and rub its eyes. There were 2 out of Mary's precious flock of chickens sacrificed on the altar of the horse block, stuffed and seasoned with sage and summer savory, and roasted to a brown and dripping richness. There were corn and lima beans from the little garden, and last of all, a pie made from a can of cherries that had been hoarded for 3 years. Mrs. Borland's baking powder biscuits were light as dreams, and there was, besides, goat milk for the children, Susie's best, and coffee for the grown-ups made with an egg and clear as clearest amber. While all this was doing in the house, things were happening in the corral. Tige had brought his family home for the night, and although he saw the big Newfoundland and growled at him, he was far too busy rounding up the goats to pay much attention. Dogs came and went and were as nothing to him. When he had finished his business for the night, he turned and saw the boy. Tige had never seen a child before, and when the little girl slipped out to find her brother, he was more than astonished. He walked over and sniffed these 2 beings from another world, and he found that they were humans, and a very nice kind of humans. They patted him and pulled his ears, and before he knew it, he was in the middle of his first game of romps, the happiest and silliest dog in creation. The men threw down some hay for the cow and horses, and Tige's goats, seeing this, decided that Pine Tree provender was free for all. Susie and 1 or 2 of the hardy ones walked over and began nibbling, the others following. Now the Newfoundland dog thought he had something to say about this. That hay had been given to his cow and his horses, wherefore he barked at the goats, and they edged cautiously away, mystified by a dog who could be so unfriendly. In the middle of his grand play with the children, Tige heard the commotion at the other end of the corral. He stopped suddenly, took in the situation at a glance, and immediately stalked the Newfoundland, head lowered, tail straight, and legs stiffened. The big dog paid no attention until Tige was quite upon him. Then there was a growl, a rush, and the two dogs met in a bow-on encounter. It did not last long. The Newfoundland was the bigger dog and the stronger. He gave Tigre a shaking up and tossed him aside. The horses and the patient cow went on munching, and the goats huddled themselves on the opposite side of the corral. Tigre rose from the battlefield, shook himself, and went in again, tooth and nail. Nobody lifted a hand to help him. Tim Borland was helping Mary in the house and did not see. The newcomers rather enjoyed seeing their dog whip another. And whipped Tigre was for the second time. Blood was running down his leg, but there was blood too upon the Newfoundland's nose, where Tigre had caught and held him for an instant. The battle was to the strong, no doubt of it. But for all that, plucky Tigre, after breathing a few times, tackled his adversary again. He was fighting for his principles. Another struggle, a desperate one, and for the third time Tigre was tossed contemptuously aside. The Newfoundland was king in that corral, his corral, Tigre's. No use to give battle again. Crawl away and own yourself beaten, yellow mongrel that you are, said his bruised body. But his heart met the cowardly instinct and whispered, "Guard your flock while your breath lasts within you." Tigre rose to his forelegs and looked at his enemy, who bristled beside the munching cow and horses. Then he looked back at his own family, his lifelong friends, his Susie. He studied the situation carefully. A goat started once more for the hay. Tigre could not fight and conquer for them, but he could use that discretion which is the better part of valor. Deliberately he headed the goat away from the hay. Then he turned, and with all the dignity of a prince whose fortress has fallen, he made a strategic retreat, herding his faithful followers away from the victors. No more play with little boys and girls, no more sharing of his worldly goods with strangers. Up the road they went, and out of sight. Next morning Tim was up at cock-crow to look for his missing flock. Safe and sound, he found them on a knoll, where Tigre had herded them all night. Before he could reach them, the dog was up and away, the goats following. In a few minutes they had all disappeared in the mist that hung over the feeding ground. For 5 years Tigre had guarded his beloved flock, and they loved him, from Susie to the latest kid. They confided their lives to him unquestioningly. No coyote ever dared to cross their feeding range. The bears knew Tigre by reputation, as reputations go with wild things, and in his neighborhood they busied themselves hunting berries. He had heard afar off the cry of the mountain lion, but they too are cowardly and quail before a courageous eye. Thus Tigre kept his flock in safety, more by what he would than by what he could have done. It was a dry season, and either Tigre had taken the herd or they had taken him to the upper feeding range. Even up here the air was hot and heavy. Tigre's tongue lolled, and it was easier to go hungry than to take that long journey back to Pine Tree Inn. Moreover, he had heard it again, that weird cry from the edge of the tall pines, and he knew that the great cat was not far off, and he must not leave his family unprotected even for an hour. Closely he herded them all day, and at night he watched, supperless. The next day the same. In the afternoon he tried to coax the goats home to the corral. But this summer even the upper range was dry, and the goats persisted in nibbling, even far into the night, while Tigre, poor Tigre, although he felt an aching goneness in his tum, stayed with them. That night the cry was near, and, hungry as he was and weary, he spent the whole night wide-eyed and alert. 3 times he heard it, and he strained his eyes into the darkness, but saw nothing. Once there came to him on the night air a scent that made his nostrils quiver, and the hair rise along his spine. Death was stalking in there among the pines. At sunrise, the immediate danger over, Tigre dropped into a long sleep of exhaustion, while the flock grazed quietly around him. Waking, he lapped water from the blue pool and took heart from its coolness to herd the goats through another long day. It was 3 days since he had tasted food. As the sun dropped, red and hot, toward the skyline of the hills, he tried once more to coax the herd home to the corral in safety. And now the goats, in their eagerness for feed, not only disobeyed him, but for the first time in their lives they rebelled in open mutiny. Go back to the corral they would not. Even the upper range had been grazed bare. They would show him that they knew more about provender for goats than any dog possibly could. Tige patiently dragged his starving body around in an attempt to turn them, when suddenly they broke and went scampering in all directions. Up on the high ledges were patches of delicious grass. Let Tige stop 'em if he could. Even Susie obeyed the voice of the wild and raced up the mountain as only a goat can, here where the rocks were steep and dangerous, there by the side of a snow-fed, tumbling stream, now across the open, now into the piney depths where danger trailed upon their hoof tracks. Disheartened and distracted, Tige set to work to round them up once more. No more hope of a return to Pine Tree that night. One by one he drove them from their paths of peril. Now he dislodged an old whiskered billy from a beetling crag. Now he routed a yearling from a ravine. Now he drove a jenny goat and her half-grown kid from a rich bed of feed by a glacier stream. The sunset light disappeared. The dusk faded into night, and under the stars Tige still worked on, with the faraway cry of the coyotes in his ears. The hours of the night rolled by, and wearily the half-famished leader climbed height after height, sending his unwilling quarries down to join the slowly assembling herd on their old stomping ground. Midnight passed, and a thin old moon came up over a snow peak and helped him with her light. Toward 2 of the clock at the inn, he discovered his own Susie on the far side of the pool. She was heading straight for the pine forest. Out of the depths of it, as he toiled patiently around to intercept her, so near that the old dreaded scent came to him, sounded the fearsome cry of the mountain lion. Oh, willful Susie, bewildered Susie, she ran hither and thither, Tige dragging his tired body after her. Now he was between her and danger. Now he had driven her back to the open, and she was safe and sound on the range once more, headed for the confused stragglers that Tige had already gathered together. Now Tige was at the edge of the pool, on a dash around it to continue his task. Again that scent, strong and near. It drew his eyes up to meet on a branch of a towering pine 2 other eyes glaring down like coals of fire. The mountain lion at last. The great cat, with arched back and quivering tail, poised and leaped straight at Tige. But that one glance in time had saved him. Quick as thought, he swerved, just escaping the deadly claws that would have made ribbons of him in another instant. Like lightning, he turned upon his enemy before it could recover and spring again. Now, no dog may battle single-handed with a mountain lion and live. Tige knew it. He knew that with a flash of hesitation or a second's losing of his nerve, the great beast would overpower him. He did not bark defiance. He did not even growl a challenge. There was just one chance, and he must take it, that his own courage might outweigh the brute's ferocity. He sat back on his haunches and waved his paws in the air as if to show that he too had claws. He whined his defiance with a moaning sound that carried a threat, and never let his eyes swerve for an instant from the 2 fiery balls in front of him. The cat crouched as if to spring again, met the unwavering eye of the brave dog, and stopped with a vicious snarl. Face to face with the fine courage of Tige, who was trained to guard his flock, the beast was morally no match for him. And so, through the tense minutes, quarter hours, and hours, the dog looked down the red menace of those treacherous eyes. If he had not seen 3 days fasting, it would have been easier, but hard though it was, he must do it. If he should be killed, what miracle could save his family? If he could hold the cat there till sunrise, it might slink away, afraid to do the deed that it might attempt in the darkness. The narrow moon floated silently and high over the range. Then the stars grew paler, and over the eastern peaks came the first promise of the blessed daylight. Down on the valley Tige could hear, faint and far away, the crowing of the cocks at Pine Tree Inn. Chills and shivers of pain ran through his benumbed haunches. The agony became almost unendurable. Rosy streaks of comfort began to flash up the sky. Down in the pool below the ledge were reflected the images of a dog and crouching cat. Little moans of pain as well as defiance came from Tige's set jaws. The end was near. Either he would hold out till the end of sunrise, or succumb to the growing agony of his strained body and fall a victim to the cruel teeth and claws. Slowly the great cat began to back away, with an occasional snarl of disappointment. What if the dog should win after all? Crack! A rifle shot sounded crisp and clear across the pool. It echoed against the great pine-clad sides of the rocks above. All around, the breathless hills answered with a note of victory. Where the mountain lion had crouched, there was a whirling, coughing, clawing mass of fur. Now, the final impulse to destroy, it hurled itself toward Tige, missed, and rolled crashing from the ledge into the pool below. Then a shout, Tim Borland's voice. "Hi, Tige!" A sound of running feet. Tige dropped to all fours stiffly and wearily. "Just in time, wasn't I, old boy? We'll fish that cat out of the pool and save his skin, by gum. He is a bouncer. Where did you get the nerve to face him off? No mistake about your courage." Tige looked up in dumb thankfulness and then lay down flat until his strength began to come back. Then he once more remembered his interrupted task. He rose, looked across the pool. About half the goats were on the range, the rest were still to be herded in. Tim Borland can never be thankful enough that after midnight he had awakened with a feeling of strong uneasiness. Tige had been out 3 nights supperless. With the moon to guide him, he had stolen out without waking Mary, and had taken his rifle and pail of food for Tige, and had made his way to the upper feeding range just in time to see across the pool the closing act of a drama which in a few moments might have become a tragedy. Tige breakfasted greedily and rested a bit before he and Tim rounded up the last of the straying goats, safe on the feeding ground. Then the man went back to his own belated breakfast. That evening, a limping, footsore yellow dog came down the ranges, leading his unharmed family into the corral, safe for the night. End of Section 1.
Section 2 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives. Chapter 2. Zip, a Dog of the Northland. In the white reaches of the great northeast territory of the British possessions stands East Main Fort, a solitary building of logs facing St. James Bay. Year in and year out, 5 or 6 men are exiled here in the service of the Hudson's Bay Company, and the life is not a merry one. Nothing breaks the stillness save the song of the wind under the stout eaves of the fort and the grinding of the ice in the shallow bay. When the wind is abroad of an autumn night, the dull grumble of the ice pack becomes a mingling of a scream and a roar as the great cakes rip each other's sides, crack in pieces, and pile themselves upon each other. Later, the Arctic reaches down its grim fingers and weaves the bergs into a web of solid ice, as immovable as the snow barrens lying alongside for hundreds of miles toward the twilight of the polar zone. Ice and snow, nothing else to see till summer breaks through for her brief reign and spreads her mantle of coarse grass, hardy flowers, and mosses over the barrens, and sets the ice cakes to tossing once more in the troubled waters. Beyond the trapping of Arctic animals, nothing ever happens save the occasional mails and the coming of the yearly supply ship. In the long days, the little steamer anchors off the mouth of the East Main River, and then comes the great bustle of the year. The lonely men awaken from their surly humors and revel in the greeting with the sailors, the business of canoeing or sledging the supplies into camp, and best of all, in the messages and packages from loved ones in the happy Southland. Then one hears laughter, and the men play and joke with each other like rough boys. Then there are hearty farewells as the little ship steams away to make other men glad, and as she dips out of sight, the men return for another year to their solitude. From time to time, other mails arrive at the lonely camp, and for the Canadian members of the little group, these have their special joys. The arrival of one of these precious bags is a wonderful break in the monotony. Sometimes these messages from the outer world come through Hudson Straits, sometimes by dog train from Lake Superior. Sometimes they come through the great Ottawa forests up from Montreal, and sometimes there are long months of snowy silence when no word of life outside reaches the lonely little fort. Then the long nights seem never-ending, and the winter sun, hanging pale above the horizon, cheers them but for a little while. No wonder, then, if a month seems like a year. No wonder that the men grow surly and morose. No wonder that, in the face of the sheer blank wall of white sameness, one of the number will suddenly go mad. We who live in the world of realities cannot conceive of the horror that sometimes settles down upon the soul of a man in the grip of the icy northern silences. Then he sees visions, and dreams dreams, and fancies insults. It takes courage and grit and endurance to stay for 4 or 5 years in the jumping-off places of the round earth and come out whole and sane. There is one item that goes to make life possible, a most important item, too. That is the snarling, yelping pack of dogs, the huskies of the Arctic regions. They are usually ill-natured, surly beasts, showing little affection for each other and none for the men, trained as they are to obey at the end of a whiplash. Yet they are courageous, brave, sturdy chaps. With thick, woolly coats to protect them from the nipping frosts, they can endure and live where men fall and perish from cold and exhaustion. Indeed, the lives of men would be worth little without these 4-footed helpers. At East Main Fort in the year 1890, there were 4 men stationed. Attached to the camp was a train of 8 or 10 sledge dogs. All but one of them were of the pure northern breed, and closely akin to the fierce wolves that haunt the Canadian forests and barrens. But Zip was different. Zip boasted a Scotch collie mother, and to her blood in his veins he owed his high moral sense and his more tractable nature. He did not snarl and fight with the pack. He held himself aloof and dignified, as became the foregoer in the sledge harness. On the trail he preserved discipline among his fellows. They knew he was master, and obeyed him, for he had fought it out at the start with the whole pack, one by one. Mutiny on the trail meant certain punishment from Zip, and the dogs behaved accordingly. So they worked together in a sort of savage harmony, bowing to the greater intelligence of the partly civilized Zip. While the whiplash of the driver, who ran on snowshoes at the side of the train, fell often on the unruly, purebred huskies, it seldom troubled Zip, who was nearest it, unless the driver was a stranger, and because of his human qualities, there grew up a fondness between Zip and François Delard, a descendant of the old French stock of Evangeline's Acadia. The other men at the fort were Brainerd, Carson, and Boyle, Britons all, brave, fearless, steady, and sturdy. But they were not so keen at the trapping, nor successful at handling the dogs as Francis. Perhaps it was because Zip helped him more willingly for the sake of the occasional caress that he had learned to look for. At any rate, when an expedition was undertaken which required swiftness and endurance, François was generally chosen to head it. So it came about that he and Zip were the heroes of this story. Spring had come in, and the sun rose earlier and lingered longer with each succeeding day, with long, strange twilights that almost met and conquered the darkness of midnight. 8 months of the year had gone by without a sign or greeting from warmer lands, when across the lonesome reaches of the still frozen St. James Bay, Brainerd saw a black point. As it drew nearer, it resolved itself into a row of black points, and later into a sledge team and 2 men. The camp woke up with a bang. Extra logs were heaped on the fire, and by the time the half-frozen men arrived at the stockade, things were ready for a great welcome. The men shouted to one another and to the newcomers. The dogs of the sledge barked a fierce challenge to the huskies of the fort pack. The kettle in the coffee pot hissed and bubbled, and the fire roared up the chimney with mighty sighs of welcome to those who were bringing life and wholesome thought to the lonely trappers. It was, "Hello, Brainerd. What's the news?" "None here. What you got?" "Mail." "Whoop! Give us the bag." "Hi, fellers. Mail, mail." "Hurrah! Whoop! Help yourselves to coffee and bacon while we tend to this. You, Carson, Boyle, hands off. I'm opening Her Majesty's budget." Brainerd's trembling fingers unlocked the bag, and dry sobs of eagerness came from the other 3 men as they clutched their precious packets. Brainerd's 2 children had written. Boyle's old mother had penned a long letter of yearning love. Carson's wife begged him to give up the Hudson's Bay trade and come back to her, no matter if they starved. And Francois Dillard, oh yes, there was a letter. 2, 3, 4, all in the same cramped handwriting from the little black-eyed girl who was waiting for him in Nova Scotia. And that was not all. There were packages of comforts, mittens, socks knitted by loving hands, tobacco, tea, coffee, maple sugar, and best of all, no bad news for anybody. It was a grand mail bag. One of the newcomers paused as he poured his second cup of coffee. "There's another bag." "Hey, you son of a gun, fetch her in. Hustle, man." "Go easy now. No need for you to be anxious. 'Tain't for you at all. It's for Fort Stewart, and the joke is on you, for orders is for you to tote it. We got to push on to Fort George with another. And then," the speaker added, "it's home and Peggy for me, and no more life in the Arctics. And we've got 2 more years of this cold hell afore our time's up. Well, Fort Stewart's our next-door neighbor. They'll be as glad as ourselves to get the bag," said Brainerd. "How about it, Dillard? You feel like taking a 100-mile promenade to jolly up the fellows off toward the rising sun?" "Moi? Oui. I'll tote 'em." In the joy of his 4 letters from Marie, Francis would gladly have extended happiness over the 4 corners of the earth. There might be something in that bag for Bernard from his Jeanette. "100 miles, nothings. I make 'em in 3 4 day. I take a zip, yes?" "And Napoleon," said Carson. "He's the next best husky." "Also, I take a whiskey and brandy. They go fellows too. 40's enough, eh?" You couldn't have a better day to start. Cloudy, not enough snow falling to hurt anything. Not so cold that your fingers will freeze to the harness buckles. Will you do it alone or take Boyle? "It is not necessary for sin too. That trail, he is easy." The sledge was packed with Francois' camping outfit and food, with frozen fish for the dogs and the bag of paper jewels for the men at Fort Stewart. Blankets and robes were added, and everything was lashed fast to the sledge. Zip danced, barking madly, to his station. The other 3 dogs fell into their places in the harness, all eager to be off and away. Then Francois appeared, clad in furs and woolens, snug and trig for the journey, with his snowshoes firmly strapped and his long whip in hand. "Marche!" he cried, and with a swing and a jingle the train started over the inland trail that led to Fort Stewart. Snowy, trackless waste that it was, there was no hesitation as to the right direction. Every dog and man knew the trails from camp to camp as instinctively as the birds of the air. Francis picked up the landmarks without a pause anywhere for consideration, and if he had not known, Zip had taken the trail many a time and needed no guiding. Lightly, Francois swung alongside the dogs, his heart keeping merry time as it beat beneath 4 letters from Marie. 2 years more, and he would go back to Nova Scotia, and there would be a wedding and a little house furnished with his savings not too far from the lumber camps. Then no more trapping in the bleak barrens of the north, but a wife and fireside and babies to toss and hum to sleep with his merry French songs. From very joy, Francois sang now. Il y avait un bergeret, et ron ron ron, petit patapon. Il y avait un bergeret, qui gardait ses moutons, ron ron, qui gardait ses moutons. Le bergeret fait fromage, et ron ron ron, petit patapon, le bergeret. The merry madness of the tune ran with the creak of the sledge runners, the jingle of the harness, the crack of the whip, and the glad beatings of the heart of Francis. Et ron ron ron, petit patapon. Up and on, over the echoless wastes, keeping as much as possible to the northern land slopes, for already the sun was making soft patches in the snow on the southern slants where the dogs might flounder and snowshoe and sledge break through. Following no beaten track and needing none, onward they went to Fort Stewart. The snow fell so quietly and gently that it was a pleasure rather than a hindrance. The soft gray light of the cloudy day was a blessing to eyes tired of the white monotony. The dogs leaped to their task, glad of the chance to run after the confinement of the stockade. At noon they halted, and Francois made tea on his Eskimo stone lamp. Only a short rest now, for they were fresh, and they must make the most of their good traveling weather. Then on until weariness told them it was time to make camp. Francois dug a deep hole in the snow and warmed his solitary supper with more tea, while the dogs barked and snarled over their ration of frozen fish. A light wind was rising, but the shelter of the snow walls kept them comfortable, as comfort goes when one sleeps in the open of an Arctic night. Through the short darkness and the long pale twilight, Francois slept at the bottom of his hole with a blanket of dogs above his robes, for no sooner had he settled himself than all 4 of the shaggy fellows heaped themselves on top, and he lay warm and cozy until morning. Breakfast all around, and another day of travel through a colder air, for the wind was blowing now, bitter and biting. The snow had ceased falling, and as they made camp for the second night, the sun broke through the clouds and shone on them for a few minutes. They were halfway on their journey, and far more weary than on the night before. Snuggled together again, they knew nothing of the march of the heavens above them, saw nothing of the stars that tripped out to do homage to the King Pole Star on his throne of wavering, shifting light, nothing of the clouds as they slipped away and vanished. When Francois finally stirred his stiffened limbs and shook off the heap of dogs and blankets, he was greeted by a blaze of sunshine. Not the sunshine that cheers and warms, but that frigid variety that mocks one with its brightness. The sky was a pale, unbroken blue, not a fleck of cloud anywhere. Francois hunted for his smoked glasses, for even the Eskimo wears his spectacles of horn, and he must shelter his eyes from the myriad points of fresh-fallen snow crystals that glittered like crusted gold between him and the low-hanging sun toward which he must start on his journey. Everywhere he looked in vain for the precious glasses. He had forgotten to bring them. There was a long day before him of dazzling light, and already there were pains darting through his eyes. Francis pulled his cap low on his forehead and started, with a great fear welling up in his breast, the fear of snow blindness, the curse of the lands of many snows. Once before that spring, his eyes had been weakened by exposure, and he had seen men struck blind, a blindness from which they did not recover for days and weeks. I must get out of this quick. Hi, you Zip, Napoleon, whiskey, brandy. We got to get on very quick. A hurried breakfast, then marche, and they were away. Francois did not sing now, but he made sure that Marie's letters were safe in his breast pocket. The round sun glared piteously. Thank the kind Virgin that there was no wind to make matters worse. From under his cap he squinted across the snow reaches for the landmarks by which to guide his dogs. Bravely they went on, 50 miles yet to cover. The pain in his eyes grew more intense with every moment, and he stumbled along without opening them as long as he dared. But the direction must be kept, for the dogs would follow his lead to whatever point he might turn them. One more glimpse he must take. His sense of the direction of the sun was dulled by the splitting pain. A quick glance out along the trail, and then the disaster was upon him. A flood of scarlet light seemed to surge through and through his whole being, and the nerves of his eyeballs quivered to the shock. Then a roar like an ocean surf in his ears, balls of fire that shot hither and thither, then again the floods of scarlet light, as if his whole brain had been one great blaze. That terrible glare, it seemed as if all the light of the sun were eating through his cap and into his tortured eyes. With a groan he threw himself on his face in the snow, trying to find the darkness that would not come to him. "Ah, c'est que Sainte Vierge Marie," he cried as the pain grew more and more intense, and he dug down into the snow with mittened fingers, thankful for the small relief that the cold gave to the fiery horrors he was enduring. "Ah, c'est que Marie." The crack of his whip no longer sounded, but the dogs traveled on, unmindful, until Zip observed that all was not as usual. Something was wrong, quite wrong. The sound of Francis's snowshoes no longer creaked at his side. Zip halted the procession and looked around. There was a dark spot on the snow, back in the tracks they had just made. That must be his master. There was no voice to guide the dogs forward or back. What to do? But Napoleon and brandy and whiskey knew what to do. Their morning rations had been too small altogether. There was no restraining whip, and there lay the sledge, and the frozen fish was to be got at by digging and scratching off the straps and coverings. The 3 huskies threw themselves on the sledge and began the attack. Through the roar of his bursting brain, Francois heard the snarling and fighting of the pack as they smelled the fish. Now they were tearing at the inner covering, and now they were yelping and snapping as they reached the coveted provender. This could not go on. If the dogs ate all of the fish, they would next get at Francois's own food, and that would mean death for them all. The man struggled to his feet and groped his way in the direction of the sounds. With his whip he laid about him until Napoleon slunk back to his place behind Zip, whiskey and brandy following, grumbling their disappointment. What was to be done? What could be done without eyes to see? He could not drive the dogs straight. He could not stay there and do nothing. Some kind of camp must be made. Francois stooped and loosened his snowshoes. With one of them he started digging in the snow. He worked doggedly, with closed eyes, throwing out the snow with great scoops, thanking heaven it was not hard packed, and also that the exertion put new warmth in his benumbed arteries. There was no stopping to rest. In an hour he had dug a hole 7 feet deep and 5 feet across the top. Banking this on the outside, it made a much warmer place to stop, and he was at least protected from the bleak and awful cold of the level surface. Protected, too, from the rays of the low sun, every glimpse of which meant agony to his tortured eyes. Now he cut the dogs loose, and by laying the sledge bottom across the top of the hole, he accomplished 2 things. He made the pack slash to it safe from the hungry dogs, and he secured for himself deeper shadows. Into the hole he threw his blankets and robes, and stumbled in after them. Always the floods of burning light seared his eyeballs. Even with his face plunged deep in a blanket, there was no relief. "Marie, Sainte Mère," he groaned. Then his hand went to his breast, feeling for the 4 letters from that other earthly Marie. Oh, he must live until someone found him. He must live. His mittened fingers closed tightly around the envelopes, and there was comfort in the feel of them. In spite of the pain he suffered, he fell gradually into a doze, and then into a deep sleep. Something stirring nearby wakened him. A dog was licking his hand. It was Zip. He alone of all the dogs at the fort ever caressed or showed love for a master. The collie blood in Zip was stirring. Something was wrong with Francis. When one is on a journey, one does not lie so long with one's eyes to the ground. Zip whined a little, and shaking off his stupor, Francis rose, felt about him for the stone lamp, melted a pint of snow, and made some weak tea. He ate some pemmican, and the other dogs, smelling the food, began quarreling and growling, while Francois unlashed from the sledge a package of frozen fish and fed them. With his eyes closed and the hungry brutes snarling about him, almost he felt afraid. Why might they not attack him when the fish should fail? But there they were. And after all, there was comfort even in their companionship, and they kept him from freezing. It came on to snow. The crystals fell on Francis's face through the spaces at the sides of the sledge above him. Shifting the sledge to the windward, he huddled himself back under it. With the dogs packed tight around him and over him, together they shivered through the Arctic storm. Unless his eyesight should come back to him soon, he must surely freeze to death. To try to travel, not seeing where, would be the height of madness. God knows where they might fall at last, to die in the stern clutches of hunger and cold. There was nothing to do but wait. His feet began to grow numb. Torpor had spread over his whole body, and he had no energy to rub them. How another day and night passed he never knew. He dreamed strange dreams and saw things that never existed. The scarlet flame in his eyes spun itself into strands of wonderful and evanescent colors. He was aware of something leaping past him, and was it a shower of stars that fell about him, or was it only snow? Maybe one of the dogs had left him. But it did not come back, and he could not see the dark form as it slipped away silently and was swallowed up in the night. No, it must have been a dream. For now ghostly figures came and went in and out of the hole in the snow, moving shapes, noiseless and mysterious. Now he was moving himself, traveling fast and faster on his snowshoes down a great slope to the south, and at the bottom lay water. Never stopping, in he plunged, and when he came up there were green trees and verdant meadows all around. He was one of a crowd of little boys again, by the side of the Bay of Fundy. Now he was canoeing, with his paddle dipping swift and silent in the waters of a little stream in Nova Scotia. As he drew near the shore he saw Marie, little Marie with the black eyes and rosy cheeks. She stepped into the bow of his canoe, and together they sped away through a summer land. Now it grew colder and snow fell, and there was floating ice that crushed against the frail canoe and threatened to upset it. Marie at the bow grew rigid in the cold, and now it was not Marie at all, but a snow figure, and it weighted down the canoe until the icy waters crept over the gunwale, and down, down again he went with a gurgle. Everything became black and cold and silent, a long, long silence. It was good to be down under the waves where there was no sun, no bitter wind, no snow. Perhaps this was death. Well, it was easy going this way, slipping into the unknown without an effort, down, down. Marie would be sorry, but... Out across the gray twilight of the northern night, a silent shape was traveling, moving swiftly in a straight line, no matter what the impediment, toward Fort Stewart. Always on, stopping only once or twice to pant or to lick a bleeding paw. A dog with a heart of love for the man who was gentle and affectionate to him, the man who caressed him. And that man lay in a hole in the snow, freezing slowly. Death was not far away. Dimly in his dog brain, Zip knew that help must be summoned. On and on, over the trail they had taken, he traveled through the great silences. Zip, the half-collie with the human intelligence. Zip, the half-husky with the sturdy, long-enduring body. Zip, whom everybody for 300 miles around knew as an East Main Fort dog, and a good one. Zip, the wise and tender. In that night, when Francois began to see visions and dream dreams, Zip knew that things were not as they should be, and he stole from the shelter of the snow hole and continued on the trail to Fort Stewart. Many times he had traveled it, and he knew as well as Francois, nay, better, every landmark of the way. 50 miles he journeyed alone over the snow reaches, and at last he barked at the gates of the fort. The men, tumbling out at the sound, found a dog, with bits of harness hanging to him, and snow and ice in his tangled fur. Exhausted he was, but eager to be off and lead them somewhere. It did not take the men long. In half an hour a second dog train was ready, and Zip took the lead. Back again over his old trail he started bravely, but in a little while he stumbled and fell. Pluckily he rose and started again, but not for long. He fell and could not rise, but lay there whining and ashamed. And now the men knew that he was too worn out for further travel, and they prepared their minds for a long trip. Zip was huddled in furs and put on the sledge, where he rode in state as a passenger, while the other dogs took the fresh trail. Easy it was to follow over the snow barrens, and the men went swiftly alongside on their snowshoes. 50 miles, straight as the crow flies, they followed Zip's trails. Every plunge and stride and leap was plainly to be seen in the fresh white layer of frost jewels. How had the dog done it? Why had he gone to Fort Stewart instead of turning back to East Main Fort for help? No one knows, but he had done this thing and was still alive. On the second day he grew suddenly uneasy, and being rested with the ride of the day before, he took the trail again, leading and barking back to be sure that the others followed. Now in the far distance a dark spot showed against the gleaming white. Zip gave a joyful bark, and outdistancing the train, disappeared bodily in the snow. Something stirred Francis as he lay in a numb unconsciousness. Then suddenly out of the silent depths he shot up to life again. Somebody pulled him up by the arms. A dazzling gleam of sunlight smote his eyes, and he cried out with the pain. Somebody was rubbing him with snow and working his arms and legs. He tried to speak, but could only mumble something unintelligible. Then there was more rubbing, until the blood began once more to creep through his veins, and the agony of it brought him broad awake. Somebody hurled a dozen rapid questions at him in French. That was Bernard's voice. Bernard of Fort Stewart. Had he reached there in spite of the snow blindness? Now he knew that there were two men, though he could not see them, and at his side was a dog, whining and licking his face and stiffened fingers. Zip. Good old Zip was there. "You, Zip," were Francis's first two sounds that anyone could recognize for words, and Zip gave a great bark and leaped upon him with delighted caresses. "Where am I?" said Francis in French, and Bernard, his friend, answered in the same beloved tongue of the Acadian habitant. "We just pulled you out of your cache. You had a close call. How did you find me?" "Zip told us. Night before last he came to the fort. He led us back here." "The other dogs?" "There were 3 jumped out of the hole when they heard us." Francis nodded as he gulped hot coffee. "They lay on top of me and kept me from freezing. Zip, he brought you and saved my life. Good old great heart, Zip. There's a hunter at the fort who will give the chief facteur $50 for Zip, an enormous sum for a husky. And the chief facteur, said Francois, will tell him to keep his $50. If he were mine, I'd not sell him for 1,000. Then to himself he murmured, as he felt in his breast pocket for 4 crumpled letters. No, not even to get sooner the little home for Marie and me. End of section 2. Recording by MaryAnn. Section 3 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives. Chapter 3. Sirrah, a dog of the Ettrick Hills. Part 1. Cold, nipping wind was blowing down through the hills of Bodsbeck in the south of Scotland, straight into the faces of a tired drove of cattle that were plodding over a long descent amid the weird, round, bare hills that resembled nothing so much as great Christmas puddings, with stones for plums and here and there a lonely clump of fir trees, like sprigs of holly, set askew. All day the cattle had been traveling, with scarce a bare hour for rest and the noonday meal of scanty grass. Behind them a drover dragged weary feet, grumbling at the bitter wind that bit into his bones. He was a tall, spare, angular man, with a hard face and a cruel eye. Not fearing hardship for himself, he did not hesitate to inflict it on his cattle, and so urged them on with goad and curse. "If ye were not so slow, we'd be at the end of our journey the morrow night. Ye black imp of Satan, for what are ye hanging back now? I'll give ye something to hang back for." His goad came down with a whack on the back of a dog that he led at the end of a bit of rope. The dog cringed and drew still farther away, shaking his head in a vain attempt to rid himself of the hated confinement. A lean, hungry-looking dog he was, covered with a fleece of long, ill-kempt black hair. Awkward and homely, with the lumbering gait of a dog just emerging from puppyhood, he had an unquiet brown eye that might have been full of courage and affection had not these been replaced by fear of the harsh treatment of his master, and fear of the unknown into which he was going. "If ye were a decent behaving body, ye'd be helping me drive the cattle. Once I get ye home, I'll teach ye a thing or two, or I'll be knowing the reason." The dog cowered behind the drover, looking at him out of the tail of his eye, with now and then a furtive glance behind him, as if he only waited for a chance to slip his noose and be off in a wild dash by the way he had come, back to the little lad across the border with whom he had played in his puppy days. "Ye should be out there with Bob, driving the cattle, ye good for nothing, instead of pulling back like a coward and breaking the bones on my arm. Losh, I'll get rid of ye if I can find anybody fool enough to pay me more than the 2 shillings I gave for ye." Just as the sun dipped behind the hills, and its last rays of comfort deserted the weary cattle, the drover, rounding a black knoll, saw in the distance across the moor a grey kirk and a thatched house. "Yonder'll be Ettrick Kirk and Ettrick House, and Farmer Hoag'll be the man to give me a sup of porridge, and the cattle'll be having a bit of fodder and a drink at the burn." He quickened his pace, and the cattle seemed to know that rest lay ahead, and plodded a little more willingly. Bob, the drover's dog, darted hither and thither, keeping his charges in the narrow path, doing his duty like a well-trained shepherd. But always the black dog hung back, sullen and unbeautiful. "I'd make an end of ye with my stick across your head if we were not so nigh Ettrick House. I've had more than enough of ye, ye ill-favoured beast. Dang ye, where you go to now?" For the black dog, suddenly struck by the scent of something more human than the drover who held the leash, or something that came down the wind and whispered to his starved stomach of nourishment, had now darted ahead, and almost pulling the man to the ground in his eagerness, in one direction or another. His great desire seemed to be to get away from the hated companionship of the ill-natured man. Smoke was rising from the chimneys of Ettrick House. A grey old building it was, built of whinstones and thatched with straw, standing by the side of a noisy burn. In the byre, cattle were lowing and sheep were bleating, as Farmer Hoag went among them, attending to the evening duties of the farm. He looked up as the sound of tramping hoofs drew near, and as the drover halted, he dropped his pail and stool and came out to meet him. "Good evening to you. You are over late on the road." "It's late enough for us to be nigh famished. Can I get a sup of your good-smelling porridge for myself, and a bit of fodder for the cattle? We're traveling from Dumfries, and we have taken but a small rest since sunrise. I have money to pay." "For the fodder you can pay. There'll be porridge enough for ourselves and for you, and a snack for the dogs. You've a good one there with the cattle. The one you're holding looks sullen. Isn't he all right?" "I don't know what's the trouble with him, but he aye hangs back, and he will not go with me nor do anything. I have given a good pound for him on the border. This was an untruth, but Farmer Hogue did not know that. He seemed good-natured enough, but he hasna taken a liking for me. He's a fine breed, and I'll sell him to ye for a guinea and 2 shillings. It's worth more than the 2 shillings to have brought him with me. Well now, come into the house, and I'll talk a bit with Jamie. Jamie! At his father's call, a tall lad came out of the byre. He was dressed in brown homespun, with his shepherd's plaid thrown over his shoulder, but his long curling hair, which fell down on his shoulders, gave him an unusual appearance. Although not past the growing age and still lanky, he gave promise of being a man of fine proportions. His face was round and ruddy, and his bright blue eyes were full of gaiety and good humor. His glance went immediately to the black dog with a keen look of appraisal. Jamie, said his father, since you are soon to be a real shepherd, you'll be needing a collie of your own. This one's none so bonny, but he has the look of a good one if you win his confidence. Can you spare a guinea and 2 shillings out of your hoardings? Jamie thought a minute. He would need the dog. In a year he would be 16, and then he would become a real shepherd, and a good sheepdog would be indispensable. He took a long look at the black dog, walked around him and back for a look in his eyes, and then said, I'll give you a guinea, man, and it's plenty for such a poor, ragged, starved-looking beastie. The drover appeared to consider this for a moment. In reality, he was hugging himself for his canny bargain. Well, belike I'll have to do it, but you're getting the best of the bargain. And so passed the black collie into the possession of Jamie Hogue. The drover rested and feasted, and next morning passed on with his herd, and we are glad to be done with him. Jamie, holding the rope end in one hand, seated himself on the stone sill of the byre. The black dog still kept the leash taut. Come hither, lad. You look like the Sirrah, sheriff, of Selkirk, with your brown whiskers down the sides of your face. If I call you Sirrah, you'll be overproud. I'll just have to take you down a bit, and call you Sirrah. Come hither, Sirrah. The dog, with tail still between his legs, stood hesitating before the unknown. The known, in the shape of the drover, had not been so pleasant as to make his homesick heart leap at the thought of another strange master, and yet this one seemed different. Come hither, Sirrah, lad. It was a kindly, young, boyish voice, and the ruddy face and the merry eyes were not very fearsome things to look upon. Slowly the rope slackened, the tail lifted and waved its fringy length, the timid brown eyes met the laughing blue ones. Still shrinking a little, he came closer, with an apologetic wriggle, until Jamie's hand rested on Sirrah's head. A long look passed between them, and in that moment were born in the heart of the lonely, friendless collie a love and a confidence that found their echoes in the boy's heart. And now that we're friendly, come with me in the kitchen, and Mither'll give you a supper to hearten you a bit, and a good drink, and you can sleep by the hearth till you're rested. And then, Sirrah, lad, we'll make a man of you, and a braw sheep collie. Sirrah until now had known nothing of sheep herding, for his one scant year of life had been spent as the playfellow of a little boy. Rudely jostled out of his youth on his journey with the cruel drover, he turned to Jamie Hogue with a devotion almost pathetic. With great patience the lad taught him the maneuvers of the shepherd dog, and Sirrah watched with anxiety and eagerness, doing his best to understand, and trying every way deliberately until he found just what was wanted of him. When success crowned his efforts and Jamie's approving word or pat told him that he had learned his lesson, his delight was boundless. His intelligent eyes followed every movement of the older sheepdog, on whose actions he was to model his own. He learned the words of command quickly, and once having mastered their meaning, he never forgot. Indeed, he outstripped the other dog entirely in his eagerness to please. This new and altogether delightful master was worth working for, and it seemed as if he could not do enough to show his loyalty. In a week he could bring in a straying sheep. In a month he could round up the flock. Hither and thither he would dart, pushing this one, barking here, growling there, till the sheep obeyed him as one. A word from Jamie would give him the key to the situation, and he would work out the problem for himself. He had expedients and seemed to reason things out, and if one method failed, he would try another, always in the end accomplishing his master's desire. At the end of a year, there was no more valuable or intelligent sheep collie in the whole range of the Ettrick Hills. He could gather his clans on the moor, steer them down the steep ravines and across the gullies, pick out the proper places for fording a torrent, and guide them to the greenest pasturage. In the springtime, no dog was so clever at herding the young lambs that had been taken away from their mothers, and at the washing and shearing, he worked with the wit and knowledge of the shepherds themselves. And Jamie, oh, he never tired of displaying the prowess of his own collie. They were two leal and faithful comrades in the long days on the uplands, and many were the conversations they held. Jamie seated on a stone on the hillside where he could watch the sheep at their feeding, and Sirrah, in his moments of leisure, sitting in front of Jamie with his eye on every move and his ear cocked for the slightest word. Sometimes the lad on pleasant days would take his violin with him, a precious but wheezy instrument for which he had paid 5 good silver shillings. Sitting in the soft sunshine, he would draw the bow across the strings with a skill marvelous in an untrained, untaught youth. These were moments of ecstasy for Sirrah, who cared nothing for the value or quality of the instrument. Standing before the young musician, he would lift up his voice in a howl that was meant for a song of heavenly rapture. It would echo across the valley like the cry of a lost soul. The ears of human beings are not attuned to the shades of joy and sorrow in a dog's voice, but there was no doubt of the dog's enjoyment of the performance. The shepherds, herding their own flocks in the lonely hills, hearing that howl and the wailing notes of the violin across the uplands, would laugh. "There's Jamie Hoag with his singing collie. Did ye ever?" Jamie's mother, too, was a source of joy and delight to the musically inclined Sirrah. On cold, stormy days, when the sheep were foddered in the fold, he would lie at his master's feet in the butt or kitchen of Ettrick House, listening to Margaret Hoag as she went about her work singing. She was always singing bits of ballads and scraps of lilting song that made one think of the running brooks in spring, the whisper of bending grasses in summer, the rustle of falling leaves in autumn, or the wind in the fir trees in winter. She had a sweet, unspoiled voice, and the queer Scottish cadences and minor notes made Jamie's heart ache with a sorrow that had no cause. Something just seemed to stir away, down in the inmost depths of his soul. It might have been his own poetic genius that was breaking earth, a prophetic whispering of the days when he would be known as the Ettrick Shepherd, and a famous poet. "Mither," said Jamie, one snowy morning as they sat thus. She had been spinning a little web of melody above the potato she was peeling, and Sirrah was rapping a soft applause on the floor with his fringy tail. "Mither, where do you learn all the sonsy bits of song you sing? I have heard you sing more than 100. "Well, Jamie," Mrs. Hoag paused with her knife in one hand and a curl of paring falling coquettishly from the nearly denuded potato. "When I was a bit lassie, there was an old minstrel who came to the village and sang to us. We do not have them any more. More's the pity of it. He was 90 years old when I knew him, and he taught me the songs. Ay, lad, and I know more than you have heard. Did I ever sing you the song of the LibriVox?" And then would bubble up a little spring of melody that the lark himself would have had trouble to match for quality and sweetness. "Why do you not write them down, mither?" "I have not the time, Jamie, with all the work about the house to be tended to, and I have to knit more hose for Tammas, and yourself needing new breeks. You must write the words your own self." Jamie sat silent for a little while, then saying, "Come on, Sirrah." He mounted to his little chamber in the loft, found an old copybook left from the 3-month schooling he had once had, turned to a blank page, and sat down to think, rubbing his fingers together to stimulate thought, and at the same time to keep out the frostiness of the air. "I cannot think without a pen," he said finally. Rummaging about on his little shelf, he unearthed an old bottle of ink and a quill pen. The bottle he fastened with a string into a buttonhole in his waistcoat, and once more he settled down. Silence in the little room. Jamie's eye was roving among the rafters, seeing nothing. Sirrah cocked his head on one side and tried to guess what his master was having all this pother about. "I canna think with my coat on," said Jamie finally, and despite the chilly air and the fine flakes of snow that were sifting through the cracks, off came the coat. After that, genius began to smoke, then to glow, and finally to burst into flame. Laboriously fashioning the letters like the italics he had seen in printed books, he finally covered the page of the copybook, Sirrah never losing a motion of the hand that moved so slowly in this new and mysterious performance. But Sirrah never did understand, although many a time after that he watched Jamie making letters on paper. That evening Jamie came bashfully up to his mother and handed her a sheet of copy paper. She took it and scanned the lines carefully. Then she looked up at her son with a new light in her blue eyes. There were more things on that paper than just words. There were the color and rustle and odor of the purple heather, the glory of the morning, and the throbbing meter of one of her own ballads. "That is not one of my own songs that you have written out, my Jamie lad. You have made a song yourself, and it's a good one. Man, but I'm proud of ye. You'll be a poeter one of these days." "That's not all, mither. Listen a bit." He had his wheezy violin in his hand. Putting it to his shoulder, he played and sang the ballad to one of her own tunes. And Sirrah sang it too, in his own way, and to his own ideals of what good music should be. Margaret laughed at the comical duet, but her eyes were full of tears. It was her own laddie, singing his first song to his mither. At the end, she clapped her hands. "You're a minstrel, Jamie. Run down to the cow-house and sing that for the lassies." Nothing loath, Jamie went. The maids in the cow-house were just finishing the evening's work, and they greeted Jamie and his violin, as they had greeted him many times before, with great enthusiasm. He sang his song, that is, he and Sirrah sang their song, to great applause, and Jamie the poeter he became from that night. His first thrill of reward came when he heard one of the lassies singing his song over her work. It was a far cry to real fame, but it was the first whisper, and what could be so sweet as that first unconscious turning of his creation on another's tongue? There came a day when Jamie the poeter blossomed into a real independent shepherd, when with the knowledge of herding that he had gathered from his service with the neighbors, and with his trusty Sirrah for his aid, he could go into the world and do the work and earn the wages of a man. 17 years he counted to his credit when he took service with Walter Laidlaw at Black House, and the mantle of responsibility fell upon him. Happy days were they that followed. Laidlaw was a good master, and a distant relative of his mother, and there was another youth of Jamie's own age at Black House, Willie Laidlaw. Together they read books and recited poetry while they herded the sheep through the summer days. Together they drove them into the fold at night. Together through the long winter evenings they sat in the inglenook and dreamed of future glory. Together they talked of the brownie who haunted the farm at Bodsbeck, of the fairies that danced in the moonlight nights on the meadow of Carterhow, of the little maid that was stolen by the fairies and was one day to become famous as Kilmeny and to help make Jamie's lasting fame. And always the dog was their companion, sharing their duties and doing his best with his eager eyes upon them to understand their talk. Who shall say at what point his understanding failed him? Certain it is that he loved the sound of their voices, and that he was happy to overflowing in the companionship of his beloved master. On the evening of their first arrival at the Laidlaws, the family, according to custom, was called to prayers. The great Bible was taken down and opened solemnly, and Walter Laidlaw read a chapter and made a prayer for divine guidance, which was followed by a rousing Amen. Up to this point there was no better behaving dog than Sirrah. He had heard the Bible read before. Now the family rose to sing a psalm. At the first note Sirrah lifted his bowed head and stood with the others. Then, warming to the work in hand, he sent forth a howl so mournful that no one could have guessed it was a song of praise. But Sirrah knew, and his booming baritone drowned every voice in the room. This was where he could shine, and Jamie had always encouraged him in his vocal practice. What was his surprise then when he heard Jamie in a shocked whisper saying, "Down, Sirrah, down, lad. Hold your gab." This must be some mistake. He could not have heard it. Sirrah howled the louder, his tuneful soul all athrob to the mighty measure of "the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork." To what better words could a pious dog express his ecstasy than "day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge"? The psalm suddenly stopped. Dark looks fell upon Sirrah from his master and the master of the house. The lads and lassies in the back of the room restrained their giggles with difficulty. Jamie's fingers seized his collar, and he was haled ignominiously from the room. To the outer darkness he went, hunted forth like a criminal. Looking backward from the peat stack at the paradise from which he had fallen, he heard the psalm begin again, and the ruling passion was too strong for him. Standing there, he burst forth once more into song. And now Jamie came out of paradise and hustled the psalm singer into the byre and closed the door. Unpardonable cruelty! But Sirrah never gave up the struggle. Music was his passion. Even on the nights when Jamie, too tired from the day's hard work, had gone to bed in the byre loft before prayers, Sirrah, who slept below, would lay his nose to the crack of the door, and at the first note of the psalm he would declare the glory of God in his own way and to his own meter. "Jamie," said Walter Laidlaw one morning, "will you go over to Mr. Tweedy's and bring back with you that wild ewe that I have bought of him? You'll need Sirrah to help you, for the wild ones are not so easy to manage." "And where will Mr. Tweedy be, Mr. Laidlaw?" said Jamie. "You'll find his house at Stanhope, in Tweeddale. It's a fine journey in the hills, but it's long and the track's not so easy. You'll have 15 miles to go. I do not know if you'll get the ewe safe home, but you can try, and Sirrah's a canny dog." "Sirrah's the lad as'll turn the trick, Mr. Laidlaw. We'll be back with the ewe in 2 days." "Well, you can try. There's not another dog I'd trust to it, and you're the shepherd as gets it out of him." Early in the morning they started, Sirrah leaping at the heels of his beloved Jamie and eagerly looking for the sheep that he might be supposed to herd. "Nothing for you today, Sirrah. We've but to junket and find our way to Tweeddale, but it's a track we've never traveled, and a long one. The finding of it's one thing, and the doing of it's another. But it's a bonny morning, and we'll frighten up the fairies by the burn side. Off with ye now. Do ye not see that old brownie peeping at ye over that stone? Get him and fetch him to me. I have never seen a brownie myself. Mind ye, hold him." Away darted Sirrah, but the brownie, if there was one, was too quick for him, and he came back shamefaced, and dropped behind Jamie until the next object of interest took him afield. It was indeed a bonny morning. St. Mary's Loch lay so peacefully that there was scarce a dimple on the water, and the early sun was mirrored there in its round, red splendor. The dew sparkled jewel-like on grass blade, flower, and weed. It dripped from the bushes with a silvery sound. The Yarrow flowed merrily down its rocky way, and far away where it joined Ettrick stream to form the Tweed lay the meadow of Carterhaugh, veiled with a rainbow mist that seemed made of sprites that one after another unfurled their wings and sped in rosy cloudlets into the blue. It was a morning in 1,000. Now the way became wilder, and they plunged through deep ravines and rocky gullies, across mad little torrents, rushing like truants from school, down, the easiest way, to the plain. Now they climbed a round bare hill. Now they crossed an upland, purple with patches of heather. Here they rested by a noisy burn to eat their midday snack and cool their throats with the clear water. Now they tramped on through the gowans and heather across a moorland, and again they rounded a rocky cliff where a false step would have sent them rolling into a black tarn that lay mysterious and sinister in a pocket of the hills. But the rock roses smiled at them, and the scarlet pimpernel wooed Jamie the poeter with its bright splotches of color, and the whole world was such a poem as no man may ever put to paper. In the afternoon they came to Tweeddale, and finally they could see Stanhope, Mr. Tweedy's home, and it was not long before they were resting on the doorstone, and Jamie and Mr. Tweedy were talking of the business in hand. "I have brought the ewe up from the flock, but she's as wild as a roe. I misdoubt if you can handle her. Have you a collie as is canny with the sheep?" "None better in all the hills. He'll keep her to the track, no fear." "Lad," said Mr. Tweedy, "do you really suppose you'll drive that ewe home all the way, with all the sheep in the country betwixt you and the end of your journey?" "I'll just try it, Mr. Tweedy." "Then let me tell you, you may as well try to travel to yon sun. You should have 2 dogs for the task." "You do not know Sirrah, Mr. Tweedy. Mr. Laidlaw wasn't frightened to have me fetch her." "Well, it's at his own risk." End of section 3. Recording by MaryAnn. Section 4 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives. Chapter 3. Sirrah, Dog of the Ettrick Hills, Part 2. So it was settled that they should stay the night for a fair start in the morning. The ewe, now stowed away snugly in a pen, was a wild young animal, bred in the mountains, and with absolutely nothing of the tractable, leadable nature usually ascribed to sheep kind. In the morning, the instant the pen door was opened, she was out and away in leaps and bounds, deer-like and fleet. It would be a swift and merry chase for any who might follow. But Sirrah was ready. From the moment when they approached the sheepfold in the gray of the morning, his ears had stood alert, and his tail waved in quick, nervous jerks of gleeful anticipation. As the ewe bounded away up a steep hillock, Sirrah stood still an instant, as if considering. "After her, Sirrah, lad." One keen look of understanding at his master, and the dog was away, like a streak of black lightning, but not in the wake of the disappearing ewe. No, cunningly he had watched the direction of her flight, and now, with the wisdom of a sage, he started on a circuitous route, by which he could head her off and bring her back to Mr. Tweedy's, where Jamie stood waiting, confident of the ability of Sirrah to do the work laid out for him. Up the hill went the ewe, picking her way over the rocks as one of the hillside born. Around by the burnside at the foot of the hill dashed Sirrah. What goes up must come down, and that hill was not over high. When the ewe, happy in her escape from bondage, came ambling down the other side, there stood Sirrah, waiting, and along the burn, back to where she had started, she had to travel, willy-nilly. "You see," said Jamie, bursting with pride and triumph. "I see," said Mr. Tweedy. "You'll have her home by nightfall. Losh, but he's a dog in 1,000. Well, good luck to you." "Good dog, Sirrah. Hunt her home. Home, Sirrah man." Down the track they went. First the ewe, then the collie, then the boy. Now and then the harried ewe would make a dash up a slope or down a wild ravine, but never once did she trick Sirrah. With a watchful eye he observed her every turn. With supernatural wisdom he thought out her probable cause and intercepted her, beating her at her own game of hide and seek. Soon they were both out of sight. Now and again, as Jamie rounded the track, he would catch a glimpse of flashing white and black, and knew that the dog was keeping her in the direction of home. Here and there they passed flocks of grazing sheep, and the ewe would make an effort to join her woolly comrades, but always there was Sirrah to be reckoned with. She would give a bound and a series of desperate leaps and try to lose herself in a huddled flock. In at them would go Sirrah. Unerringly he would weed out his one charge, separate her from her fellows, and send her, bleating, on her way. At the great height over Muir Water they crossed far in advance of Jamie, and after that, though he looked in vain on all sides for miles of the way, no longer did he see a trace of them. A slight uneasiness grew up in the heart of the young Ettrick shepherd, which grew to be a real anxiety as he followed the lonely track without seeing the familiar flashes of white ewe and black dog. Once, down a lonely grill, he thought he saw the ewe. but it was only the snowy foam of a tiny streamlet as it leaped over a great boulder and hurried on to join the bigger stream in the valley. The shadows of the hills lengthened, and all the ravines lay in somber gloom. Only a twinkling bit of water here and there gave back a gleam of the blue above. Higher and higher climbed the shadows, till just the tips of the mountains glinted gold above the purple depths. The huddled groups of moss-grown rocks looked like bands of fugitives at prayer. The only sounds were the bleating and baaing of the flocks as they wound down the sheep tracks with the blue and brown-clad shepherds and the tireless darting dogs, but never a sign of Sirrah or the wild ewe. Jamie stopped a shepherd who crossed his path. "Have you seen a wild white ewe and a black collie with brown whiskers?" "None but my own and Farmer Gilroy's. Have you lost them? If they had passed me on the way, they would have disturbed my flock with rushing in and upsetting the quiet." Again he stopped the master of a homeward-bound flock with the same question. "Aye, I have seen them. The ewe came into my flock, fair spent with running, and would have hidden herself, but no, at her heels came the collie, and off she goes like the devil was after her. Likely I'll find them soon. Good even to you." Jamie went on, but he did not feel overconfident. It was none too easy for himself to keep the path that he had never traveled until yesterday, a path wild and tortuous, crossed by other sheep tracks and almost lost here and there where it passed over rocky ledges that could not be beaten into a track. Sirrah, too, had never before made the journey from Stanhope. With even his sagacity, he might easily stray in following and driving back his erratic charge. The sun sank behind the farthest range of hills. Through a gap in the cleuch, Jamie could see the meadow of Carterhaugh once more, lying calm and peaceful in the mellow twilight. Almost home, and no Sirrah. No. Yes. On a corner of the last hill, beside a burn that flowed into Yarrow River, sat a black dog with brown whiskers. Patiently he sat until Jamie came near. His breath came pantingly, and his tongue lolled from his mouth. But his tail flapped on the stones, and there was a gleam of triumph in his eye as he gave Jamie a casual glance. Just a flip of a look. And then gazed steadfastly once more at a white spot among the rocks. There stood the ewe, meekly enough now, and glad to rest after her wearisome chase. She was cornered neatly, and could not have escaped had she the strength left to try. As Jamie's hand fell on Sirrah's sagacious head, he looked up again, and said with his tender eyes, "She's yours, master." Then he was up again, and driving her onto the byre, gay and animated under the approving eye of Jamie, the beloved. As the dark dropped down, he herded her, not toward the fold, but toward the door of Black House, evidently confident that Jamie would want her there. But to his astonishment, his master took a hand, and the ewe was driven to the fold, and turned in with the other sheep. Down went Sirrah's tail, down went his head. It was as if his hard work had been all for nothing, just to add one more to the goodly number already there. He had spent that weary day for his Jamie, and at least the bothersome beastie should have been given a pen near the byre loft where Jamie slept. He walked away in disgusted silence. "Come, Sirrah, and get your well-earned supper. Sirrah, Sirrah, you old fool, you've no call to be grumpy after such a day's good work." But Sirrah came not. Down by the peat stack he sat the whole evening and sulked, and not one bite would he touch. So disappointed was he at Jamie's disposal of the white ewe. His actions said plainly, "After all my trouble, you turned the ewe into the fold like a common animal, and I had brought her for you alone, master." Lambing time had come again, and it was a very busy season for the shepherds at Black House. 700 lambs did Walter Laidlaw count in his flock, and the time had come for weaning them. They were of a short black-faced breed, wild and hard to manage, and it was no small affair to separate them from their mothers in the fold. What with the ewes calling and the pitiful bleating of the lambs, there was a din and hubbub, you may be sure. Another lad, called Jock, was set as helper to Jamie to herd the lambs on the moor, and the two watched night and day. There was work enough and to spare cut out for both, and plenty more for Sirrah and another dog. For 4 days and nights the lads took turn and turn about, the dogs napping as they could. Then came a black night, moonless and hung with heavy clouds that seemed almost to rest on the earth. One could not see his hand before his face, even on the open moor. The incessant bleating and crying of the hungry, lonesome little creatures filled the air with a great clamor. Now and then a few would detach themselves and run about aimlessly, bleating louder than ever, but they were encamped too far away from the fold to hear their mother's pleadings, so it came to nothing. Sirrah or Tigre, the other dog, always discovered their attempts to return home and drove back the rebels. The night wore on, and finally the wailing and grumbling ceased. Tigre, wearied with the never-ceasing activity of the day, dropped exhausted by the side of Jock, who was sleeping heavily. Only Jamie, whose watch it was, moved to and fro to keep the chill from his bones, while Sirrah sat, sharing the watch, with eyes on the flock, and with now and then a glance in the direction of the moving shape he so loved. Near midnight a silence fell, heavy as the hand of death. The little night noises of the spring seemed suddenly hushed. The oppression of the still darkness and the long watch settled over Jamie, and even as he passed to and fro, he slept, as soldiers will sleep on a long and dog-weary night march. In the midst of the flock began a stir, a ghostly murmur at first, then a low rumble. But it failed to rouse the sleepwalker or the lad on the ground. Only Sirrah rose with a low growl, waving his tail with a short, nervous motion, his head forward and his ears cocked. The noise grew slowly, louder and louder, a sound of many bodies moving. Sirrah ran and put his muzzle in Jamie's hand. "Master," he seemed to say, "there is danger. Awake and be ready." "Eh, what?" said Jamie, lifting his head with a start. The sound was a roar now, like a waterfall. No, not that. It was the sound of an army tramping. The dead air woke to life and whirled around. The whole flock was moving. "Jock, Jock, wake up, man! The lambs are swirling." Aye, they were indeed. Round and round in an aimless but concerted spiral, the lambs were moving, in an uneasiness without a leader. A spontaneous mother yearning seemed to move them. Then, as the momentum increased, they seemed to fly off from their circle in 3 tangents, and with a roar of rushing bodies and a clamor of crying for their mammies, they separated, and the lads, with their eyes accustomed to the darkness, could see enough to know that the flock had broken into 3 great masses, one rushing southward, another to the north, and the third and largest mass heading straight toward the fold. If they found their dams, there might be a general outbreak and many lives lost. "Sirrah, Sirrah, man, they're running away! Hold them back to the moor!" Jock and Jamie were madly waving their plaids and shouting, following the division headed for home. That must be stopped at all hazards. They whistled to the dogs, and Tigre came up excitedly, but Sirrah was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly the retreating thunder came nearer again. The lambs headed for the fold had turned their course and were coming back. They swirled and swished once or twice about the astonished shepherds and were off again into the darkness of the moor. "I'm thinking they will not be back here," said Jamie. "Do you, Jock, follow the flock as is running south, and I'll take the north. Tigre can go with you." So they separated and were swallowed up in the black silence. To make sure of the worst danger being past, Jamie went to the fold, but nowhere was to be heard the bleat of a lamb. Then he struck out to the north, following a well-known sheep path by which the lambs might have traveled. For an hour he walked, wrapping himself tighter in his plaid to keep out the chill of a rising wind. Now listening, now running ahead at some fancied sound, stumbling over rock and bush across the moorland, now on the hills, with the shepherd's instinct for the track, up Hope and down Cleuch, across Yarrow River at a ford, then listening again. No sound at all now, save the running of water and the moan of the rising wind in a clump of fir trees. He must have followed the wrong path. back again, exhausted and shivering, to a place where another track branched off and led up far away into the Black Cleuch, a deep and dangerous ravine. Still no sound, nor any trace of the lambs or the missing Sirrah. A pale light grew and spread over the cloudy east. The wind, which had nipped Jamie, began to clear away the gray banks, and the light grew to a ghostly yellow. It was easier now to travel, although to men who are accustomed to the open at night, things become simple that to the stranger would be impossible. Jamie had wandered far, and the first real crack of dawn showed him the Black Cleuch, wild and desolate, stretching its perilous rifts below him as he followed the sheep path worn like a gully into its steep side. Across the Cleuch he saw a gray figure, also looking with searching, weary eyes, and beside him a dejected sheepdog. Jock and Tyke they were, and as Jamie came up to them, a more forlorn, pinched, and haggard-looking trio one would not care to see. "Have ye seen anything of the lambs?" "Not since the dawn. Once in the blackest of it, a crowd of the beasties came past me, but they were daft like, and Tyke and me could not stop them. They just went whirling away, and we lost them. Tyke is fair worn out, and could not run after them." "Have you seen aught of Sirrah?" "I do not know for sure. There was a beastie running alone behind, but I could not tell if it might be Sirrah or a lamb." "Well, we must give it up and go home. Mr. Laidlaw'll want to pull us by the ears for losing the lambs. Maybe we will get some of them yet, but it's more likely they're all in the hills, and the smallest of them may be dead." Heads down with disappointment they started for home, the two lads and the dog, cold and hungry, dragging legs of wood. Out of Black Cleuch they clambered, over hills and down into another wild gorge, known as Flesh Cleuch. Suddenly Tyke lifted his head and sniffed the air excitedly. Then he barked and started forward as fast as his tired feet could carry him. Round a bend he went, the lads following, and Jock cried, "There's a body of lambs in the cleuch. Look, Jamie." Jamie looked and then started forward, roused to activity. "It'll be Sirrah, the canny old devil he is. He's found one of the divisions, and he's holding them. Who knows but he'll find the others?" Yes, there stood Sirrah, ready to drop with fatigue and anxiety, but attending strictly to the duty that was plainly his, to hold the lambs until his master came. He gave a joyous bark when he saw Jamie, but he never stirred from the spot where he had mounted guard. The sun broke through the clouds and trembled a moment down the cleft to laugh at Sirrah's night work. The lads looked down and began to count the flock. 100, 2, 3, 4, 5. "Preserve us all," said Jamie at last, with a great happy roar of laughter. "It's not canny. Sirrah's got them all, the whole 700. I dare say there's not one of them missing. What do you know about that now? Sirrah, you rogue, how did you know the way of finding them? It's past belief." "There's not another dog in the county as could have done it," said Jock. Sure enough, there was the whole flock, not even the weeest lamb missing. It seemed incredible, but it was nevertheless true. How had Sirrah accomplished the wonder? No one will ever know how in the blackness of the night he had driven one division until he found another, and back again until he found the third. But there they were, a weary, footsore flock, and his own head sagging from pure heaviness, but all safe. Sirrah grew old. Alas, that the life of a dog is so short. When he would seem to be at his best, there comes the clouding vision, the weakened scent, and the faithful friend is a poor old body. There came a time when Sirrah could no longer do the active, alert work of a young dog, and a shepherd dog must be equal to heavy tasks, or he is not of use. Jamie now had also a son of Sirrah, Hector by name, young and well trained as his father had been, and he felt that he could not impose on the Laidlaws by keeping a useless old dog. The fight for existence on the bare hills of Scotland sometimes puts the recognition of past service in the background, and charity must bow to necessity. "Sirrah, lad," said Jamie, when he could no longer put off the evil day, You cannot do your work well with your old eyes and your poor hearing. I must let you go. But you'll get a good master, and you know him. It's Sandy McWhirter, and the work with him will not be hard. I cannot bear to let you go, old man, but go you must. No, Sandy, you need not give me the pound now. Bide a bit, and see how Sirrah holds himself. Sirrah, you are to go with Sandy, and work for him. Do you know what I say, lad? Go away with him now, and you're not to come here any more. The light went out of Sirrah's eye. Could this be Jamie speaking to him? He was to go with Sandy. Well, so be it. He looked at his old-time master with a heartbroken whimper, and then, with his head hanging, followed after the new. After all, perhaps it was just a loan to help Sandy with his small flock for a day. So taking heart again, he went all the way with Sandy and slept quietly through the night. Morning came, and he went with Sandy and his flock to the moor. All day long he worked nobly, driving the sheep in the way they should go, doing his duty like the best collie in the Ettrick Hills. Tomorrow he would be going home again to Jamie, and then he would receive his reward of praise. Night came after a weary day, but no Jamie came to fetch him. Sirrah watched until the darkness closed him in, and refused his supper. Sandy, fearing that he might run away, shut him in an empty sheep pen for the night. But he need not have feared. Sirrah had been told to stay with Sandy, and he would not go until Jamie came to fetch him, and risk the mortification of being sent back. All night he lay waiting. Morning came, and still no Jamie. And now Sirrah began to realize that Jamie had deserted him. There would be no more evenings in the cowhouse when he could sing to the tune of Jamie's fiddle. No more happy days on the hills and moors, tending and herding the sheep, while Jamie and Willie Laidlaw read poetry and talked of the fairies. Often before this, Jamie had lent him for a day to one of the family, but at night there was always a welcome back. Now that was to be no more. Sandy was kind, yes, but he was not Jamie. Sirrah's allegiance had been given forever to one master. Through the night he lay awake, with his head between his paws, in deep dejection. In the morning hunger drove him to his food, and afterwards he went with Sandy to the fold. But instead of driving the sheep as usual, he hung back and followed Sandy at a little distance. He had made up his mind as to how he would meet his fallen fortunes. "At them, Sirrah," commanded Sandy. "Don't you see that old ewe running away? At her, man!" Into the flock dashed Sirrah, but he paid no attention to the straying ewe. Among the sheep he ran like an unbroken puppy, barking in the midst of them, and creating all manner of confusion in the erstwhile orderly flock. "What's got you, Sirrah? You're not yourself. Run for the ewe, you ill-favored sinner." Sirrah cocked his eye at Sandy, tossed his head, and with a loud bark of defiance made another wild dash at the sheep, who lost their heads, and had it not been for Sandy's other dog, they would have broken out across the moor in all directions. Sandy tried moral suasion, he tried beating, he tried bribing, he tried every known method, in vain. Sirrah would not work. The master he loved above anything on earth had deserted him, and no one else should get a day's work out of him, and no one ever did. Sirrah's pride kept him from going back to Jamie. Somehow his lonely heart understood that Sandy owned him now, but work for Sandy he would not. No, indeed. If he was too old to work for the one that he loved, he was old enough to retire from active service, and retire he did. Sandy took him to his father, who kept him till he died, for the sake of what he had been in his young days. Never again did Sirrah attempt to go either to Black House or to the old home at Ettrick. But he knew the old road that Jamie took to the hill with his flock. He might perhaps go there for a glimpse of the master he so loved. In the early light of an autumn morning, as Jamie's flock went afield, cropping the grass blades along the accustomed track, Jamie saw waiting for him an old black and tan collie with brown whiskers. "Sirrah, Sirrah, lad!" Sirrah came bounding almost up to Jamie. Then suddenly remembering, he dropped his head and stopped still, with a piteous look that made Jamie choke back a tightening of his throat. Sirrah, lad, you are not my ain collie now, but you can come and speak to me in the morn. Old Sirrah, come." Sirrah came, but the old trustfulness was gone. He laid his muzzle in Jamie's hand for one instant, and then turned and walked sadly away, following with his eyes the flock he had herded so faithfully and long. But he made no attempt to follow. Jamie went on to the hills with a sick heart. Now and then he looked back at Sirrah, watching, watching. But the past could not return, and the dog sat there, deserted and forlorn. Many times after that, Jamie saw Sirrah waiting for him at the base of the hill, but never again did he come near, and never again did Sirrah do a day's work for any man. He did not live long. What was there to live for when his life work was forbidden him, when his faith was uprooted, when his heart was broken? End of section 4. Recording by Myra Parker.
Section 5 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sarah Noble Ives. Darky, a New Zealand dog. An old bullock stood innocently grazing near a clump of bushes. His eyes were brown wells of candour, but his ways were full of guile. Near to him, and hidden under the clump of bushes, lay a man and a black dog. No thoroughbred, the latter, just a New Zealand mongrel, homely and rough, but with a keen intelligence and a will to serve his master. Man, bullock, and dog all were watching a herd of cattle that was grazing out on the plain, one wing slowly swinging toward the watchers. In a short time the three would be at work, and each knew his part. "One more, Darky laddie. Jamie, be ready. One more, and we'll call it a mob. We've 11 already. If we get away with it, and we always have, it will be a good haul." Jamie, the old bullock, looked at the man, and at a gesture known to him, began to move slowly toward the nearing herd. A stock rider went suddenly by them, but Jamie looked like, and, but for the absence of a brand, might have been one of the herd. And the man and the dog were well under cover. The stock rider rode on, and was soon lost in the dust ahead. "Now, Jamie, in at 'em. Darky, to your work." Darky leaped across the open. Jamie singled out a fat steer, and began to edge it away from the herd, the dog nipping at his heels. The man under the bushes chuckled. "They're a great pair. They play the hands, and I take the trick." Slowly and skilfully the steer was separated from its fellows. Now it disappeared behind a clump of bushes, in company with its new found friend. Jamie, the bullock, though rather confused and bewildered by the manoeuvres of Darky. As they passed from sight, the man rolled himself under the bushes, and came out on the side away from the unconscious herd. All quiet out there, and the theft of a steer had not been noticed by a soul. It was an old trick, this. The herders called it cattle lifting. The man, we will call him Steed, was known by name to every herder in the South Island of New Zealand, and vainly had he been hunted and tracked. He rode no horse, and had ways of disappearing just when his pursuers were sure of him. The old bullock always looked mild and innocent, And Darky, well, where his master could hide, he could. Very carefully had Steed trained his quaint partners in crime, who worked simply for their master, not knowing they were thieves. And cunning, indeed, was the whole plan. All that was known was that here, there, and anywhere a fine beast might disappear, always from a point unwatched by the herders. So today, as on many other days, the dog and bullock did their master's nefarious hiding. Sheltered by bushes and rocks, they drove the steer along a complete and selected cover, which had served their purpose many a time. Down through a dry watercourse they went, and no one the wiser. No great need for caution here. There was no grass to tempt the herds, no trail to follow. The rolling pebbles left no sign of passing, and the men following behind covered all possible tracks. Now the banks grew steeper, and great rocks overhung the sides with a most comforting shade, for it was midday and the sun was hot. Suddenly around a bend in the tiny canon appeared a trickle of water, then green grass, and now there opened out the most delightful of tiny meadows walled in by the rocks, and here and there grazing contentedly ankle deep in the infant stream stood 11 fat cattle, the latest comer completing the round dozen. Now then, there'll be no halting for lunch. Get your drinks, Jemmy and Darky. That's all. We've got to be out of here. And on the quivivive, Montrose got wind of us, and every last one of this bunch is branded deep enough to hang me. So it's Southland for us, and an all-night trip. Darky, herd 'em out. On down the watercourse went the little herd until the rock walls dwindled and were lost in a rolling down, and a wide plain stretched out before them. Steed gave a swift look around the horizon. Nothing stirred in all that great sweep of country. They must cross the open and reach the woodland on the other side before they could feel safe from pursuit. Pity it could not have been done after nightfall. But there was no time to be lost. They must reach the butchers in Southland, some of whom did not hesitate to buy branded cattle. Branded hide could easily be destroyed, and after that what evidence could be found? Across the plain trailed the little mob of cattle, not another living thing in sight. A half hour more, one river to cross, and down in the green shadows on the other side was a straight getaway to Southland, and the buyers waiting. At the river bank Jemmy's wisdom came once more into play. There was a bridge farther down, but it would not be safe to cross a bridge. The current was deep and swift. But Jemmy was strong, and at the word he plunged in. Steed, who could not swim, held tightly to his tail, and thus won to the further side. Darky remained with the cattle. Old Jemmy floundered up the bank and began to bellow melodiously and invitingly, as if he had reached a land of clover and rice grass. Darky prodded the heels of the stolen herd. One by one they accepted Jemmy's invitation, and soon the whole 12 were whirling along, down and across, the indefatigable Darky always behind. Now it remained only for them to strike the old trail, In and out among the bushes went the cattle, dipping their muzzles into the rich grass, and now they disappeared into the undergrowth of the forest, then into the twilight of the stately kauri pines. Safe at last! Halt! Steed's hand went to his hip pocket. No use. We've got you covered. You're caught this time, and with the goods. 3, 6, 8 grinning heads appeared from behind a fallen log. Montrose stepped forward and quizzically eyed the procession. "That's a great little mess of brands you're driving. Mertons, Comstocks, Quarrens, Fearns. Gad, there's one of mine too. Well, we'll take 'em in charge. They needn't trouble you any more. Where'd you get the old bullock? He isn't branded." Steed did not answer for a moment. The end had come for him. He had no doubt of that. After all these years of successful cattle lifting, the one time too many had arrived. Well, he was game. "The bullock's mine. He's old Jemmy. And this here's Darky. Now you know the firm. They've done the business, and that's why you never caught on to the way I work it." "Ho, ho! I see. Well, it was a great game. You had us guessing." "There won't be much guessing for you, though. We've got a little court all waiting for you at Southland, judge, jury, and clerk. We'll try all 3 of you. Get your horses, fellows, and we'll start." And they were tried all 3. Short shrift they made of Steed. 12 branded cattle were evidence enough. The jury found him guilty, and the judge sentenced him to prison for a long term. Exit Steed. Poor old Jemmy! When it came his turn, he did not understand. The court, however, thought it a great joke. He was tried and convicted on circumstantial evidence, without a word to say for himself, and sentenced to be shot. One crack of a rifle, and it was all over for Jemmy. As for Darky, he too was tried, convicted, and condemned to death. Somehow no one had the heart to carry out the sentence on the spot. He had been a thief, but he had only done his master's bidding, according to his training. Although the jury was against him, his plucky eye gained for him many a friend in the audience. Particularly there was one who had seen that passage across the river with the herd. Darky was given a reprieve of 1 night. Next morning, in Darky's prison cell, was found an old decrepit black dog. No questions were asked. The dog was killed according to the sentence. Thus Darky died by proxy, and the law had no further hold on him. Neither were any questions asked when a young herder sold a black dog to Belcher, one of the rich sheep herders of the country. Darky himself was the only questioner. It is all very well for a man to buy a dog who has already been trained to a certain kind of service. But Darky had a mind of his own in the matter. He had loved his old master, and they had taken him away. Very well. He was not prepared to serve any master who came along and paid money for him. He had the right of an educated dog to choose. Work for Belcher he would not. Belcher was not a good man, nor a gentle. He shouted, and swore at Darky, and he whipped him. Then in a fit of anger he seized his gun, but as he trained his eye along the stock and cocked the trigger, there was no Darky to aim at. He had no intention of standing to be shot like old Jemmy, not he. Now Horry, Belcher's Maori shepherd, big, black, and good-natured, asked if he might take the dog. Belcher swore again. "Oh, take the cur if you like. He's no good to me, nor to anybody. I'll save my cartridge for something worth while." Horry whistled to Darky, who was skulking behind the group of sheep herders. Every man at the Rugged Hills sheep station was watching, and more than one would have liked to take the black dog for his own, should Horry fail. There was a moment of silence. Darky took a good canny look at Horry. The man was of his own color, and his eyes were friendly. Darky concluded to trust him and came forward. Horry said a few words in a soft voice, patted the dog's head, and when Horry struck out for his hut, Darky dropped to heel and followed him, as if the question of master was settled. Horry's hut was on Weka Flat, many miles from the Rugged Hills station, but Darky travelled untiringly. On the way Horry from his seat on Mulhalley Brothers, his horse, talked to the dog, and although the Maori language was unknown to Darky, somehow an understanding grew up between the black man and the black dog, and from the time when Horry sat down on the door sill of his little hut and took the quivering muzzle between his two hands, there was never any question who was Darky's master. Weka Flat was a dull country, and the life was dull. The flat itself was a small tract of grass country, surrounded by hills that were clothed monotonously in bunches of yellow tussock. No one ever came that way. It was an outlying district on Belcher's property, and not even another shepherd had occasion to pass through it. Horry lived quite alone with the flock he tended and two of Belcher's sheep dogs. Darky did not find it dull, however. He was much too busy from the first. His old training stood him in good stead. He was accustomed to obey a gesture, and Horry soon taught him by signs to obey him. Belcher's shouted orders had simply confused him. The first time Horry sent him into the flock, Darky singled out a fat, fine-conditioned sheep and brought him proudly to his new master. But he soon learned that the whole flock was his, and felt his importance accordingly. He liked driving the big herd, and it was not long before Horry could send him alone miles away to gather the sheep. He would return, wagging his tail triumphantly, and without one missing. His old master had never had more than a few cattle or sheep at a time, and these were constantly changing. It was good to be driving the same flock day after day, until one knew every old ewe and wether by sight. Several months went by, and Darky was a happy, contented dog. There came a day when there was a grand muster, and Horry and Darky started down the country with a mob of 500 fat wethers. Darky was in ecstasies of excitement. He ran hither and thither as if he were joint owner with Horry. It was 3 days' journey, and the first night found them camped near a river bottom with little hills rising all about them, bare and ghostly. The flock, for some reason, seemed uneasy, and Darky had trouble quieting them down for the night. As Hori and Darky were finishing their evening meal, a drop of rain fell on Hori's forehead. Hori looked around. The daylight had long since faded, but even in the dark one could see a much darker mass rolling up from the west. Hori shrugged his shoulders, made his camp under an overhanging rock where the rain could not reach him, and fell dead asleep. His horse grazed quietly near him, and it was Darky's watch. The drops came thicker and faster, and now fell a torrent of rain. Such a flood had not been known in that region for years. Hour after hour it poured down. Rivulets began to flow in the little watercourses down the hills everywhere toward the dry river bed, and now it was no longer dry. The little streams gathered their forces and made a big stream, a roaring, tumbling mass that swelled and grew, rolling down the valley. A black dog thrust his nose into Hori's face, and was gone again. Hori, half awakened, threw out his arm, and his hand touched a rim of water. He sprang up and looked around. A gray glimmer of dawn showed him the rising river at his very feet. It was no longer even a river. It was a flood of muddy, tossing foam, out of which rose the little hills like islands. The dwellers in that land still talk of the wall of water that rose suddenly and swept away houses and people, devastating whole tracts of country. There was no time to be lost if Hori would save himself. The sheep he could see nowhere in the dim light, and Darky, too, had disappeared. Lost, all of them, no doubt. There was no chance for them in this mad, sweeping chaos of water. Hori's horse stood near him, whining with fear. There was a way out along a rocky ledge, just a bare chance. Now half in the water, now stumbling over slippery rocks, now leaping from islet to islet. Gradually Hori and Mulhaly brothers worked to higher ground. Half drowned, and with the horse gasping for breath, Hori saw on a hilltop, safe above the flood, a homestead. At its very doorstone Mulhaly brothers fell exhausted. Saved! But the flock and Darky, poor Darky, where were they? Lost for a certainty. Hori's heart sank as he thought of Belcher and his certain anger, and of his black, four-footed friend. Darky had wakened him, or he too would have been drowned. There was nothing to do but wait. 3 endless days, and then the water fell as suddenly as it had risen. Hori made his way back to his broken camp. Everything had been swept away. There was no sign anywhere of the sheep. Flung to their death they must have been on that awful night. Listen! Surely that was a sheep bleating. Around the hillock Hori rode toward the sound that grew ever louder. His heart pounded at his throat. A dog's bark sounded clearly, and then the wonder! There on a bachelor hill, spread out over the whole rounding top of it, surged a mass of woolly fleece, and from side to side of it ran a weary, half-starved black dog. Hori was off his horse in a twinkling, and Darky was in his arms, panting, crying, mumbling his ears and fingers for very gladness and relief from his long watch. Darky had been with Hori for 2 years when Belcher put the stout Maori and another shepherd in charge of a herd that was to be taken to Mount Cook district. This was not a difficult trek, except for the fact that they must pass a glacier-fed river, whose waters were cold, so cold that animals passing through it shivered for a whole day after. There were no bridges, no way across for the sheep and the horses but to swim. The men and dogs went over on a rickety platform-like machine, drawn through the air on a wire rope, 30 feet above the rushing torrent. It was a crazy affair at the best, careening in a most fearsome way, and the landing was dangerous and rocky. As they neared the farther side, the dogs scrambled to be first on the ground. There was a slip, a shudder, and Darky was pitched from the platform to the rocks beneath. A cry, the only cry of pain he ever uttered, and Darky rolled to the edge of the water and disappeared. Only for a minute. Then Hori saw him rise to the surface, not swimming, but beating the water with his paws as if he were hurt. With a leap, Hori landed on the rocks on all fours. Scrambling to his feet, he raced along downstream to the water's edge. Lying down, he stretched out an arm just as the dog came floating past. Darky saw his master and gave one pleading glance for help, and then Hori reached him by one ear, and drew him in. Darky could not help himself. Hori lifted him out of the water and looked him over. His right hind leg was broken, and there was something the matter with his hip. "Shoot him," said the other shepherd. "He's no good any more." For a moment Hori did not answer. He rose to his feet with Darky in his arms. "I get him home," he said. "You take the sheep. Easy way now." "You'll be fired. Belcher won't stand for it if you desert." "I get him home," was Hori's only answer, as he mounted Mulhaly Brothers, who had landed safely in front of the flock. Hori knew a short cut, dangerous but shorter by 12 miles. On this trail he started. Darky lay in his arms, suffering silently, but trusting his master to do what was best. And Mulhaly Brothers, too, did his best, glad of the exercise that warmed his frozen blood. Over Tussock and Spaniard they bounded, down the stony bed of a trickling stream where the pebbles rolled and the horse stumbled and risked his knees. Now he tore past echoing rock, which sent back the sound of galloping in mysterious sighs. Now through scrub, now through the open, now down to a river, which Hori knew to be the cruel Waitaki, with its wicked waters and treacherous hidden quicksands. Carefully they picked their way here. Once Mulhaly Brothers put a foot forward and went down, down. Only by a violent jerk back upon the reins did Horry save his horse from the inevitable death that would have followed another step. Safe on the other side at last, now there was a dizzy climb up the steep bank, then a trail to be followed along the edge of a black chasm. A stone rolled under the horse's foot, and, well, it was only one of those many chances that saved them from falling 300 feet over the cliff. Now there was a climb down a hillside over a mass of shale and rubbish left by the rains. A little farther on, and there before them lay Weka Flat and home. No time to lose now. Darky, who had lain unconscious through the last hour, opened his piteous eyes as Horry bent over him, nursing his hurts. The pain was fearful, but the plucky fellow never winced. He knew Horry loved him, and that the pain of setting and binding the splintered bones was help. Then came the knitting of the bones, convalescence, and recovery. No, not that, for never again would poor Darky do more than crawl to the door and lie basking in the sun. There was some internal hurt that Horry, with all his gentle nursing, could not reach. Back to Belcher's at last went Horry, carrying the useless Darky. Perhaps Belcher would discharge him for deserting his duty to the flock. There is no doubt that Belcher would have sent him to the right about had it not been that at this time there was a shortage of hands at the Rugged Hills station. As it was, he got off with a tongue lashing and was given a position at the station itself. Nothing was said about Darky's present condition, and Belcher did not know until, well, it was weaning time, when lambs were separated from their mothers, and all sheep herders know how difficult it is to manage the flock of ignorant, homesick babies. The air was full of their lamentations, and one stronger minded than the usual run of lambs broke for home and mother. This should have been Darky's cue for action, and Darky tried. The other lambs started to follow the belligerent one, and Darky hobbled to his feet, went a little way, then looked up at Horry sadly. No use. Darky would never run any more. The lambs scattered far and wide, and all the morning's work was to be done over. And Belcher saw. That was the worst of it. Saw, in spite of the fact that Horry tried to shield the dog. "What's the matter with that cur?" Horry looked down. "Darky sick dog," he said at last. "Well, we aren't keeping sick dogs at this station. If they can't drive sheep, they go. Hear that?" He looked sharply at the big Maori. "So that's what you were up to when you deserted the flock, nursing a sick dog. Bah!" He kicked at Darky, but Horry stood between and got the blow. "See here, no hand of mine can fool away his time like that. I'll dispose of that nuisance. You take him over to the boundary. I'll teach him to work for a nigger when he wouldn't work for me. Leave him there, and then come back and attend to your business or get out. Do you hear? The thieving mongrel must go. Take him at once, and if I catch him here again—" A boundary dog's life is the life of a prisoner. He is simply chained on the outskirts of the range to scare away intruders. No good dog is ever given the position. It is the useless the unteachable, the good-for-nothing dogs who are reduced to this. So at Castle Bluffs Horry chained Darky and went back to his work with a heavy heart. Every day when his other work was done, Horry rode over on Mulhaly Brothers 7 miles, fed and watered Darky, fondled him for a short half-hour, and then rode back to the station. All day long Darky barked and howled his misery to the yellow tussocks, serving his purpose through his very sorrow. At nightfall he sat with his eyes strained over the distance out of which Horry would presently appear. Fed and comforted, he would pull through the night to begin another lonely day. One afternoon, it was Christmas Eve, and hot, stifling weather on the South Island of New Zealand, Darky was wakened from a nap by a friendly shout. He jumped to his feet and saw riding toward him one of the herders from Belcher's. The man stopped, dismounted, and bent over the dog. "Darky, old boy, you're having a tough time of it out here alone, aren't you?" "I've a mind, yes, I'll do it. Belcher is off to Southland on a spree, and he'll never know. How would you like to spend Christmas with Horry?" Darky barked with joy at Horry's name. "Here goes. Come on. There'll be no harm done. The boundary will be all there when we bring you back." The chain was loosened, and with Darky in his arms, the herder leaped to his saddle and was off for the station. There he delivered the dog to the surprised Maori. Ah, but that was a happy Christmas Eve for the two. Darky snuggled close to Horry as he sat in the compound. At night they slept in the same bed. Morning came, and Darky hobbled close to Horry's heels, his eyes lighting up at every word from his master. Belcher would not be back before the next day, and at nightfall Horry would ride back and leave Darky at his post. High noon, and rest time for the men, Darky lay asleep at Horry's feet, in the happy Christmas sunshine. The silence of the wide New Zealand country lay around them. Horry's glance at the black friend at his feet was soft and tender. A sound of horses' hoofs, a slamming gate, and a stream of ugly oaths broke upon the stillness. Darky opened his eyes with a low growl. Horry jumped to his feet. Yes, the unexpected had happened. There sat Belcher on his foam-flecked horse. He was, as they say in that country, a bit on. He had a grievance. The sun and draught, not to mention whiskey, had upset him. He had come home sooner than was anticipated, and was primed for trouble. His eyes lighted on Darky and Horry. "Ha, you nigger! So that's the way you use my time when I'm gone. What's that dog doing here?" Horry looked foolish, but could not reply. "Ha! Stand out of the way if you don't want to be shot." Belcher levelled his pistol full at the dog's head, and Horry, instead of jumping to one side, seized Darky and held him between his knees. "Don't shoot him, please, massa. I'll count 3. 1, 2. Are you going to drop him? 3. A good shot." Belcher's intoxication did not hinder his marksmanship. Straight between Horry's hands he aimed and fired. Darky was laid on the grass. Never more would he be a boundary dog. A glaze stole over his eyes. They would never light again, at the sound of Hori's voice. Hori stood dazed, looking at the belcher, so white you would never have known him to be a full-blooded Maori. "Come up to the house for your check as soon as you like." The black man stooped and lifted the body of the black dog in his arms. "Hori make you Christmas gift of money." Without another word he turned and left Rugged Hills Station forever. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives. Section 6. Byron, a Dog of Scotland. A short, sharp bark, a long-drawn howl of misery, and then silence. Dr. Ross turned aside into the little coppice that bordered the path along his meadow, for he was returning cross lots from a professional visit in the nearby village. From the depths of the underbrush the sounds were repeated. "Something must be in trouble," said the good doctor as he hurried a little faster. "Bide a bit there." He plunged in among the matted vines and shrubs to the spot whence came the cries, and stopped suddenly when a big collie appeared in the depths of the tangle. "Byron! Is it you, Byron? What are you doing here? Poaching on my preserves as I live! I didn't think it of you." "Why, what's the matter? Poor old chap, I take that back. Someone else is the poacher, and he's caught you in his trap." Byron whimpered. Big, fine sheep dog that he was, bred to and doing a man's work, here he was crying like a baby for sheer pain. And his paw, the poor paw of him, with which he had so unwittingly stepped into the poacher's trap. Dr. Ross released it from the cruel teeth that had snapped on it, and held it bleeding and broken boned in his hand while he examined it. "That's a bad paw, but we can mend it. Don't you know, Byron, that even innocent squirrel chasing is wrong when we should be tending our flock?" Byron could not tell the doctor that he too had been cutting cross lots to catch up with his master, James Burnett, who had gone on a hurried errand, leaving his sheep in the byre. But he looked his innocence and grief at Dr. Ross's misjudgment of him. "There now, Byron, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. You're a good dog, and the best of you must have a failing or two, or you would be all angels and not dogs. There's my kerchief, tied to stop the bleeding. Can you limp along a bit to my office? You're too big to carry. We'll soon put you to rights." Dr. Ross led the way out of the coppice, across the meadow and into his own garden, thence to the little latticed doorway that opened into his private office. Byron hobbled dolefully after him. As he opened the door, the doctor beheld James Burnett, his uncle's head shepherd and Byron's master, waiting for him in the cheery little office, his hands spread before the blaze that danced on the hearth, for it was autumn and chilly. "Good morning. What brings you here, James?" "I came, doctor, to get a bit of physic for the lassie. She's ailing." "Byron!" He looked sharply at the dog. "What's wrong with you?" Byron came shambling in on 3 legs and sat before his master, holding up his bandaged paw as his answer. "What have you done with yourself, man, that you are seeking the doctor?" "Caught his foot in a trap, James. Evidently there are poachers about. I bade him bide at home this morning, but he's always wanting to be with me, and I'm thinking he came after me by the burn and over your meadow. Byron, do you not know the wrong of disobedience? It was the prompting of affection, James. I know, and there is no better dog with the sheep in all Scotland. Well, he must take his punishment with the rest of them that gang their ain gait. Wait till I dress the paw, James, and he can go back with you, unless Maggie is very ill. It's not so serious, doctor, just a bit pain in the stomach. I'll bide. With swift, skilled fingers, Dr. Ross cleaned Byron's paw, set the bone, and bound it in splints, the dog, meanwhile, uttering no complaint, gritting his teeth manfully to the pain, confident in the doctor's skill, and sure that what was happening was for the best. He won't be much use to you on the moors for a couple of weeks, James, but he's worth coddling, and he'll come out all right. He took the dressing like a stoic. He can abide with Elsie and wee Maggie till he has 4 legs to run with. You're a good friend to him and to us all. He hesitated. I have a bit cough myself, doctor, that's stickin' by me. Could you give me a dose for that? Indeed I can. Here you are. Coddle yourself a bit, James, and wrap up warmly. A cough like that is a bad thing to start with in a winter season. The shepherd started home with his dog on 3 legs at his side. For 2 or 3 days James came with Byron for the dressing of the paw. After that Byron came alone, and a great friendship sprang out of the big heart of the doctor and the gratitude of the dog. In as short a time as possible, with good blood, a fine constitution, and proper care, Byron's paw was as good as the best. But even after he had gone back to his work with the flock, he made visits to the doctor, coming after the day's work was over and he was released from duty. As for James Burnett, when the first blasts of winter struck the rolling hills around Moffatdale, his cough developed into something worse, and before Michaelmas came, phthisis in its worst form had left Elsie without a husband and Maggie and Willie without a father. As Dr. Ross sat by the sick man in his last hours, James opened his eyes. "Will you bend a bit nigher, doctor?" The doctor leaned above the bed, and his strong, warm grip closed on James's wasted hand. "You have been very good to me and mine, doctor, and I would like to give Byron to you. He loves you now almost more than any other. Will you call him here?" Byron lay on the doorstone, where he was wooing the thin rays of wintry sunshine. At the doctor's call he entered the sick room, with all the solemnity of the occasion glooming in his eyes. James laid his hand on the dog's furry cheek. "Byron, you must always bide with Dr. Ross. I'm going away, and I cannot come back to you. Elsie, woman!" A cough interrupted him, then a violent spasm of choking, a sudden gush of blood from the lungs. Then there was no sound but Elsie's tearless sobs and the childish weeping of little Maggie, who did not understand but cried because her mother did. After the funeral Byron went home with Dr. Ross. For many days he was like a lost child, and would run off to his old flock whenever a fit of homesickness seized him. But there was a new shepherd there, and a new dog, and he soon grew to understand that his old master was gone, and that he was to abide with the doctor, as James had willed. It was a much more comfortable life, if not quite so much to Byron's liking. He would follow Dr. Ross on his rounds, waiting quietly by the horse during calls. The neighbors soon grew to know that a sight of Byron heralded the approach of Dr. Ross. He chose the stable at night for his sleeping quarters, for he was not accustomed to luxury, and his own warm coat had always been shelter enough, even in the wild weather on the moors. As the months went on, he grew quite happy and contented. If the old life among the heather called to him now and then with too sweet insistence, He would disappear, perhaps, for a day, but sunset found him always back at the latticed door of Dr. Ross's office. Evenings he would spend with his head between his paws, gazing at the study fire, rapping the floor with his tail when the back log fell, or when Dr. Ross stirred up the embers. On a July day of the year after James's death, there was a fair in progress at Moffett, and the doctor walked over to see the merrymaking. Byron, capering and delighted, ran hither and thither, filled with the joy of the day. Once he digressed, like the gentleman he was, to rescue the underdog in an unequal fight. Then he was off again, as if rescuing the oppressed were an everyday matter to him. The fair itself was like all fairs. After the races and the games were over, the doctor did not remain longer than to greet a few friends. He was past the days of giddy go-rounds and sweetmeats. But while he gained nothing in particular at the fair, he did lose something, the key to his laboratory. He discovered the loss on his return. In vain he tried his other keys in the lock. Nothing would fit. Then he bethought himself. "Byron," he said to the dog who waited to follow him in, "Byron, I have lost my key. Can you find it? A key like this one, Byron." He showed him one similar to the key lost. Byron, with an expectant quiver, smelled the key. Then, with a look of keen intelligence at his master, he trotted off by the road they had taken to the fair. Nose to the trail he went. Arriving at the fairgrounds, he did what a human detective might have done. He seemed in his mind to divide the whole field into squares. The crowd had thinned out, so that he was not interrupted, but there were many interested spectators. Square by square he took the ground, running in circles from the outside, always closing in on the center. Over and over he did this. At last those interested enough to watch him at his maneuvers saw him, as he was working near the grandstand, pick up something in his mouth, after which there was no more hunting. He turned tail and left the fairgrounds, running swiftly all the way back to Moffatdale. 3 hours after he had been sent on his quest, he reappeared at Dr. Ross's home. He carried in his mouth the lost key. There came a winter. A bitter time it was, when the snows came early and lay deep and long on hill and valley. Byron's old flock had been grazing on the outlying hills of the district, and when the first flakes fell out of the leaden sky, they were far from home. Then all at once the temperature dropped amazingly, and an icy norther swooped down upon them. The air was filled with a mass of fine, stinging flakelets that bit in even through homespun and coats of wool, blinding the eyes of sheep, dog, and man. Through the smother and the howling fury, the shepherd of Moffatdale and his dog worked like heroes while there was yet a chance for life. Across the moor the swirling snow devils danced their spiral reels, whirling up and up to fall at last in ever deepening drifts. The sheep, bleating with fear and the awful cold, suffered themselves to be gathered from ridge and gully, and so clustered, running and stumbling and ever running to keep from freezing, they were painfully driven homeward. As the dusk fell, hardly making the world darker than had the storm, in at the byre gates and out of the fangs of the gale swept the huddle of sheep, dog, and master, safe. Safe, yes, but not all. James Burnett's successor counted, opened his tired eyes, and counted again. The number was 65 short. Where in that inferno that shrieked and clamored outside were the 65? Lost for sure. The shepherd started from sheer force of his duty toward the door, but returned as the blast nearly knocked him over, thankful that at least a goodly number were safe. It meant death to try to find the others, even had he not already been exhausted. He sat dejectedly, with his head in his despairing hands, while the storm beat vainly upon the byre. Morning, and a white world. Walls and hedges there were none. Bramble, wild rose, and prickly whin bushes gone. Where were once black tarns lay white floors. The dimpling, cup-like little valleys were lost. The only colors were the gold of the clearing sky, the blue of the smoke threads that stole heavenward from the buried cottages, and here and there along the burn a bit of slow-moving brown that had had the courage to break through the walls of its white prison. 3 shepherds, good and true, with their dogs, started out in the early light to find the missing sheep. 3 shepherds hunted through a weary day and dragged themselves home at night, not having seen the tails even of the lost. They sat in weary despair over their supper of steaming porridge in the kitchen at Moffatdale, and then, and only then, did one of them say, "Byron, he'd be the lad to find them. They're his ain sheep, and he kens all the crannies in the hills." Thus it was that early the next morning the crestfallen shepherd of Moffatdale knocked at Dr. Ross's door and told the tale of the disaster. "Byron," called his master. Byron came eagerly. There was a new vibration in Dr. Ross's voice. It awakened old thrills that had lain sleeping through the comfortable years. He looked at the shepherd, and in his heavy homespun he smelled the old familiar odor of flock and byre. "Byron," said the doctor, "there are 65 sheep missing. Find them, 65 sheep." He repeated this slowly and clearly. The dog hung on his words for an instant, then, lifting his head to the wind, as if he knew already what humans could not, he gave a quick, short bark and was gone, alone, leaping, plunging, smothering in the drifts, then up and off again. He worked his way across the meadow, over the sleeping burn, the hill beyond, and a wind-swept upland. Then he bounded over the ridge and was out of sight. And the sheep? Oh, he found them, of a surety, never doubt that. In a dry tarn hole he found them, where they had sought shelter from the storm. There the snow had swirled and settled over them in a great drift, until they were huddled, safe and snug, in a room of snow, hollowed out by the warmth of their bodies, and covered with a roof of white flakes 3 feet thick. No Eskimo was ever safer in his steaming igloo than the little band of strays, but it was close quarters, and 2 days without food had destroyed any sense of thankfulness they might have had at the outset. Into the little valley came Byron, sniffing and plunging and shaking the snow from his dark coat. And here there came to him the sheep smell. Who should know it better? Byron barked, and down at the bottom of the cleugh there sounded an answering "Baa." Down the rocks he felt his way, going cautiously as he neared the hole, lest he should be buried in the drift. Along a granite seam, where the scent came strongest, he began to dig with his paws. The snow flew as he tunneled in. Faster and faster he dug, until at last he broke through into the strange shelter. They were all there, and there were many of them who had known Byron of old. They obeyed his voice, and started for the tunneled opening with their old herder at their heels. Out they went, and over moor and fen and crag they traveled the white world at Byron's bidding. It was 8 of the morning when he started, At 3 of the afternoon the shepherd of Moffatdale saw the last remnant of his flock silhouetted on a nearby hill crest. Into the byre they came, 65, not one missing. With a pause at the door of the cottage where Elsie still lived, a bark of greeting to her and the lad and the lassie, and a look of piteous pleading for the old master who was away, he was off once more, back to Dr. Ross, his duty done. Once again in that bleak winter came a storm that raged like a sea on a rock-bound coast. The wind, blowing 60 miles an hour, drove the snow in clouds of fine dust that settled at last from sheer weight into huge drifts. It was a storm overtopping any storm known for years. Through it at nightfall Dr. Ross drove his gasping horse, for he had been caught while on his rounds. Under the buggy plodded Byron, weary too with the long battle. Giving the reins to the stable boy, the doctor entered the cozy, fire-lit hall and was met by his housekeeper. "It's a pity now, doctor, to tell you this, but Elsie Burnett is much worse, and they do say it may be scarlet fever. Willie has come over through the storm, and he's very anxious. You'll find him waiting in the kitchen." Dr. Ross looked regretfully at the leaping fire, and through the doorway of the dining room, where he caught a vision of white linen and shining silver. Then he braced himself to the task that a country doctor must so often meet. "I had better go. I might send medicines, but it's unsafe to let Willie go back alone, and Elsie may need my personal attention. I'll just take a bite and some hot tea. Byron, are you good for another journey? I'll need you to shepherd me if I get lost. Will you go to James Burnett's cottage with Willie and me?" Would he? He needed no further asking. He rose from the hearth where his long wet hair was already wreathed with steam, shook himself, and stood with uplifted head, ready. The doctor made a hurried meal, eating it in morsels, even while he made his preparations for departure. "I'll tie the medicines to you, Byron. If I fail to make it, you may be able to win through to the cottage with Willie. You are both young. 2 miles, whew! And my horse is exhausted. We must fetch it on foot by the short cut." Bundled to the eyes in coats and mufflers, topped with a shepherd's plaid, Dr. Ross stepped into the kitchen to find that Willie, in his anxiety, had gone on ahead. Then he turned with Byron and went out into the night and storm. There was no path. The snow in ever-moving masses was absolutely trackless. Even their own footprints, as they stepped out of them, disappeared as if by magic. There was nothing to be seen, only a gray, writhing vortex, with the doctor's lantern for its center. Letting the dog lead the way, he went on with a prayer to the God of battles for strength. Elsie Burnett's cottage lay at the head of a long gulch that ran between 2 hills. In fine weather one might climb with safety, but on a night like this there was much to fear. At the base of the hill Dr. Ross faced the real danger that rose before him. Down through the gulch the gale came whistling a death song. It was as if the 4 winds of heaven had poured into that steep and narrow pass. Up and down the rocky sides of it they shrieked and hammered, clutching and throttling each other. Dr. Ross felt for the rocky wall at his left, and clinging to any stray bush or escarpment, he stumbled along with his bobbing lantern. Once he staggered and fell, and the lantern, immersed in the snow, went out. Dragging himself to an angle in the rocks where he could relight it, he looked around, fearful that Byron would be out of sight. No, there he stood, looming up big and black against the weird gray ghosts of the gulch, waiting the doctor's good pleasure. On they went, two moving shadows, a light and a ring of soft gold. Down the ravine thundered the tempest, and up they moved against it. Now they reached the second height and the beginning of a path on the edge of the steepest place, where they must round the hill. Here the wind hurled the doctor back, and he was obliged to move slowly and between the gusts, clinging desperately to the rock and edging along as he dared. Fortunate it was that the wind blew from the chasm, thus pinning him as it were to the ledge, instead of blowing him away. Suddenly, as he was rounding the bend, Byron stopped, ears erect, listening, quivering, as if something out there in the void had uttered a warning. The doctor listened, but the booming of the great guns of the tempest drowned every other noise. Byron calmed down again and proceeded slowly, still looking and listening. He showed no excitement now, but a steady self-possession. Now he stopped a second time, looked over the edge of the clew, then back at Dr. Ross as if he were solving a problem. Then, with a quick step, he turned back to his master and pressed against him gently, as if he were a sheep to be herded to safety. As plainly as words his gestures said, "Go back, master, danger ahead." Perforce the doctor began retracing his steps, obeying the superior instincts of the animal. Then, remembering his errand of mercy, he turned once more to his task. "We've got to reach the cottage, Byron. Elsie may die." For answer, Byron gave a low growl, then a more savage one, as if he intended positively to dispute the passage. "All right, Byron, lead the way. I'll follow. You know your business. Herd me, drive me, lead me. I'm yours to command." Seeing the doctor's docility, Byron started back around the curve. Into a side path he led the way, and up a longer but less dangerous track. So, by a detour, they came safely at last to the cottage. Dropping his spent body into a chair, the doctor sat for a moment until his breath came back and his heart began to beat to an easier measure. Then he looked up, and before speaking took in the situation. Little Maggie was alone with her mother. Willie had not returned. Somewhere out in that storm he was lost, struggling, perhaps dying, or dead. Moments were precious now, and the mother in her critical state must not be alarmed. Swiftly the doctor untied the package of medicine from Byron's neck, and ministered with his own hands and the little lassie's help to Elsie's immediate wants. The woman groaned, opened her eyes, looked around the room, and then rested her fever-stricken eyes on Dr. Ross. "Where's Willie? Didn't he come with you?" "He's all right, Elsie. He'll follow later. I came on ahead. There now, Maggie lass, listen carefully and remember, this is to be given to your mother every hour, and this, as I have written on the bottle, when the fever goes down. Now, Mrs. Burnett, you'll be feeling fine in the morning, and I must get back. I may keep Willie all night if the storm gets worse. Now, good night and a good sleep." "Good night, and God be with you." "God be with you." The words drifted out into the tempest as the doctor stepped over the cottage threshold and shut the door on the warmth and light. He had need of that prayer. Stooping, he spoke in the ear of the dog who had followed him. Low he whispered, so that the words should not reach anxious ears in the cottage. Byron, Willie's in the gulch. We must find him." The dog gave a little whine, as if to say, "I understand," and was off so rapidly that Dr. Ross had difficulty in keeping sight of him. Not by the road they had come did Byron travel. Instead, he plunged into a one-time path that led directly down into the gulch. This was old ground to him, and once his home, and Willie was one of his old family. He knew every inch of the place, and he knew things too that Dr. Ross did not know. Down he went. Here in the lower part of the gulch the wind did not reach with such fury, and a more rapid progress was possible. All at once Byron stopped, dead in his tracks, and as the doctor caught up with him, he began pawing at the snow. Looking up along the face of the sheer rock to which he clung, Dr. Ross recognized above him the path around the bend, back from which Byron had herded him. Just a glimpse he had, and then the smoke-like rolling of the snow eddies closed around him again, hiding all that was not within the golden ring around the lantern. Byron was digging now, digging with all his remaining strength. He scraped frantically at the snow, as if something was hidden there. In a half stupor caused by the cold and exhaustion, the doctor watched. Was that a bit of homespun, that dark fragment in the snow that Byron's work had disclosed? Down went the doctor on his knees, and he too worked. The snow flew faster. Yes, it was Willie. Willie, who had fallen over the rock, just in the place from which Byron had warned the doctor. All weariness was gone now. Man and dog worked for the life of the boy. For he was not dead. The snow beneath had softened the shock of his drop, and the snow that fell over him had kept him from freezing. He had been stunned, however, and had he been left to himself, he must have perished. But Byron had found him, and now Dr. Ross, with the lad in his arms, made his last terrific struggle with the storm. Then, in the glow of Elsie's hearth fire, Willie's eyes opened, and his lips formed the words, "Where am I?" Elsie was sleeping, so soundly that she never knew until the next morning of the night's adventure. But she tells it proudly now, and in her eyes grows the light of adoration as she speaks of the good doctor and that shaggy embodiment of the stuff that makes heroes, Byron of Moffatdale. End of section 6. Recording by Sue Anderson.
Section 7 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives. Bum, a Brooklyn Dog. Got any references? No. I look like having references? Not any to speak of, I'll admit. The owner of the Bergen Street stables looked over the derelict specimen of humanity with amused contempt. The long, lanky form had the air of not having been well constructed in the first place. A suit of clothes, once dark blue, now faded to an indescribable greenish-brown, ill covered him, so shrunken was the poor shoddy of its material. Frayed edges and unmended holes betokened the lack of personal care, and the lack of any one to care for him. The coat collar, turned up and buttoned to the throat, hid what the worn sleeves betrayed by their skimped length, that there was need of the garment to which one attaches collars and cuffs. Dried mud caked his boots between the holes and decked the man's trousers. thinning out to splashes on the coat tails. He was hollow-cheeked and hollow-eyed. His whole being was a threnody of hard luck. It was almost a sacrilege to call him a man, but God made him, so he passed for one. "Where did you work last?" "On the Pennsylvania road." President, I suppose, or maybe only a conductor in a palace car." "Quit your kiddin'. I was digging on the road bed with the Dagos." "And you got fired." "What if I did? You get fired for nothing nowadays. I wasn't a union man, and they found I had another man's ticket." Yes, I know. There isn't much humanity in any kind of corporation nowadays. That's nothing, being fired. Anybody's liable to lose his place. But there's something else. Done time, haven't you?" "What business is that of yours?" The young man gave the elder a sharp sidelong glance. "Oh, nothing. I should say it was about 2 years ago, judging from the condition of your clothes. That's the regular cut they give them when they let them out. I've seen others. And you haven't got all of the lock-step out of your system yet. I saw you as you turned in. Quite a Sherlock Holmes I am. Now see here, I'd rather like to know what you did. It wasn't murder, or you wouldn't be out with that suit on. But while there are some things a man can live down, there are others that if he does once, he does again, and worse. What was it you went up for?" "Burglary, if you gotta know. When a feller's hard up and he can't find nothing to do, he's gotta do what he can. I suppose it's no use now to ask you for a job." The man coughed and turned away. The stable owner rubbed his hand carefully over his beard, terminating with a roll of the fingers toward the tip. "How old are you?" 23. Well, maybe it isn't in the grain yet. A man that steals for a business is hard to cure, but if it's a case of being hard up, maybe there's a chance. Now see here, boy." Mr. Devon straightened up and looked directly into the young fellow's eyes. "It's plain to see that you haven't had much of the upper crust or the filling. Maybe it's your own fault, and maybe it isn't. But you're young, and perhaps if you can get off your uppers, you'll make good yet. I'm going to give you a chance. Not a big one, but a chance. If you can dig on a railroad bed, you can clean out stables. I need a stable boy. But mind you, no drink and no smoking. Cut those out. I can't have my horses neglected or my stables set on fire. As for stealing, try the straight thing and see how it works. What's your name?" "Gallagher. Thomas Gallagher." "Say, Mr. Devon, you're white, you are, and you won't be sorry." "Forget it," said Devon. "Here's a quarter. Run and get yourself a cup of coffee and a sandwich before you begin. Got a place to stay?" "No." "Well, sleep in the stables if you like. I have to keep someone here, and the other men all have families. Wait, got any money?" "Just this here quarter." "Well, I'll give you part of your week's wages in advance to tide you over. Curran here will show you what to do." Gruff, generous Mr. Devon turned back to his book balancing in the little coop of an office, and Gallagher, with a tear trembling on his eyelid, he was not too far from boyhood as to be above human emotion, went about his new duties. "He trusted me. I'll show him." And Gallagher did show him. Never had Mark Devon so little cause for complaint in his under-stable hand. He cleaned the stalls, he fetched and carried, and even when the other men imposed on him, he did not resent it. "I'll make good," he said. November was passing by, and Thanksgiving was near. Already Gallagher had made a rough attempt at mending up the old suit for work. With his scanty savings he had acquired a sweater and a decent pair of trousers, and aspired, with his next week's surplus, to a shirt. He was planning even still further grandeur. "By New Year's I guess I'll be able to get me a good warm coat. This sweater'll have to do till then. Lucky I don't have to pay room rent." He glanced down the street after Curran, who had just driven out with a dray. "Looks like snow in them clouds. Oh well, snow's nothing when you've got a job and a place to sleep. Kinder cozy in this here stable, too." Snow it did. The great storm of November 25 is not yet forgotten. A real blizzard it was, with howling wind, snow flying, drifts piling, traffic stopped. The next morning Devon could not get over from his home on Myrtle Avenue. One of the stablemen who lived near, Curran it was, floundered in, breathless and spent with his struggle. "Some storm," he said to Gallagher. "You're lucky to be here without coming." He removed his coat and cap and shook off the snow that hung, wet and thick, to the rough wool. "There won't be any business this day. Devon'll play a losing game. No team could haul anything half a block. What, you going out? You're a fool to try." "Got to get my breakfast, now you're here," said Gallagher. "Shoo! I'd give you part of my lunch if I had enough to last. You'll have to get something, I suppose, and enough to last all day, so you won't have to go out again. There isn't a restaurant open, though. You'll have to go about 3 blocks. There's a little soup factory over on Atlantic Avenue that'll be boiling the pot, I guess. The folks live there. That's the only place you can be sure of." Gallagher buttoned up his sweater to the last notch and swung out, letting the wind help him. He covered the 3 blocks despite the difficulties of travel. With a hot breakfast to hearten him, he started back, but found that making progress against the gale was quite another thing. Pulling down his cap to cover his ears, and with his bundle of lunch under his arm, he started. But even while he had been sitting in the little eating-house, new drifts had whirled in on the side-street eddies, and the way he had come was choked and impassable. "I'll try it on the next cross-street," he said to himself. "There's a warehouse there with a covered walk." Battling, pushing, stumbling, falling, rising again, and struggling on, he fought his way along. Just 1 more block and he would be back in the stables. Heavens, what a blast that was! Gallagher was turning the corner that led back to Bergen Street when the wind, rushing down between the buildings, caught him, knocked the breath out of him, and plastered him flat against a brick wall. "Jiminy! Just saved my cap that time. This beats anything." He pried himself loose from the wall, only to be hurled into a snowbank. Blinded, dizzy, and breathing in dry gasps, he righted himself. "What's that?" Out of the other side of the drift came a wail, a pitiful, sobbing whimper. "Some poor cur lost in it," said Gallagher. "Well, I got to save myself." Again the cry, heartbreaking and almost human, in its pathos. "That's trouble, no mistake. Guess I'll have to turn life-saver. Hi there! Coming if I can get to you!" For an answer, a yelp, faint but imploring. "Coming! Coming there!" Gallagher waited behind the drift for a lull, and then made a plunge around to the other side. Gritting his teeth, he burrowed in toward the place of wailing, and pulled out the wailer, a small dog, with nothing to recommend him but the agony in his eyes. "There, you poor little feller. I'll save you. Stop crying now. You and me is the same breed, I guess. There!" He stuffed the animal under his sweater, bent his head to the wind, and staggered on. Now he was down, and he and his burden were floundering helplessly, almost hopelessly. Now he was up again. His breath came quick and hard, and his lungs felt as though their power was burning to the last flicker. Things began to go black. Then, with a final lurch, and still holding the dog, he fell heavily against the stable door. Curran opened it and pulled him in, picked him up, and sat him on an overturned half-bushel measure against the wall. And while the boy slowly recovered his breath, the man took a good look at the specimen of canine infirmity that Gallagher had dropped on the floor. "Where'd you get it?" "Snowdrift," said Gallagher when he could speak. "What do you call it?" "Dog, I reckon. Pretty bum specimen. Worth saving, do you think?" "I had to. It yelped." "Yes, I suppose so. Just as we preserve idiots and crazy folks because we can't kill 'em. What'll you do with him?" "Keep him. Think Devon'll let me?" "I don't know. He doesn't look useful, and you can't call him an ornament." Certainly he was not an ornament, of no race at all, although with an imagination you might guess that some ancestor at some time had been a fox terrier. He was, or had been at birth, white with black spots on his head and sides. He was so thin that every bone showed, so empty that his ribs almost knocked together. His surface displayed almost every species of eruption and evidence of assault and battery that could be collected together in so small an area. He had them all, from the mange to a broken tooth, the latter evidently the result of an application of boot. "Well, now you've got the pretty little thing, what's your next move?" "First thing, I'll thaw him out." Gallagher dropped on his knees beside the dog and began rubbing the cold, stiffened limbs. "Here's a horse blanket to lay him on," said Curran, who began to awake to an unusual Good Samaritan feeling. "Say, as soon as you've got him so's he can wiggle, I've got some coffee in my tin, and I can heat a bit on the office stove. You keep rubbing." Curran bustled off, and in a minute he was back. "Here, you hold his jaws open and I'll pour it down." The dog opened his eyes as the warm liquid went down his throat. "That'll surprise his interior, I'm thinking. There, see, he's coming to. What do you think of that?" The dog struggled and tried weakly to get on his emaciated legs, cowering at the same time as if he expected a blow. "See that now?" said Gallagher. "He's been kicked around so much that he doesn't recognize friends when he meets up with them." "He's the limit for looks. Here, give him another nip of that, beverage." "Do you think Devon'd object if I took him into the office where it's warm?" "Devon ain't here, and he won't be while this storm lasts, so he won't know. Better thaw him out a bit more first, though. Too hot for a frozen dog in there. Then after a bit, I'll give him a piece of cold mutton I got with my lunch." "I brought something, too, from the restaurant," said Gallagher. "I guess we can manage to fill him up and keep him." "Well, you take the risks yourself. He's your dog. What are you going to call him? A bum-looking beast like that ought to be proud of any old name." "I'll just call him that," said Gallagher. "Bum. He's a bum-looking dog, and I'm bum myself. Here, you, Bum. You just lay still inside this blanket. I'm going to get the frostbite outen you and some grub into you." "And I'd advise, first thing, that you give him a bath and get the mange off him. I've got some soap to do the trick. I'll bring in a pail of water and heat it on the office stove, and we'll roll him up in the blanket till he dries off. A bath'll be the most surprisin' thing yet. Likely the first he ever had." The dog took the rough but kindly treatment in a dazed fashion, not understanding it in the least. But he did come around under it all, and in a vague way began to realize that no harm was intended him. There being no business that day, the two men, after their regular work of tending the horses, spent their spare hours putting heart into this newcomer. He was fed, scrubbed, rubbed down, and dried, while the storm howled in baffled fury outside. By nightfall he was on his legs, following timidly at Gallagher's heels, cringing when spoken to, but sneaking up, in spite of his fear, for the kind touch of this new and extraordinary master. He even managed to coax a bit of wag into that broken tail of his, which never before had had any occasion for such demonstration. That night, after all the stable work was done, and Curran had gone home to his family around the block, Gallagher took Bum with him to the little cubby in the hayloft, and together they lay in mutual warmth and happiness, the derelict man with the hollow chest and the derelict dog with the grateful heart. And the storm hissed and shrieked under the eaves and around the window casement in vain. Now, whatever Mr. Devon thought when he came in bright and early the next morning, he did not disclose. He only said that, as Curran had, "Where'd you get that?" "In a drift," said Gallagher. Then with a new note in his voice he asked, "Can I keep him?" He's not a beauty, and he won't bring trade. Just now he isn't much of an advertisement for the business. Oh, yes, keep him if you want to, but fatten him up as soon as you can." So Bum became an attaché of the Bergen Street stables. Beautiful he could never be, and never did he lose that habit of cringing when spoken to suddenly. But in spite of it, his confidence in humankind grew apace, and his devotion to Gallagher was almost abject. At his heels he followed from early morn till dewy eve. Gallagher picked a restaurant where dogs were favored, and many a bone came his way from the slipshod waiter. Whatever Gallagher could afford for himself he shared with Bum, not minding that his purchase of warmer clothing had to be put off a little farther. December was a mild month that year, and Gallagher made up for the chilliness of his exterior by the warmth about his heart. He began to whistle about his chores, though now and then he would be interrupted by a fit of coughing. The dog grew in plumpness, if not in grace, but Gallagher himself did not. Christmas Eve and a cold, clear sunset with a rising wind. The people doing their last bits of shopping drew their furs closer as they stepped out into the street and joined the gay, hurrying throng. Mr. Devon, about 8 of the clock, came into the stables for a last look. He glanced at the thermometer that hung outside and saw that it registered 10 below zero and was still falling. Curran and the other men had gone home, and he stopped to glance over his accounts and to smile at the balance to his credit. He smiled again as he looked at an armful of bundles that were to go home with him and be added to the piles under the bulging stockings. Yes, and for the wonderful Christmas tree, waiting in the darkened room, around whose doors 5 merry children had been tiptoeing all day. Christmas was a great institution for the kids, and he and Mother, too, were as excited as the rest when Jenny or Rob laid on their altars some gift of their own contriving. Devin had been prospered this year. Yes, he looked into the glow of the little office stove. Already the red was dying out, and a chill crept through the office walls. The sound of a hollow cough came from the stables without. "Gallagher!" Gallagher came in with Bum at his heels. "It is cold to-night. Be sure to give the horses good, thick beds and blanket them well. Will you be all right yourself?" "Yes, sir. I've plenty of bed covers, and I can get an extra horse blanket if need be." Devin looked sharply at the thin face. "You don't look any too spry. Bum here is growing to be the handsomer man of the two. Aren't you well?" "I'm all right," said Gallagher with a little shrug. "Just a nasty little cough. It's nothing. Next week payday I'll be able—" "See here. Haven't you got warm underwear?" "Haven't needed it. As I say, next week I'll—" Now, I didn't think of that. This Christmas Eve business started me to remember that I haven't paid you very big wages while I was trying you out. Why, yes, a fellow's got to live, and even bones for Bum must cost something. See here, you come up to my house tomorrow at 2 o'clock, and we'll give you a Christmas dinner that'll make your eyeballs jingle. And I've some old underwear you can have. And I'm going to raise your wages. You've done mighty well. Good night and a Merry Christmas." "Merry Christmas, sir. Mr. Devin, you've been white all through to me, and I'm not forgetting it." All right. You've proved my theory. A man needn't always stay in the gutter because he fell in once, or because he was born there either. I take it you've never had much of a chance." "I was born on the East Side, sir. In New York. I guess I've been pretty tough." Devin pressed the lad's hand and was gone, out into the cold street, whose pavement rang like ice under steel runners. "I haven't done my whole duty by that boy," he said to himself. "He's got no one to look after him, and he needs mothering. Mary'd love to do it, God bless her." The streets rang with happy laughter. How bright the little shops were. Devin swung aboard the crosstown car for Myrtle Avenue, and his mind went back to his armful of bundles and the cheery apartment where his wife and children waited for him. After Devin had gone, Gallagher opened his palm and stood staring at a crisp $5 bill. Devin certainly was good. The lad, he was only that, had never known anything like this before. And tomorrow there was to be a great dinner, and he was invited. He put the bill carefully away in an old wallet and locked the stable door. Then he saw to it that the horses were well provided for against the growing cold. He shivered as he turned to go upstairs to his loft, and his face was drawn and blue. "I'm lucky to have this place to sleep," he said, "but it's an awful cold night. Bum, you and I got to snuggle up mighty close or we'll get nipped." The night grew colder and colder. Gallagher tried in vain to coax the sluggish blood in his veins to a faster beat. The frost seemed to burrow into him. Blankets or no blankets. He was grateful for the warmth of Bum against his body, but how cold his feet and hands were! Hours went by. The stars burned clear and cold, high above the thin, keen air, but they did not comfort. Sleep did not come to Gallagher. One of the horses grew restless. "Likely his blanket's off. I'll go down and see." Gallagher wrapped the covers around Bum and stole down the stairs. Yes, old Bayberry was uncovered. He fastened the blanket more securely and piled straw deep around the horse's legs. Somehow it seemed less cold here than in the chilly loft. What harm if he sat for a bit on that pile of straw, with the blanket around his shoulders? For a moment, anyhow. So weary he was with the lack of sleep that to climb the stairway just now seemed impossible. Just a minute, and then back to Bum. How queer and dry his lungs felt. His cough racked him, and he lay back exhausted. He was growing sleepy now. The cold did not seem to bite so fiercely. He wrapped the horse blanket tighter around him and nodded. Sleep was coming. How good it was to sleep and not feel the cold. The Christmas bells were ringing now. They made a pretty sound. It was Christmas morning, and at 2 o'clock he was to have a grand dinner. A milk cart went creaking down the street with the driver clapping his arms around him to quicken the circulation. The milk cans clattered, and the frost sang on the tires. Bum stirred in his blankets and nosed around for Gallagher, but he was gone. He listened, no sound. He bounded out and down the stair. Yes, there was Gallagher, his Gallagher. Running to him, he poked his nose into the hand that always caressed him, but Gallagher did not move. The dog licked the white, pinched face upturned on the straw. There was a quiver of the eyelids. "Good old Bum," murmured Gallagher, and then the eyes closed again. The dawn was coming in through the stable windows. It was not usual for Gallagher to be asleep down here, and so fast asleep. It was not all right. Bum must find help. He ran to the office. No one was there. He threw his weight on the street door. It was fastened. Nothing left but to call for help. Bum barked and barked. Then he ran back to Gallagher. He did not stir. Bum returned to the door and sat down, and howled long and impotently. No answer. Again he barked and howled his misery and fear. Raging back and forth, he kept up his desperate appeal. The children in the tenement opposite the stables opened their eyes as the gold began to creep up in the east. "Merry Christmas!" they shouted. "Let's look in our stockings. My, but it's cold! There's a dog barking somewhere. I bet he's shivering." The elders stirred in their warm beds. "I wonder what's the matter with that bothersome dog. He's spoiled my nap." "Merry Christmas!" shouted the children. Sure enough, and the flapjacks must be baked. Mrs. Kittery shivered and began to dress hurriedly. Still the barking and howling were more frantic and insistent. "Where is the brute of a dog?" said Pat Kittery. "Sounds as if he was over in Devon's stables." "I believe something's wrong," said Mrs. Kittery from the kitchen, where she was mixing the batter. "Why don't you go over and see? That Gallagher stays there nights." Kittery put his nose out the window. "Brrr!" he said, and put on his overcoat and cap. He went down the stair, crossed the street, and knocked on the stable door. The barking and howling became more frantic than ever. "What's the matter in there?" "Ooh, ooh, ooh, ooh!" wailed Bum. "The door is locked. I'll have to go around the back and get Carolin." "Wait here, you. I'm coming back." Carolin and Kittery entered the stables, and a little half-crazed dog jumped on them and then darted away toward the corner of the stable. The men did not follow immediately. He ran back, renewed his pleading, and was gone again. And then they followed him. When they reached the pile of straw, Bum was crouched on Gallagher's chest, moaning and licking the cold cheek. Curran stopped and placed his ear close to the white face. "There's life there yet. We'll bring him around. Bum, you saved your pal. He'd have been gone soon. We ain't been as decent as you, or he'd have been better fitted to be here this cold night. I'll telephone Devon." When Mr. Devon came, Gallagher was just able to smile weakly, despite the pain in his chilled limbs. "We are going to fix you up all right, boy, and then for a Merry Christmas dinner, and a few other changes. Bum, you go to the party too, and you deserve the best bit of breast on the turkey." "Good old Bum," said Gallagher. End of section 7. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America.
Section 8 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives. Chapter 8. Brakje, a Kafir Dog. The lion was dead, no doubt as to that. He lay motionless, his ragged black mane stained with blood, and the small knife that had cut his strand of life still sticking in his throat. His yellow tawny eyes had not yet lost their luminous glitter, and his jaws were set just as when he had last torn the flesh of the man who lay beside him. The man was a Kafir, big, black, and muscular, bred to the wild, or he never could have killed the lion in a single combat, old though it was, so old that one of his fangs was missing. The man, too, appeared at first to be dead. Brakje thought he was. He crept up, whining uneasily, and began licking his master's wounds. After a while, Mayah, the man, groaned and opened his eyes. The soothing touch of the little tongue on his broken body brought him partly to consciousness. The hot South African sun poured relentlessly down into the kloof where he lay. Up above him he could see the wheeling vultures that had already scented the dead lion. It would not do to lie too near. With an agonizing effort, he dragged himself on his elbows up to the rise and into the shadow of a clump of prickly pear bushes. Once in the shade, he lapsed again into a dead stupor. Brakje had seen his master lie asleep many a time, but never like this. This was different. And Brakje loved him. He must do something. The little dog scampered away among the karoo bushes and was gone half an hour. When he returned, Wanya was sitting up, looking in a dazed way at his wounds. There were many, and one leg was terribly lacerated. Brakje held in his mouth a dead bird not yet cold. This he laid at his master's feet. He looked up at Wanya, wriggling and wagging his tail, happy to have done a service. "Good dog," said Wanya in the Kafir tongue. "I will not starve with you to help find food for me. I must fix this leg, though. The lion made a bad crunching." With great trouble, and with his teeth set to the pain of it, he managed to close the gaping wound, fastening it with a wisp of grass. Then he fainted again. Brakje waited near, whining for recognition of his gift. When Wanya returned to consciousness, Brakje had laid the bird in his hand. "A good thought," said Wanya. "To eat will give strength. My knife, the lion has it. I must do without." He skinned the bird with his fingers and ate the raw flesh. There was still water in the flask he carried at his side, and he took a scanty mouthful, knowing that with the rising fever of his wounds, there would be infinite need of economizing the precious drops. With such leaves and grasses as he could reach from where he lay, he roughly tended his other wounds. It was a poor substitute for surgical dressing, but it must do. Someone might come that way and save him. He was off the beaten track, but there were always chances, and men learn in the South African bush to take chances and look for them. Exhausted, he lay back again and slept. When he awoke, Brakje was again licking the wounds as if they were his own. The sun had dipped behind the rim of the wide karoo country. The twilight softened rough rock and clay and thorny cacti alike into velvet. The wind stole softly over the desert distances and touched Wanya's black forehead with its cool fingers. He slept again, and Brakje lay beside him under the stars. Morning. When Wanya awoke, he had first to break through a numbing stiffness. The hot needles of pain stirred him again, and he opened his eyes to look straight into the eyes of Brakje, who stood above him. In Brakje's mouth was a little flying squirrel, fresh killed. Brakje was not a beautiful dog. He was just one of those curs of mean descent that one sees in the Kafir kraals. But Brakje was distinguished above others of his race by the qualities of his master. Wanya was good to him and did not kick and beat him, and the little dog's devotion was fearless and doubly loyal. He laid the animal down and barked, "Breakfast time," to Wanya, and Wanya blessed the gods of his religion and ate. There was not much flesh, only a few mouthfuls, and he threw the cleanly picked bones to Brakje. Brakje did not touch them. Instead, he yapped an explanation to the effect that he understood it was a poor meal for a man, and was off again. In an hour he returned with a spring haas, or jumping hare. This was a great find, and Wanya satisfied his hunger, and with one draught of water felt that he might pull through the day. Brakje, too, seeing that there was plenty and to spare, crunched hungrily the tender bones. The shade where Wanya lay was good, for the clump of prickly pear was thick and tall. Moreover, from the tips of its fat leaves hung red fruit. Not the best fruit in the world, the prickly pear, but it is juicy, and that means much in a desert country. The sun rose high in the blue. A swimming haze of heat quivered over a dust-yellow plain, and Wanya's wounds throbbed from mere pain into torture. But for Brakje, he could not have stood it. The dog seemed to have decided that he was the trained nurse on the case without a doctor, and his training was to lick the wounds and to keep them clean and free from festering germs. As he would have done for himself, so he did unto Wanya, and the man was saved from blood poisoning and was grateful. When his master dropped asleep, Brakje was off foraging. It was not easy to find food enough to meet the demands of Wanya's hunger, but he did his best. A sound or a scent, and Brakje went stalking in that direction. How he would steal up to a bird or a squirrel, he might tell you. I cannot. But Quartermaster Brakje never let a day go by without bagging and bringing into camp one or more victims. Now and again, if Wanya offered him the bones which he could not eat, Brakje would crunch them, but usually he sat by, watching his master's meal with dumb devotion. Once, an army of ants went by. Wanya could see them on the kopje just below him hurrying along, all eager to reach some treasure their scouts had discovered. He waited in horror. If they came his way, it meant, in his helpless condition, death. Death too awful to think of. He held his breath. One or two stragglers turned toward him, but immediately faced about, returning to the original scent. Past him they scurried, a long, sinister train. And Wanya breathed again. It was the lion lying down there in the kloof that had attracted them. The living man was spared. The days went by. The water was all gone from the canteen, and now the prickly pears were called into use. With a dead stalk, Wanya could dislodge one from the bush above him. Then, peeling away the uncomfortable prickly skin, he would suck the juices from the pulp. Down in the kloof, Brakje had found a tiny pool in a rock cup, left by the rains, and the warm brackish liquid was enough to slake his thirst. Thus he kept himself alive for his master's service. Always, from day to day, Wanya's suffering increased. 7 times the sun-dragon leaped from the east, forked with fury, and shot its fiery rays down at him, each one tipped with the poison of pain. Then the kindly shade of the prickly pears would crawl to him and save him from going mad. The 8th, and then the 9th morning came. Wanya lay in a delirium. Now he would start up, raving, because a milk bush had pointed its fingers at him. He was sure now that it was turning into a Zulu warrior threatening him with his assegai. And he lay there helpless, unable to rise and fight it out. Now a vulture swooped down from the wheeling circle above the lion and sat eyeing him, until he made a violent effort and frightened it away. Now the agony of his wounds was as hot irons, searing him. Now he was back in the kraal, where he had been born, watching the warriors in their rejoicing over some victory, and wondering when he too would be a man and a warrior, with spear and shield. Now a lion with black mane stood over him, ready to devour him. He cried aloud, and struck out to be first with his own claws, and the thing was bowled over. It was Brakje. The dog picked himself up and looked at his master, wondering and bewildered. That was not like Wanya. Other masters struck their Brakjes, but not his Wanya. He would get him another bird. No doubt he was hungry. Brakje started off. Game was not too plenty. If only now he were strong enough to bring down one of those hartebeests grazing on the veldt. That would make a feast that would cure Wanya and save Brakje himself from starvation. His own emaciated little body cried out for nourishment. But always first, when he had the strength, he must look out for his master. It was harder now. Brakje was weak and could not leap far for his prey after he had stalked it. At last, after several vain efforts, A squirrel jumped the wrong way, and Brakje had him. The long day was nearly spent now. With the fresh food and the cool of the night, Wanya would be better. The dog dropped his game in his master's outstretched hand and waited expectantly. Wanya lay still, stiller than ever. Brakje barked. The Kafir did not waken. A little tongue flicked over the black face. Wanya was not dead, but he no longer knew or heeded his dumb servant. He lay hovering between life and death, now and then muttering something that Brakje could only half hear and wholly failed to understand. Brakje did not sleep. All night he watched, now tending his master's wounds, now lying by his side with his nose on Wanya's arm, looking into his face with a growing fear. The coolness brought no change to the sick man. Under the dark dome he lay, with his face upturned and his eyes sightless. The stars marched on their unaltered courses across the sky. Dawn came, with the promise or the threat of another unbearable day, perhaps the last for Wanya. The squirrel lay in Wanya's hand untouched. His feet were in the dark valley, and he did not even know the sun had risen. High noon again, hot and blistering. Again the heat waves danced and shimmered over the Karoo country. The milk bushes pointed their fingers in vain. Wanya lay as one dead. Brakje awoke from a doze of exhaustion and turned his nose in the direction of the wind. Across the arid plain came the scent of something that made the dog leap to his feet. Wavering with weakness, he started in the direction whence it came. That was the smell of meat cooking, and there would be men and help for Wanya. Over the kopje he dragged himself. Now the air stirred more freshly, and the scent grew stronger. Through the prickly pear and karoo bushes he pushed his way. Up near the top of the kopje, where there was wind enough blowing to cool them after the morning's exertion, a party of hunters had dismounted from their sweating horses. They built a fire and were preparing their noonday meal. They were a jolly trio, and, flushed with the success of the morning, they made merry and laughed to scorn the scorching heat of the South African sun. 3 dead blesbok lay in the shade of the bushes, and the Kafir beater of the party of Englishmen skinned and prepared the flesh of another animal for roasting over the coals. Now the savory odors floated away on the wind, mingled with the aroma of boiling coffee. The hunters threw themselves down in the best shade they could find and watched the operations of the Kafir servant. They had not long to wait until the meal was ready, and they lost no time in gathering around the appetizing luncheon. "Well, I'm glad, for one, that I came to Kimberley to hunt," said Jack Aronson. "Other people may go skirmishing around here after diamonds, but it'd be a good big precious stone that I would take in exchange for that gallop over the veldt in the early morning before we sighted the herd." "Somehow it seemed a shame to kill 'em. They were having as much fun as we were." Dick Colby, the smallest and most thoughtful-looking of the 3, helped himself to another piece of meat. Wade Ashton laughed lazily. "You seem to be enjoying the result of the hunt as much as anybody, and I'll wager you were as excited as any of us when you brought down your buck." "I'll own up to a certain amount of inconsistency. The sport of chasing the jolly little beasts is fine, but I'll never get over the feeling of having committed a crime when I see a beautiful animal lift his head and look at me, snort, and then crumple down into a lump of meat." "You'll never make a hunter, Dick," said Jack. "You haven't the true sporting instinct. You're a cracking good shot, though. Pity you're so tender-hearted." "Well," said Dick thoughtfully, "you see, my first experiment at hunting was unfortunate. When I was a small shaver, I used to practice with my first little rifle, shooting at a sardine tin down by the stables at home. When I got so I could hit the tin in the white of its eye, I was fired with an ambition to go farther and do real deeds. I wandered down through the kitchen garden looking for game. A little bird was sitting on the cherry tree singing its heart out, just bubbling over. The thing you call the sporting instinct gripped me. I aimed and fired, never dreaming that I could hit anything so small. He wasn't bigger than my thumb. Without any rhyme or reason in the world, I killed a song. Every time I ever hit anything since, I hear that little bird. Rotten, isn't it? "You're a poet, Dick," said Wade. "Mere men like Jack and me can't get these fine sidelights on things." "What's that? Do you fellows see a ghost of a dog over there, or am I seeing a mirage?" A little ragged animal, with his bones barely hidden by his baggy skin, peered out from behind a karoo bush just above them and whined piteously. Jack, the elder and host of the party, turned his head. That's a Brakje, one of those mangy curs that hive with the Kafirs. The kraals swarm with them sometimes. Don't encourage him, he'll never leave us. I don't mind a good dog in camp, but we don't want that thing following us. Throw something at him, Wade." A lump of clay went hurtling in the direction of this apology for a dog. He dodged the missile and came nearer. Again and yet again Wade aimed at him, each time with the same result. At last he came within a few feet of them and set up a heartbroken wail. "I believe the brute's starving," said Dick. "Here, I'll try him with a piece of meat." Dick threw a big piece at him, and the dog leaped halfway to meet it, snapping his jaws with a click. It was so large and he so weak that it knocked him over. Together the dog and meat went rolling down the kopje until they brought up under a milk bush. Struggling to its feet, the Brakje seized the meat and bounded weakly away out of sight among the bushes. "Cowardly curs, those, afraid to eat in sight of us. He'll sneak off and gorge himself. Here's hoping he won't come back and attach himself to us permanently." "There's one thing sure," said Wade. "He won't need anything more to eat for a day or two." 10 minutes later, Dick looked over the edge of his third cup of coffee. "As I live, there he is again." Wade laughed. "Did he eat all that meat in that space of time? He certainly was low in his commissary department. Give him another, a good big chunk." Dick threw him a piece, larger than the first. The Brakje seized it and made off with it as before. "They say a Kafir can eat his own weight in food. If the cur eats that, I can testify that the dog is the equal to his master." "Look," said Dick. "There he is again, and he looks as thin as ever. I can't see where he puts it. Well, our meal's finished, and there's more meat left. Here, you kopje, or Brakje, or spring beast. What's the Kafir for catch?" A large portion of meat fell at the dog's feet. This time he did not touch it. He simply sniffed it hungrily and stood, looking first at it and then at the men with big, piteous eyes. "Something's wrong with him," said Dick. "He's trying to tell us. See him quiver all over, and I'll wager a shilling he's hungry yet. There was a ravenous longing in every motion when he smelled that meat. Just watch him." The dog gave a quick short yelp, ran behind the bushes, then came back, looking up expectantly and wistfully. "He's playing some kind of game, I should judge," said Wade. "No, he isn't. I believe he's trying to make us follow him." Dick rose and took a few steps toward the animal. The Brakje gave a joyous bark and bounded up the rise, looking back now and then to see if he was followed. "Come on, fellas, let's plug the heart out of this mystery," said Wade, and he and Jack followed leisurely. Up the kopje to the very summit they followed. Then the dog took a sharp turn to the right, plunged down the other side into a kloof, and disappeared behind a clump of prickly pear bushes. "Someone's been here," said Dick. "Look at the prickly pear skins thrown about. Jove, someone's here now." The dog was licking the face of a Kafir, who lay on the ground motionless. Almost as emaciated as the dog he seemed. Here and there on his body were evidences of half-healed wounds. One leg was rudely bound with leaves and grass, now dried and crackling with the heat. All about him lay the cleanly picked bones of small animals and birds, and by his limp claw-like hand lay a dead squirrel and 2 pieces of meat, untouched. Brakje looked up into the faces of his relief party to see if they understood. He whined, but his master made no sign. Jack Aronson stooped over the man and brushed away the flies. Then he knelt and listened to see if the heart had stopped beating. "Not dead, but pretty well out of the running." "Think that we can save him?" "Perhaps. We can make a try." "What do you think happened?" "Don't know. Fight of some kind. Those wounds are torn, not cut. Some animal, probably." Wade examined the ground. "Here's a trail of some kind." "Yes, it looks as if he had crawled some distance to get there. Let's explore a bit." Jack led the way. The trail was plain. The man had evidently dragged himself that way. The dried blood still showed here and there. Not far to find, the lion lay there 10 days killed, the flesh all stripped from the bones by the vultures and ants. The small knife, too, was there still. All around were evidences of a fearful struggle. "And the Kafir killed him with that," half-whispered Dick. "I'd hate to tackle the brute with a 2-edged sword, let alone a little dinky knife like that. Let's go back and see what we can do for that fellow up there. He must be worth something, or his dog wouldn't care for him so much." Gently they examined the man. "He's merely suffering from his wounds and loss of blood," said Jack. "He hasn't starved, thanks to that dog of his, and I've a notion that a drink of cool water would go a long way toward making him see daylight. Jove, that lion nearly finished him. I don't see how the man ever pulled out alive. Here, you fellows, lend a hand and we'll get him into camp." "Come on, Copy, or whatever you are," said Dick. "You're worth caring for, too. I'd be proud to own you myself." In the camp, Wanya was given water. Drop by drop it was forced between his parched lips. At last he opened his eyes. "Brakje," he said, and closed them again. And Brakje was there. Oh, be sure of that. Brakje of the loyal heart. He stood and watched the ministrations. When his master had really come back to life, had eaten and drunk all that it was safe to give him, he too ate and drank like the starved thing he was. Wanya's wounds were bathed and dressed, and on one of the hunter's horses he was taken to Kimberley and placed in the hospital. His iron constitution served him well. In 3 weeks he was well and strong again. He proved to be no common Kafir, but was intelligent above his race, and proud indeed he was when he was elected unanimously as beater for the party. And Brakje? There was no question of his position. He was already aide-de-camp to Wanya, and in a short time even Jack's scorn for Kafir curs had ceased to exist. As an attaché of the hunting outfit, he proved himself invaluable. He had a nose for game and 4 willing feet, and eagerness to be of service and affection for everybody. But next to Wanya in Brakje's heart, Dick was enshrined, for Dick had been first to understand, and there was no need of speech between them. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sherri Lothridge. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives. Chapter 9. Ask Him, an Indian Dog. We reached the old red line house about 5 in the afternoon of a wonderful August day. A little late in the season it was for the best fishing, but it was something to know that the black flies and mosquitoes would be thinned out, and that what fishing we did would lack this annoyance of the great north woods. It was good to leave the dusty CPR at the little lumbering village. It was solid comfort to shed the trappings of civilization and settle into serviceable woods togs. It was delicious to skim over Spider Lake in a steam yacht that ran by tea kettle power and breathe the spicy odors of the pines and palms on shore, mingled with the reek of old Skipper, Jack's oil can, and the blessed aroma of wood smoke. It was an experience never to be forgotten, that 10-mile ride in the rickety buckboard over hills of stumps and down dales of mud puddles. And here at last I climbed down and stretched the kinks out of my arms and legs. The line house stood gaunt and bare in the middle of a clearing, around which rose fir-clad slopes, with vistas between, blue with what wonderful depth of color one sees on a very clear day. Its name was due to the fact that it was built on the state line, half in Maine and half in the province of Quebec. Its fame came down from old smuggling days, when its advantageous position made it a most convenient place to evade customs. You had only to shift your contraband articles across the line, and there you were. Now it had become a wayside inn for trappers, hunters, sportsmen, and lumberjacks. I elected to stay here for the evening meal, after which we would tramp over to Arnold Pond, a mile farther on. There we would find boats to take us across to the camp, which was to be our base of supplies for a month. On the stoop sat a lad about 11 years of age, one arm around a rickety pillar, the other slung across the shoulder of a sober-minded tan-colored dog. The pair had that nameless something about them that irresistibly attracts. "Hello, Sonny, is that your dog?" "Dad's. It's the same thing." "What's his name?" "Ask him." "Why, he couldn't answer if I did." "Ha ha!" laughed the boy. "You're fooled. Everybody is, first time. It's a trick name. That's really it. Just ask him." "Ha ha!" I chorused amiably. I certainly was fooled. How did he come by such a name as that? "Why, you see, he's an Injun dog. An old trapper gave him to Dad. His squaw was sick or something, and Dad gave her a dose that cured her. The Injun was mighty grateful, and about a week after, Dad meant the whole outfit moving, and the squaw was toting the papoose and the wigwam poles like she had never been sick. The Injun, he upped the dog to Dad, for a thank offering or something." The boy hugged the dog a little closer. "And when Dad said, 'What's his name?' the Injun answered, 'Ask him. Him heap smart beaver dog.' So Dad just called him that. He's a trick dog, too." This promised to be interesting. I sat down on the other side of the dog, who looked at me in a dignified way, and then let his gaze rove off to the hill line. On the edge of the wood the lonesome birds were thrilling the air with their long, soft notes. No doubt that Ask Him heard them, and no doubt that he heard other and finer sounds that the stunted instincts of the human race may not fathom. "What tricks can he do?" "Shake hands. Ask him." The dog gravely lifted his paw for me to shake, after which a lump of sugar was purloined from the supper table, and he was induced to hold it on his nose and catch it. Then at the words of command he went solemnly through all his round of tricks. He fetched and carried, stood on his head, sneezed, walked on his hind legs, and ended by saying his prayers, with his head bowed over the boy's shoulder. When the performance was over he took his seat again by the boy. The applause of the onlookers did not move him. It was enough that he had performed the duty his little master had imposed upon him. Life was evidently a weighty matter with him. Serious and silent he sat there, like the Indians among whom he was bred. "He's more'n that, and better'n that." "Indeed? What a remarkable animal! What else can he do?" "He's a beaver dog, and a real one. That Injun trained him when he was a puppy, so he can smell 'em out anywhere. The Injuns trap the beavers for their skins, and Ask Him used to go along and find them. I don't know how that Injun ever parted with him. He must have been mighty grateful to Dad." "There's Dad now. He's a surveyor, you know." The boy straightened himself up proudly. "I'm going to be a surveyor when I'm a man. Dad takes me on little trips like the one we're doing now. He's teaching me to box the compass and run out the chain, and I'm going to begin to get altitudes and right angles and things pretty soon. I can tell you what a hypotenuse is now." "Good, there's the supper bell. We must go in. I should like to hear more about you and your dog later." The boy stepped along by my side. "I say, are you going over to Arnold Pond? We're going to spend the night there. Hey, Dad, we can all go over to the pond together. I don't know your name." I told him. "Mine's Rob Randall, and this is Dad, and that's Jim Pearson, the chain bearer. We're a surveying outfit, and Ask Him's the most important member." At the table the conversation became general. Bob's father, Dave Randall, was a tall, breezy, refined-looking fellow with a keen, honest blue eye. He had a fund of excellent stories at his command, and told them in good English. Easy it was to see where the boy got his fine fearless manner, and his unmistakable air of culture. He was a small copy of the man, and they were evidently great chums. Supper finished, my guide slipped his shoulders into the straps of my pack basket, and we all strolled across the clearing and down into the twilight of the pines. Old graybeards, some of them were. This one precious spot had not yet been despoiled by the lumberman of its primeval beauty. Askham went ahead, stepped softly, with his nose low. Not capering, he. The business of living was too important. Suddenly he stopped, lowered his nose, sniffed, pointed, and was off down the trail, moving quickly and stealthily. "He scented something," said Bob to me. "Let's go ahead and see what it is." Around a bend in the trail we found him excited and eager, with his nose pointing toward a clump of fern, and his long homely tail trembling. Bob and I looked carefully. On the ground lay a bit of fur, nothing more. "Some animal has been killed." "Look again," whispered Bob. "Close." I leaned over. 2 round eyes looked up out of the middle of the flat gray disk, and then I saw faintly the outline and tips of 2 pointed ears, laid back so flatly that it was not easy to distinguish them. "A baby rabbit," said Bob softly. "His mother told him he mustn't move. See here." He stooped over, stroked the soft fur once, twice, then the bunny's nerve broke, and it jumped deeper under the fern and crouched again. Askham watched, but made no attempt to touch it. "Why didn't your dog go for it?" I asked, as we moved up the trail. "'Cause he's a beaver dog. He's trained so. He isn't a butcher. He's just a what-d'you-call locator. He finds the burrows and scents all kinds of game. You see, if a dog catches a beaver, likely he'll spoil the fur, so Askham knows he's not to touch." At the landing we found a boat, and my guide and the chain-bearer, each with an oar, rowed us over to the camp. We shook hands with the man and the woman at the cook-house, chose our respective log cabins, and then, while my guide took the boat back to the landing for the next comer, Bob, Askham, and I, in one of the camp boats, paddled out on the pond in the gathering twilight. On all sides down to the very shore rose great pines, spruces, and hemlocks, with a dark line all around the rim of the pond where the deer in the winter months had nibbled away all the green twigs as high up as they could reach. Askham suddenly began to tremble and gaze off across the water, making now and then a whiffing noise, almost a whisper. "He sees something. Watch now. Keep perfectly still and look where he does." Through the pale gold of the western reflection we saw a ripple, then a small head parted the water silently, making for the shadows of the shoreline. There was no sound anywhere, and we held our breath. Suddenly my foot slipped and my boot rasped along the bottom of the skiff. We heard a heavy thud on the water, and the animal was gone. Askham gave me one disapproving glance, and then splash! He went over the side, heading for the nearest land. "That was a beaver," said Bob. "Didn't you hear his tail slap the water? Askham's gone to find his burrow. There's a big beaver dam down at the outlet, and Dad says there used to be some hutches that they built once long ago. But when they made the camp on the pond, the beavers didn't like it, and they destroyed their houses, and now they live in their burrows on the shore, with their doors under water. They feel safer that way, I suppose. Askham will find right where that one lives. But no one is allowed to kill beavers here, so that old fellow is safe." Sure enough, the dog did locate the burrow, and it was with difficulty that we found him and persuaded him to return to the boat. "I'll keep hold of him now so that he can't get out again," said Bob. "He's a wonderful scenter. He can find a burrow under 4 feet of snow. He scents all kinds of things, bears, wolves, lynxes, and once, it's sort of long, but I'd like to tell you. Dad never tells it himself, but he lets me. Would you like to hear it? Honest? Do tell me. The moon is coming up, and we needn't go in quite yet. Dad'll call when it's time to turn in. Well, it was most 2 years ago. Dad had some surveying to do up north of Quebec, and he started off with Jim Pearson and 2 portageurs to carry the duffel and the canoes, 'cause it was to be a very long expedition, up through the real wild wilderness. Ask him when, of course. He always does. He's a very valuable member. You see, he knows where the game is if they want fresh meat. Now September was a mighty fine month, and they kept going and going, and they went farther than they planned at first, and they got a long ways up in the woods where the ponds haven't any names and there aren't any trails, except Injun ones. Then the cold weather came, and it was just nipping. Everything froze up tight, and the snow came very early. But they kept on because some of their work was easier to do when the ponds and streams were covered with ice. Nights they used to find a sheltered place and put up their duck tent. Dad has a jim-dandy little sheet iron stove that is a ripper when it gets going, and they'd hive up around it as warm as toast. Old Ask Him would go to sleep between Dad and Jim, and he was as happy as anything. Once in a while an Indian trapper would come along, and Dad would send a letter down to Montmorency. That's where we live. And I can tell you Mother and I would be the gladdest things in Canada when we got those little old leaves torn out of his diary. Then there was a long time when we never got a word, and Mother and I sat around waiting and worrying. Mother got thin, and she used to cry a lot. I saw her once cry right into the frying pan, and the tears sizzled. But if she thought I was looking, she'd pretended to laugh, and talk about what we'd do when Dad came back. The last letter we got came about Thanksgiving time, and after that we didn't hear anything more, and we never did know about them till they got home, way along after New Year's, and we came mighty near losing Dad that time. If it hadn't been for... but that comes farther along. When it got very cold and they had to stow the canoes and go out the rest of the way on foot, the portageurs carried the tent and the grub, and Dad and Jim had the compass and chain. It kept getting colder and colder, and after a while they came to stop working and make camp to keep warm. One morning Dad and Jim started out on their snowshoes with Ask Him for a center to see if they couldn't find a caribou or something. They needed some fresh meat to help out the grub supply, if they had to stay very long. They went an awful long way and never found a thing. Then all of a sudden the sky got gray, and there came up a terrible blizzard, the kind that freezes the tears on your face and drives needles into you, and if you don't look out you get frozen stiff. There was only one thing to do. They dug a hole in the snow on a slope away from the wind, way down to the ground, so as to make a hearth for their fire. Then they made this hole big enough to put in some balsam beds. They roofed it all over with balsam boughs, so they were quite snug and cozy, and the wind could whistle all it wanted to. They stayed 2 days like that till the blizzard was over. The bother was that they didn't have anything to eat, only a few little pieces of jerked venison that they had carried for the one day's hunting. When they crawled out the third morning, the world was all white, without a break. Even the trees were great lumps of snow, and there wasn't a track anywhere. In the storm they had gotten turned around, and they didn't know which way to go to find the portageurs. The compass was at the main camp, and the only way they could tell north from south was by the moss on the tree trunks. They would just have to let the portageurs find them. They all hunted everywhere, but there wasn't the teeniest sign of even a squirrel. Ask Him went around smelling into the wind for miles, but it was just like all the world was dead. That was the time he came so near to getting his toes frozen. They thawed him out just in time. Well, they kept getting hungrier and hungrier. Dad and Jim took in their belts till there weren't any more holes, and Ask Him looked thinner than an old starved wolf. I don't know how many days they went hungry. Dad never could tell, he lost count, but they were pretty near the jumping-off place, I can tell you. The lad hugged the wet coat of Ask Him closer to his. Then one day Jim told Dad that they'd have to eat little old Ask Him to save their own lives, and Dad said he'd as soon eat Jim or have Jim eat him. If it came to a question of starving to death, they could just starve, but Ask Him was one of the boys, and Dad hadn't come to be a cannibal yet. Jim used all the suasion he had, but Dad just told him to go chase himself, and he sat down in the snow hole with his hands hanging over his knees, looking at the fire, and he wouldn't speak another word. Then Jim he got desperate, and he told Dad he'd just go out and see if he couldn't find a mink or a muskrat or something on the other side of the hill they were burrowed into. He called Ask Him, and they went off with a gun and left Dad alone. He'd gotten too weak to hunt any more. Jim was praying all the way that something would turn up, but there wasn't a track or a sign of game, and no hope of finding any. He went off an awful long way, so Dad wouldn't hear anything. It was just a question to Jim of whether all three of them should starve together, or that Ask Him should die, and he and Dad should live. A sob broke in the boy's throat, and he looked straight into the wise eyes of the dog. "Ask him, old fellow. Jim was going to kill you, so's Dad and he could eat you and keep alive theirselves a little longer. But he didn't. He called you up to him away out there in the wilderness, and he put his finger on the trigger of his gun and tried to pull it, and he couldn't, he trembled so. And he knew if he didn't do it pretty soon he would never have strength to do it at all. And then he aimed again, and he looked along the sights of his gun barrel at you, and there you were sniffing, just sniffing at the ground and paying no attention to Jim at all. And then you began digging with your old lean paws, and every little while you would almost tumble over, you were so excited and so weak. But you wobbled along and kept digging deeper and deeper. And then Jim threw down the gun, dropped on his knees and helped you dig, 'cause he knew you had scented something. And he just prayed that you wasn't going to be fooled, and he dug and dug." Bob turned to me with shining eyes. "And what do you think they found? A cache, a big cache left there by some Injun. There were pork, beans, peas, flour, tea, enough to keep him for a long time. Well, maybe Jim didn't give Ask Him a good hugging, and he gave him some of the pork in little pieces so he wouldn't choke himself. Then he ate some himself to make strength to get the things back to camp. He toted the grub back with him, and when they got to the snow hole, Dad was still sitting there, not sensing anything, and Jim yelled in his ear, 'Dave, we're saved! Ask Him, little old Ask Him did it!' They had more than enough to last until the portageurs came up and found them, and when they went away they took things from their own duffel and filled the Injun's catch fuller than ever, and they left a big order for him at the first trading post they passed on their way back. The night when they came home Mother fainted away, and when she came to Dad had her in his arms, and Jim was pouring water on her head, and Ask Him was barking like mad 'cause he didn't know what they were doing to her. He likes Mother a heap. Bob, time to turn in!" Dave Randall's mellow voice echoed across the water. The boy unbuttoned his coat, put it half around Ask Him, who was shivering, and silently I paddled the boat up to the silvery moon trail to the little wharf. End of Section 9.
Section 10 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives. Jerry, a sea dog of the California coast. I'll never be able to take that walk around the summit, Carol. My nerves are completely upset. I'll be glad enough to get back to Detroit again, where things are flat and comfortable. This scenery is too much on end to suit me. Oh, Mother, it is so beautiful. Think of those wonderful pines and redwoods in the Muir Wood, and then think about those little trees we call woods on Belle Isle. I just love it here. Well, maybe you do. You are young. One can be enthusiastic when one is 14 years old and thin. All I can think of is that little crooked railway that ties itself into double bow knots all up and down the mountain. I'm sorry I came. And we've got to toboggan 8 miles more to get back to Mill Valley, down those awful curves and precipice places, with nothing but one man and a break between us and perdition. What would happen, I'd like to know, if he should forget to set it, or if the thing should break? I declare, I've almost a mind to walk back. Why, dearie Mother, it is just as safe as any railroad. Well, you may like Mount Tamalpais if you want to, but I stay in San Francisco until we go south, and that's all hills too. I lose my breath every time I go shopping. If ever I get down this mountain alive, I'll never risk my bones again on anything but plain steam cars. You won't mind if I go around the top, will you, Mother? Oh, I suppose you'll have to. But do be careful. Don't go near the edge, and shut your eyes when you look down. Mrs. Ballin, tourist and pleasure seeker, settled back in an easy chair at the inn on the summit of Mount Tamalpais, making sure that she was where she could not see the edges of things, and proceeded to calm her feelings with a soothing nap. Carol wandered out and left the soft wind toss her hair and rumple her petticoats, while she looked out over the wonderful landscape that lay below and all around. "Just like a big raised map," she said aloud. "San Francisco Bay and the islands and capes and hills and things. Some day I'm going to live out here. Mill Valley would be a fine place. It's grand down there in the pines, and when I want real air, I can pop up here, where it's all air and blue sky and brown earth and green bushes." The girl wandered off up the path that led to the left around the rocky summit. At a wooden bench by the side of the path, she stopped and seated herself to take in the beauty of the scene. Her heart sang like a bird on a June morning, for the sheer joy of living and seeing all this from her first mountain top. She broke a twig from a manzanita bush that grew at her side, just to feel the company of its green leaves in her fingers, and leaned back against the rock, swinging her happy feet and letting her idle glance follow the flight of a solitary bird, dipping and rising, as if he rode on billows of air. "You like it?" So engrossed was she with the ecstatic soaring of the bird that she had not noticed an elderly man who had seated himself at the other end of the bench. Now she looked at him. There was something about his solid carriage that commanded respect, something in his gray curling beard and his clear blue eyes that gave her confidence. A line from her favorite poet, she was studying English literature, flew to her head, and she almost said it aloud as she looked at him. "Eyes grown dim with gazing on the pilot stars." Instead, however, of repeating this or answering his question, she uttered the thought that had come with the verse. "You are a sailor, sir?" The man laughed. "How did you guess, little lady?" "My uncle is a captain on the lakes. He has eyes like yours." "A sailor does get a certain expression, that's a fact. Comes from watching for rocks offshore and squalls off sea. Jerry here now, he's got it too, the sea look." For the first time, Carol now saw lying at the end of the bench an Irish setter, elderly too. At the sound of his name, he rose to a sitting posture and looked up affectionately at the man. He was a fine specimen of his breed. His long, narrow head was broad in the forehead and well arched in the cranium. His ears were long, pendulous, and silky. His coat, a mahogany color, was soft and wavy. His whole being bespoke kindness, good sense, and love. His eyes, yes, there was in them that same long focus, but the brown was dimming, as if already he needed no sharp vision to see the end of his voyage. "Oh, is he your dog? I saw him on the car coming up. He's old, isn't he?" Yes, he is old, as dogs go. But he's seen life, and taken it as it came, like a man. And that's more than some of us do." The sailor looked out over the brown hills for a moment, and then went back to his first question. "You like it here?" "Oh, so much! It's all so new and different. Everything is so wide, you can see miles, and it's all blue sky up here, and the country is so soft and brown and hazy, and over there is a bit of the ocean, just a streak beyond the hills, as blue as blue, and right down there over San Francisco and the Golden Gate, it is all a floor of fog, just like rolls of cotton batting." "Yes, I know the Pacific, in sunshine and in fog. It is queer about California fogs. One side of the bay will be all buried in the mist, and the other out in full sunlight. Something about the coast formation does it. And they come and go, suddenly." The sailor sat still for a moment. Carol's gaze wandered back to the bird that was now soaring in great flights, resting on its pinions, so long that it seemed as if it must fall. Then, with a rhythmic beat of its wings, up it sailed again, almost out of sight into the ether. The man pointed with his finger to the northwest, and the dog at his side seemed to follow and locate the very spot that his master indicated. "Do you see that bit of blue there? Jerry could tell you something about those waters. We've sailed them together many a time, and once—" "Is Jerry a sea dog?" "Yes, he is that. We've been sea dogs together. Out by that bit of blue now. There's a point of land, a cape, like, and offshore are some bird rocks. You've seen some of them along the coast? No? Well, there are cormorants that come there, and on a bright day you can see them on those rocks, rows of them, with their long black necks stretched out all in the same direction, watching for fish. And hundreds of gulls, too, flapping around. Inshore, on one side of the point, it is sandy beach, and on the other it is rocky. In fine weather the waves go sliding in and out, treacherous and wicked-looking, with trails of foam, like snakes on their backs. Beyond the bird rocks are some other rocks that can only be seen at low tide. When there's a storm at sea, the waves pile up and break over them with a sound like cannon thundering, and just as cruel. if a ship should get sucked in there. And out beyond these there are still other rocks that are never seen. It looks fine from here, but we've seen it close, too, Jerry and I. Aye, and felt it. What's more—" "Oh, have you really been in a shipwreck?" Carol caught her breath and clasped her hands together. "Aye, 'twas the city of Chester. She went down off those rocks on as pretty a night as you ever saw, and she's lying there now, if the storms haven't taken her further out to Davy Jones's submarine shipyard." "Tell me about it, please." Carol went over to the dog and sat down cross-legged by his side, as if he knew a friend at sight. Jerry laid his nose on her knee and continued looking out toward the bit of blue water. "Well, let me see. It was 13 years ago. Jerry was a month-old puppy 2 years before that, when Captain Wallace brought him aboard. And from that time until she went under, Jerry was ship dog to the city of Chester. She ran on the coastline from Frisco to Vancouver, and was as plucky a little steamer as ever lived. I was first mate on her, and I helped train Jerry. He was a clipper in those days, and he navigated by his own chart entirely. Anything that wasn't shipshape he'd find and worry, so it behooved us all, captain and crew, to keep our berths tidy. Grow? He grew 15 knots an hour that first year, and everybody got to know him along the line. When we hove to in the slip, there wasn't a longshoreman anywhere but would yell, 'Hello, Jerry!' the minute they saw his red head over the handrail. When work wasn't pressing, they would amuse themselves throwing things in the water for him to bring in. There wasn't anything he wouldn't tackle, even an empty barrel, and he'd tow it into port somehow. He was always right at the gangplank when it was let down, and he superintended the going ashore of the passengers and the coming aboard of the new ones. He never let his eyes off the freight till the stevies had run it all off and stowed the next batch in the hold. He loved the winch. I set him on a bale of hay once when it was being lowered, and he went down into the hold with his paws clutched into the wires and looking worried and puzzled. But he came up on a trunk the next trip, with an expression like a seraph. After that you couldn't keep him away when he heard the hoisting engine start up. Many a ride he had after that, on things that gave him a foothold. The whole crew loved him, didn't they, Jerry? And he loved the crew. The captain and I were close hauled and running, even for his first favor. After us came the cook, who had a hold on his heart through his bread-basket. Elsewhere honors were even. Many a stormy night he walked the bridge with the captain or me, according to the watch, only turning in when we changed off, or one or the other of us went below to get a cup of coffee from the cook's galley, or a hot lemonade. All the passengers took notice of him, and those who made the trip often grew to be quite friends with him. One galoot tried to coax him off. I was watching unbeknown, ready to pounce if need be. But no, the city of Chester was Jerry's ship, and its crew were his people. He had no particular use for landlubbers except to pass the time of day with them. He'd go ashore with Captain Wallace or me, however, and would quite enjoy a little run up Geary Street, or Market, or along the docks. Sometimes when we were tied up for loading and I had shore leave, I used to bring him up here, and those were the times when he nearly went crazy with joy, racing through the scrub and chasing squirrels and butterflies, and rolling on his back in the dirt. He certainly did enjoy a touch of real freedom, and it's because of those times that I bring him up here occasionally. He's too old now to run, but he likes to look off across the hills toward that strip of blue. I think he dreams of the city of Chester and his life there. It was in March 19. Jerry was 2 years old, I remember, and a beauty. You can see, if you are a judge of dogs, that he has all the points. There came aboard at Vancouver a young lady bound for Frisco. Her name was Miss Frances Dewing. About your size, I should think she was, though maybe 3 or 4 years older. You made me think of her as I hove alongside. Reckon that's why I spoke to you. Evidently she had a love for dogs, and I think there's something wrong with anyone who hasn't. She took to Jerry like a connoisseur, and he knew her for a friend and a good fellow. She was the only passenger I ever saw him regularly make up to. They made a fine voyage of it together, and when we reached Frisco, it was a toss-up whether he would go with her or stay with us. Captain Wallace gave him the chance, just to see, and it finally ended up in his leaving her carriage and walking up the gangplank of his own accord. But he sat on the deck and howled for about 5 minutes after she had gone. I reckon the captain wouldn't really have let Jerry go, and I do know he was tickled at the way he chose to stay with us, who had brought him up and educated him. Did he ever see the girl again? Carol's eyes were bright and eager as she looked up at the sailor-man. Yes, indeed, and that's the very story I'm coming to. She was down at Frisco to do some Easter shopping, and then she spent a week at Palo Alto, and in April she came aboard again to make the trip home. Jerry nearly wiggled out of his skin with joy when he saw Miss Dewing again, and she shook hands with me and the captain as if we were old friends. We were due to leave port at 8 p.m., and it was as fine an evening as ever was. It was warm, hardly a breath of wind, and the bay was like glass. There was a full moon coming up over Oakland, and not a cloud anywhere. When we swung out through the Golden Gate, we met some rollers coming in that told us there had been a storm somewhere off at sea. They were high enough so we had to shut the portholes to larboard, but on the starboard side everything was as cozy as a back parlor. All the passengers that had any sea legs at all were cuddled about watching the moon and this Tamalpais, but there are always a few who take to their berths first thing, on principle. We were steaming along in a fine fettle. Miss Dewing was leaning against the rail, watching the shore. When Jerry and I strolled along, she called to him, and he went over to be patted, and I followed. We stood there, and she asked me a lot of questions about the fairy gardens under seas in these parts. Ever been out in the glass-bottom boats at Monterey or Catalina? No? Well, don't go back east without doing that. It's another world. The waters along those California shores are washing over a wonder of palm groves and waving kelp, with big round shiny heads, and every kind and color of seaweed. And there are purple and crimson sea urchins, pretty enough to pet, if they weren't so prickly, and starfish and anemones and abalones, and big fishes sailing along slow, waving their tails as if they were seaweed too. I'll bet anything, if we could look down into some of the places where they haven't been scared away, we'd see shoals and shoals of mermaids and mermen too, disporting themselves as happy as the fishes. Well, I was telling Miss Dewing all about these things when I saw some long gray fingers beginning to reach up across the sky, out of the southwest. Then whole handfuls came sweeping up, and in next to no time the moon and the land were gone, and we were lost in one of those sudden low fogs that come up out of nowhere along the coast. So thick it was you could see where your breath made a hole in it. It came so quickly that the passengers stopped talking and left their mouths hanging open. It was as if we had been shut off from the whole of creation, swaying there, mid-seas, on those long, slow rollers. Our visible points of reckoning were cut off without a warning, and we were none too far from shore. Captain Wallace rang orders to the engine room to slow down, and the boatswain started to take soundings. In a minute the forward watch shouted, "Breakers to starboard," and the ship was swung a bit to port. We were just off the bird rocks when the fog closed in, and had been running rather close to shore to gain time in the fine weather. Just that little minute when we lost our bearings did the mischief. Before we could get out of our gate there was a lurch and a tearing sound down in the innards of the ship, and then she righted herself, but with a list, as if she was nursing a wound. One of those submerged rocks had stabbed her. Then for a minute a lunatic asylum wasn't in it. The passengers all came shrieking to know what had happened, and the captain left me in command on deck while he went below to see what had really been done. She had slipped clear of whatever hit her, and when the captain came up, he looked mighty grave. He said to me, slow and quiet, "Get out the life-belts and clear away the boats, quick." In a minute the whistle was shrieking harder than the foghorn, and rockets were shooting up. There wasn't any wireless then, but we did the best we could. Land was near and the lanes of oversea travel not so many miles away. Help would come soon, and we needed it soon. There was a whole stove in the starboard forward keel that meant about 1 hour left to us, barely that. The captain and I did what we could to keep the passengers quiet, and they acted better than some would. But there were things done that night that any man or woman ought to be ashamed of, and would have been if they had kept their heads. The life belts didn't go round, steamers weren't fitted up as well as they were since the Titanic disaster. Some people grabbed from others, and there were fighting out the boats, which it took the captain and me and the clerk and the head steward to put a stop to, so we could load in the women and children. As the last boat, we had only 4, was being swung off the davits, I saw Miss Dewing standing, watching them, very quiet. "Quick!" I yelled. "There's just room!" They were helping in a little bride, who was sobbing because her husband couldn't go. There was one more place, and I started to lift Miss Dewing in, but she stepped back and said, "Let that little wife have her husband. I can swim, and I am used to cold water." In spite of my arguments, she refused, and I saw her draw herself up and look off into the mist, calm and quiet. As I lowered her away, a man came rushing from the companionway, stark mad with fear. He tried to leap into the boat, which was already full to the limit. The captain grabbed him amidships, and there was a struggle. The man fought like a wild animal. Before anyone could slip a hand to stop him, both he and the captain were over the side, still struggling. I saw them when they came to the surface, saw the crazy man strike the captain a blow that knocked him senseless, and he fell clear and sank, and we never saw him again. Then I knew that the command of the ship must fall to me, and whatever happened, I was captain until she went down. Not that I cared for the promotion coming in just that way. The boats were clear now, and the Chester was settling fast. People with life belts and anything they could find were leaping over the side to get away from the suction. We could hear the faint sound of a whistle out of the murk, far away. Something was coming to our assistance, but it would be too late for some. All this time Jerry had been running up and down, as excited as anyone, and trying to understand what the trouble was. He ran from man to man of the crew, then to me again. And finally, when the boats were all gone, he found Miss Dewing standing very still by the rail. Seeing him, she stooped and kissed him, and put her hand on his head, as if he was a comfort to her. I hustled around and found an extra life belt, and stepped up and told her to put it on. "You'd better jump," I said, "and get clear of the ship. She'll be under in 10 minutes. Drop your shoes and your heavy petticoats." This she did as calmly as if she were going in swimming. Then, with a clear jump, as if she were used to it, she was gone. I could see her striking out with slow, even strokes away from the ship and into the fog. Jerry looked up at me and would have gone over after her, but I said, selfish I think now, "Jerry, old man, we're in command. We stand by the ship and go down together." We were alone now, and the deck was almost on a level with the water. It's a queer feeling one has, standing so still and so near death. It's a lonesome feeling, too. And yet I thought then, we have to go alone anyhow. And what better and cleaner place than the old Pacific? It was good to have Jerry there, though, I can tell you. Just to feel his old red muzzle in my hand heartened me. Then all at once the Chester gave a curious shake, a tremble like, hoisted her stern, and slid to her everlasting grave, down in the kelp gardens. Jerry and I went down in the suck, and I was whirled over and over and inside out and upside down till my breath was fairly gone. And finally, in a fountain of bubbles, I popped up, gasping and spluttering. When I got my breath back, I saw through the mist, not far away, there was light enough from the moon above the fog, old Jerry shaking the water out of his eyes and settling into a stroke. Then I made out, here and there, gray dots. There were dozens of people all struggling in the water, and such cries! God! I never want to hear them again. Now and then one would gasp and go under. I lighted on a bench that had come up and pushed it along to where 2 or 3 people were about exhausted, and I told them to hold on till help came. Then I said to Jerry, who was swimming alongside, "Go find Miss Dewing." Instantly he turned and headed off in a different direction. I followed, for I had a feeling that he would find her. By this time I had my senses, so I realized that the noise that had been in my ears ever since I came up was the blast of a steamer's whistle. and in a space of time that seemed like an eternity, but was really very short. A great hole loomed out of the fog. The Oceanic it was who heard us, bound for Honolulu, and a sweep of searchlight crept over the water where we were huddled. Then the boats, already lowered, dropped into the sea and darted toward us. The fog was clearing now, so they could see us, and one by one the poor, chilled, shivering, exhausted things were picked up. Some were dead and floating in their lifebelts, others just alive. Nowhere could I see Jerry. All at once someone cried from the deck of the Oceanic, "Look, there's a dog! Save him too!" I turned my head and saw, on the crest of a long swell, Jerry, old Jerry, towing something that he held tightly in his teeth. It was Miss Doings's little red sweater, and little Miss Doing herself was inside it, but unconscious. He never let go till he was alongside the lifeboat, and they had lifted her in it. Then one of the men reached and pulled him in too, and pretty soon they had us all who were still on top, and we were taken aboard the Oceanic, and we were rubbed and dosed with hot drinks and rolled in blankets, until such of us, pulled through, had got to be human beings once more. And that's the end of the story. Carol slipped her arm over the old dog's neck and sat silent a moment. What became of Miss Doing? Up in Vancouver. Married one of the survivors, and has 3 fine children. The oldest is a girl almost your size. She begged hard for Jerry, Miss Doing did, and I put it up to him, as his own master. And he chose me again. It's a life on the ocean wave for Jerry. I've been captain of my own ship since then, for 10 years, and every time we run into Vancouver, I go to call on the little lady. It was Christmas dinner last year, and it's to be Thanksgiving this fall, if we can make it. When I retire, I've promised to run into harbor there. And Jerry— "Yes," said Carol softly. "And Jerry?" "Jerry will be sailing the uncharted ocean then. I've promised him a burial at sea, with honors, where the Chester sank. Over there in that bit of blue." "Carol, Carol, come back. It's time to start." "That is Mother calling. Thank you for the story. I won't forget it. Yes, Mother, I'm coming. Goodbye. Goodbye, Jerry." The bird in the air was not alone now. There were 2, wheeling and calling to each other. Now they dipped down swiftly and disappeared in the shadows of a grove of live oaks. End of section 10. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America.
Section 11 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives. Chapter 11. Tom, a Dog of the Eastern States. When Tom first came to Mr. Allison's, he was a little, black, curly-haired puppy, without a hint of white on his whole coat. His tail was not so plumy then, but it gave good promise, even in those days, of being his glory. You would never have dreamed that he would grow to weigh 100 pounds or more, as he does now. He gave promise, too, of being a great many things. He was as full of life as a pod is of peas, fairly overflowing with wriggling activity. The children, Dawn and Mary, attempted to keep him in the house for their very own when he was small, but he set his tiny teeth into everything in sight and played such havoc with the window curtains and rugs that they were finally compelled to turn him over to Amos, the hired man, for he was versed in dog lore and able the better to train him. Amos, it must be confessed, plotted for his favor from the beginning. He knew that there is nothing in the world so safe to tell your secrets to, so charitable to your shortcomings, so ready in sympathy for your troubles, as a dog. So when the puppy made mincemeat of the upholstering on the drawing-room sofa and was given to the tender mercies of the grizzled old servant, Amos looked very serious. But in his heart of hearts he blessed the unfortunate sofa and carried the winsome scapegrace off to the barn. "Now, Tom, you little villain, I'm not going to punish you one mite. Instead, I'm going to give you something of your own to cut your baby teeth on. Lord knows you've got to cut 'em somehow. Now, this here bit of old harness is just the ticket, and it's yours, and the rest of the straps and things lying around are Mr. Allison's. And when this is all chewed up, you can come to me for something else. Now mind." Amos dropped an old bridle on the floor near by and watched with one eye. The puppy settled down to his own strap, and in due time it was reduced to its component atoms. Amos went out to attend to some other duties, and when he returned the bridle lay untouched, and Tom sidled up to an appeal for more strap. He seemed to catch the spirit of thine and mine, and never again destroyed anything that he did not know was his. An old broken saddle was the joy of his young life. It took him some time to obliterate its shape and comeliness. In fact, he was almost over the destructive age before he got all the buckles loose and the tough leather torn to tatters. When the horsehair stuffing was scattered to the four winds and the last bit of wood and iron unscrewed and taken apart, Tom looked up from the wreck with the joy of a duty well done. He had never had a whipping and never needed one. If Amos accidentally trod on his tail, he would wag it to show that there was no hard feelings. If his paw was stepped on, Tom held it up to be coddled. It was curious that he was not spoiled, but a thing that is solid all through can't be spoiled. The whole family hung on his eyelids. Dawn and Mary looked upon Tom as their own, and with Amos to help, he was taught many tricks. He seemed to learn them just by looking at you. He would fetch anything Dawn threw for him, on land or in the water. Dawn would throw a stone in the pond, and he would go in and fetch the identical stone. Once, however, the stone Dawn threw was so small that Tom could not find it. He stayed down so long that even Amos became frightened. At last he came up and looked at Dawn as if to say, "No use." Then down he went again, and came up with the biggest stone that he could possibly carry, and laid it at Dawn's feet, looking so sheepish that everybody laughed. But Tom had to be comforted, for he was ashamed at his failure. But games were not all of life to Tom. As he grew to Dog's estate, he proved himself helpful in many ways. When he was about a year old, Amos handed him the basket containing Mr. Allison's lunch. It was sometimes sent to his office in the village when he was too busy to come home. "Tom," said Amos, "take Mr. Allison's dinner to him. And mind you don't eat it yourself, nor drop it. Take it to Mr. Allison." Tom looked Amos in the eye, keenly and understandingly. Then he clinched his teeth in the basket handle, turned tail, and trotted off down the street. It was not far, about half a mile. Amos followed to see if he had really understood, but Tom went so rapidly that he was out of sight before Amos had turned the last corner. There he met the dog coming back, but he did not stop to greet Amos. Right past he went, and straight home to Mrs. Allison, to whom his master had charged him to deliver a note. After that he always went with the lunch. Amos followed a few times, and never but once did Tom set it down. On this occasion, just before he turned into Main Street, he saw a dog fight in progress. There was a ring of little hoodlums, and in the center a mongrel bull was tackling a fox terrier about half his size. It was not an equal fight, and it never should have been allowed, but those soulless imps were whooping and yelling in unholy glee. The bull had the fox by the throat, and was choking his life out. It was not fair play. Amos started on a run to stop the tragedy, but Tom was ahead, and he jumped into the thick of it. He caught that mongrel bull and thrashed daylight into him, and the bull crawled off limping, with his tail between his legs like the cur he was. Amos wound up the affair with a tongue lashing for the imps, and when he had seen that the fox was coming to and able to get to his feet, he looked for Tom. But Tom was already at Mr. Allison's office, carrying the basket as if nothing at all had happened. Every morning Tom met the letter carrier halfway, and when there were letters he would come tearing back to Mrs. Allison and give them to her. But if there were none, he would drag his feet home as if they were shod with lead. Every evening he would race to the post office as soon as the train came in, to be the first to get the paper. The postmaster never kept Tom waiting, and he would be back on the porch before anyone would believe it possible. I said every night. No, not quite. Sundays at the same hour he would lie as peacefully on the porch as the birds in their little nests, and Mr. Allison could say "paper" to him as many times as he liked. Tom would simply look at him out of the corner of his eye until his master was fairly ashamed of trying to deceive a dog who apparently was the more intelligent of the two. His great delight was to assist Amos in driving the cows to pasture and back. Tom watched every move that Amos made until he had mastered the whole method. Then one morning he astonished the old man by opening the gate himself. He did this from the inside, pushing back the bolt and throwing his weight on the crossbar. After that, Amos taught him to open it from the other side. In a week he had learned to jump up, put his paw over the bar, and pull the bolt. Then he would poke his nose through the crack and wriggle until he could swing the gate open. After that he had things his own way, going and coming, and Amos had only to potter along and enjoy the sunset. Then one day Amos was busy in the stable with a sick horse, and he said to Tom, "Run along, Tom, and get the cows." Tom waved his tail understandingly and was off. When Amos came out and looked across the meadow, there was Tom, coming with the cattle. There was a place, too, where a length of fence was down between the lane and the corn, and the cows would fain have turned in and helped themselves to a juicy ear or two. But no, Tom herded them past, not giving them the ghost of a chance. He had left the gate into the cowyard open, and while Amos watched, those cows were driven in, and Tom shut the gate after them. After that, farming was easy for Amos, and as long as Tom enjoyed it, why not? Amos would say, "Tom, go and get Frank," and Tom was off, hot foot to the pasture, where he would pick out the big carriage horse and drive him up to the stable. If Amos told him to bring Pet, up came the little mare. There was no longer any bothersome chasing around the lot, with a fight to get the bridle on, just to see the horse dodge and turn up at the far end of the enclosure. Tom corralled them, and the rest was easy. Mrs. Allison could never have brought up her family without Tom. He was nursemaid in extraordinary to Don and Mary. After the baby came, the busy mother had little time to follow the older ones around, and one day she said, "Tom, keep an eye on Don and Mary." He never left them. If they went near the well, it was "no, no." Tom was in between. If Don climbed a tree, he waited underneath, as if he expected to catch him if he fell. Whatever they did, they had to answer to Tom. One day, when Don was about 7 and Mary 4, the children, without consulting their mother, planned a little expedition to the woods. The nuts were falling, and the temptation was great. Don laid in a store of cookies from the jar in which Mrs. Allison kept a harmless between-meal variety. Thus provisioned, with his pockets full and more in Mary's sunbonnet, off they went. Tom was with Amos in the garden and was not invited to the party. Down the road they went before anyone missed them. Then Amos heard their mother calling, here and there, up attic and down cellar and in the chicken yard. Soon, with the baby on her arm, she came down to the garden and said in a frightened voice, "Amos, have you seen Don and Mary?" "No, Mrs. Allison." "Amos, I'm afraid they are lost. I haven't seen 'em for an hour or so. I've been so busy helping Sirrah make pickles." "Now, Mrs. Allison, don't you worry. We'll find them, if they're to be found. Come, Tom." Tom was up like a shot, all attention. "Tom," said Amos, "go and find Don and Mary." "Oh, Tom, find them, please," said Mrs. Allison. "Find Don and Mary." He looked at her, then at Amos, and then, with a woof, he was off down the road, straight toward the woodlot. Amos followed, and just as he turned in under the big hickories by the bars, he saw the youngsters coming back along the tote road that runs through the wood to the swamp lot. Tom was herding them, and they couldn't have stepped out of the road to save their lives. Mary was crying because she had dropped her cookies and wasn't allowed to go back for them. Don was greatly excited. "Amos," he cried, "there's a big man stealing our nuts, and he was up a tree shaking them down, and I said to him, 'Get down out of our tree, those are our nuts,' and I stamped my foot just like that, and the man laughed and said I was a shaver, and went right on shaking the tree, and I told Mary to help me, and we picked up a lot. They were Papa's nuts anyway, and the man said, 'Leave those nuts alone or I'll cut your heads off,' and he got down out of the tree, and Mary began to cry, and I was scared, but I didn't cry. And then, all of a sudden, right between us and the man was old Tom. He just growled something awful and showed his teeth, and he gave one nip at the man, and he ran like there was a dragon after him, and then Tom made us come straight home, and we couldn't bring the nuts, 'cause we had to keep going." When the baby was big enough to be intelligent, she followed after the family in her adoration of Tom. He would let her tumble all over him and pull his black woolly coat. He would stand perfectly still, with the exception of his tail, and let her creep under him, and he would lie like a foolish bit of marble and let her scramble over him, laughing and pulling his ears, or falling asleep between his friendly paws. When little Martha was something more than a year old, there came one of those mellow autumn days when the creeping things that hibernate come out to have a last look at nature. Amos was bringing in a load of pumpkins when he saw Mary and Don running toward him screaming with terror. "Hello, kids! What's after you? The bees?" Mary's fat little legs gave out, and down she went in the road, but with breath enough left to keep screaming. Don kept on until he reached the side of Amos's load. "It's a snake! A big snake!" he gasped. "He's eating up the baby! He was so big I didn't dare kill him, and we saw you! Hurry! He's in the front yard!" Hurry? You may believe that Amos lost no time. He left the pumpkins and the horses and went 60 miles an hour around the corner of the house. There sat the baby, calm as a lily, and just about a yard in front of her stood Tom, very much interested in something. Amos gave one look and then dropped on the ground with his arms around the dog, praising the Lord and seeing that Tom got his full share. There lay the snake, and it was a rattler, 13 rattles and a button, and all dead as a doorknob. Amos picked up the baby and started for the kitchen. Tom gave the rattler one more shake for good luck, and then trotted along as if nothing had happened. But it was at the fire that Tom earned his everlasting glory. No one knew exactly how it started. Probably it was the kitchen flue, for it was Saturday night and there were beans baking. Everybody was abed and asleep. About 3 a.m, one of those still nights when smoke settles heavily and sounds do not carry far, Amos, in his loft over the stables, awoke to a dream of folks shouting and dogs barking. Rubbing his eyes, he saw a bright light dancing on the wall opposite the window, and then with it all he heard a crackling sound, and he came broad awake. He did not wait to go down the ladder, but dropped, hand over hand, down the rain-spout, and in half a minute was in the thick of it. And it wasn't until afterward that he learned why the whole family had not been caught in the flames and destroyed, as the house was. Tom always slept in the kitchen. When the fire, which had evidently been smoldering in the back bricks of the chimney, burst through the walls and into the kitchen, Tom was the first to know it. He went immediately into action. There was a swinging door into the dining room, and the rest of the house was open and easy of access. Into the front hall and up the front stairway he went like a mad thing, running up and down, barking and pawing at the bedroom doors. Where he could get in, he pulled at the bedclothes, whining and barking all the time. Everyone in the house was awake and hustling in no time. Mr. and Mrs. Allison seized Don and Mary and little Martha, and out into the dooryard they went in their little nighties. Sirrah the maid went out over the shed roof. By this time the neighbors were all arriving, garbed hastily and sketchily, and everybody turned to the business of saving what they could of the furniture and clothing. Mrs. Allison took great care to save the flat irons in her china teapot, and the mirrors and pictures that the good neighbors threw out of the windows created a wreckage that seemed unnecessary. But in reality a good deal was saved, for the fire had not made much headway before Tom discovered it. And Tom, when he saw everyone rushing around, became busy as the busiest. He began carrying out shoes and slippers and anything he could lay his teeth into. He realized the seriousness of the occasion and did his duty according to his idea of the situation. All this time the smoke was pouring out of the windows, room after room lit up, with the window panes breaking and shattering in the heat. Then spurts of fire and smoke came through the roof, crackling and sputtering in the dry shingles. The walls leaned, trembled, and, with a roar as if the house were one great sugar barrel on the 4th of July, the flames shot skyward, and the whole structure caved in. A few minutes more, and nothing was left standing but parts of 2 chimneys and a few rafters, red like molten iron. These, too, soon sank, and there was nothing but a mass of coals ready to get breakfast over. The village engine, like many other village engines, arrived on the scene just as the framework collapsed. The fire company were bright and shiny in their red shirts and glazed headgear, and they looked the more resplendent in contrast with the huddling, shivering, dew-wet, smoke-blackened neighbors. But they were too late, and nobody cheered them. Tom, old Tom, was running from one to another of the family, whining and forlorn as a lost soul. He tried hard to tell them that he had done his best, and just as dawn was beginning to break through, and everybody looked at everybody else and realized his own unlovely appearance, and that things were over and couldn't be helped, it came over Mrs. Allison that her 3 children were tucked away safely in a neighbor's bed, and her husband was safe, and she, and Sirrah, and Tom. And if Tom had not awakened us, she said, we should all have been burned in our beds. We owe our lives to him, and the babies are safe, and the house doesn't matter. Hurrah for old Tom, shouted Amos. 3 cheers for him. Hip, hip. The crowd burst out with a hearty cheer that shook down the last bricks on the last chimney. Tom did not know what it meant, but he cheered as loudly as the others, which set everyone to laughing. Then they all took one look around the comical, smoke-grimed circle and started home. Mr. Allison, it may be of interest to mention, received full insurance for the house, and a new home went up over the ashes of the old, and Tom, who was loved and respected before, came in for a share of adoration and gratitude to which dogs seldom attain. The Allisons wouldn't give him away for a marble palace. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Dog Heroes of Many Lands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. LibriVox.org. Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives. Chapter 12. Bruce, a Fire Dog of New York. "You'll have to take him in if I bide myself," said James McMurray. Engine company number looked on with much interest as the captain addressed the unusual applicant. A man 6'2" in his red woolen socks, with a shock of red hair nearly as incendiary as the footwear, and with Scotland written all over him. By his side, watching the chief expectantly, stood the bonniest Highland collie that ever waved a friendly tail. His glossy black coat was set off by a collar and waistcoat of tan, and he was as beautiful as his master was big and brawny. "Mowbray didn't mention the dog when he spoke of you, but if the men don't object, I don't. He looks like a good specimen." "Ye'll not find a better. Bruce has been with me upwards of 2 year, and a finer herder you'll not find in New Jersey." The chief laughed. "There won't be much herding to do in the fire department, unless you can teach him to herd the crowds and keep 'em out from under our feet at a blaze, and he won't find them lambs to handle either. It's the fine mascot he'll be making." Jim Callahan spoke from the depths of the room where he was polishing the engine brasses. "There's one of the men to speak for himself," said Captain Warner. "We'll make a try at taking him on and see how it goes. What did you say his name was?" "Robert Bruce McMurray, and it's a fit name. He's a king among collies." "No doubt as to his nationality, at any rate," laughed the captain. So Bruce became a member of Engine Company number, and the stock farm in New Jersey where his master had trained him knew him no more. Instead of herding sheep and cattle, he had to learn to avoid teams in the rushing whirl of New York traffic. It was difficult, and at first he was dazed by the never-ending pell-mell of it. But he was young, and he soon forgot the quiet meadows and the lazy cattle, and learned to love the hurly-burly, the roar and rattle of wheels on the pavements, the shriek of the brakes on the elevated, and the steady, tireless hum of the great hive. Following his master's example, he settled down into the daily routine of the station, as well as into the hearts of the fire laddies. They were a fine set of men, those big, strong chaps, with the courage of heroes to do and die in times of danger, and the tenderness which grew out of their trade of life-saving. The captain looked upon his company with great pride, and he, as well as some of the others, had, tucked away with their treasures, medals for courage in action. James McMurray hugged himself for pleasure at the thought that fortune had thrown him among men of his own kind. As for Bruce, his life in New Jersey had given him a love for horses, and who did not love those magnificent specimens formerly found in New York's engine houses, now gone, alas, before the inrush of auto trucks and engines? Bruce certainly divided his allegiance between the men and the four-footed heroes, and gave to the latter his special attention. He saw to it 3 times a day that they were properly fed and watered. He superintended their rubbing down and grooming, and sanctioned, by a wag of his tail, the preparation of their beds at night. The rest of the work of the engine house was also performed under his eye of approval. The big brass engine could never have been kept in such a state of shining radiance without Bruce as overlord. Tim Callahan laughed as he swabbed on the polish and rubbed it down. "Sure now, Bruce, and what'd you be doing to me if I forgot to shine one of those nuts? You'd herd me back and make me do my work over again, I'll be bound." And as for Pete Tinkham there, he never in all his life bullied that floor to the extent he has since we had a mascot to our names, glory be. It was a grand day when you dropped into our midst, James McMurray, you son of a Scotch thistle. So the ordinary doings of the day passed, with much rough, good-humored banter. Evenings the men sat around in a room on the upper floor of the engine house, telling stories, reading, or playing cards. The room would have passed muster and taken a prize in any company of New England housewifely products, so spandy clean it was. The row of white iron bedsteads were a joy to see, with their covers turned down all at the same angle. On the floor, by the side of each one, stood a pair of rubber boots with soles so thick that the wearer might slosh about freely in the neighborhood of the hydrant with no fear of wet feet. Also, he might trample over broken glass and never risk a puncture. Fastened to the boots were a pair of heavy trousers, made so that a fireman, waking to the alarm in the night, had only to step into the whole contraption and pull the fastening straps up over his shoulders. Coats and helmets were hung on the engine and hose cart to be donned when under way, thus reducing to a minimum the time for dressing. At night, Bruce slept at the foot of McMurray's bed, with one ear cocked for the fire alarm, and when it rang, no matter what the day's weariness might have been, Bruce was down the stair and at his post before the quickest man among them could slide down the pole, or the horses, released automatically from their stalls, could leap to their places. It was a sight worth seeing as he barked and capered, apparently sure that the harness could not have dropped to its place and been buckled on by the first man down, had he not been there to bark his orders. When the great doors swung open and the engine leaped out, Bruce took his place under it, or as near under as the shower of sparks and coals would permit, and to the scene of action he galloped, as did the horses, as faithful to the fiery monster as its own belching smoke. He grew to have a real passion for a fire. Daytime or nighttime, it was always the same. Where the engine went, there went Bruce, certain that no blaze could be quenched without him. People of the neighborhood grew to look for the black wraith that moved like the very shadow of the engine. The hose cart he did not favor at all, even when his master rode thereon. The sparks that singed his coat never made him swerve from his allegiance to the brass fire devil. The small boys watched him rapturously, and a night call would find more than one pajama-clad worshiper looking out of a window to see the fire dog. Daytimes they lingered enviously around, as near the engine as the rules allowed. But they could only adore from a distance. The law of the engine company forbade familiarity with small boys, and Bruce was a keeper of the law. He might wave his brush amiably if a particularly enticing whistle attracted his attention, but never did his wooers win him from the straight and narrow path. The fire dog remained as aloof and inspiring as the big engine itself. Now, there are fires and rumors of fires a-many in New York City, but with most of them the prompt dash and the finely trained equipment brings the danger to an end in its very beginnings. Occasionally, however, a fire will work out of sight and does not disclose itself until it has made good headway. Then it means a stiff fight and no recess for all hands, even to save adjoining buildings. Sometimes, too, a fire will start in highly combustible material, and then look out. The red demons leap and clutch everything in sight, and even a hurry call to every company within range fails to check the flames. This is what happened on a windy autumn night. A big paper factory on 11th Avenue caught fire in the basement, and the flames went racing and howling skyward, gutting floor after floor, till the whole place was a seething flame. It was not a case of saving the building itself. That was doomed from the first upflying spark, but of keeping the fire from spreading. Calls were sent in for all the available engines in the district. It was a wild scene, the flames leaping and roaring, the streams of water going bravely into the red furnace, only to issue forth again in clouds of steam and vapor. The network of rubber serpents, each manned at the nozzle by sweating, helmeted heroes, the shouting and howling of the crowd, as floor after floor disappeared in the dragon's mouth, the yells of the firemen as they popped out of neighboring skylights and proceeded to wet down the roofs that were dangerously near. It was pandemonium. And through it all the only quiet things were the horses. Quivering with excitement, they stood at their posts, waiting only the word of command that meant time for the drenched and weary men to be taken home. The mad fury of the fire held every man, however, gritting his teeth over his special duty. In the turmoil, Pete Tinkham, who drove the engine that night for company number, Bruce's engine, did not see that the fire was beginning to blaze at the corner of the block where his horses stood. No one noticed. The heat grew fiercer and fiercer, and then the horse nearest the flames, quietly and without a moan, dropped in his tracks. No one saw but Bruce, who, as usual during a fire, remained in charge of his engine. Surely it was wrong that a horse, one of his horses, should die. Bruce darted toward a man who was toiling along with a great flapping hose, and tried to get his attention. He did not even look at the dog. He tried the chief, whom he knew, but the chief only said, "Back, Bruce, out of the way." From man to man he ran, vainly trying to get their attention. Then out of a black doorway came Pete Tinkham, waving an axe and looking wildly for a spare man to help him on the roofs, where a new blaze was starting. Poof! He was nearly knocked flat by the rush of the dog, who leaped upon him, barking and pawing him frantically. Pete stopped. This was unusual in Bruce, who had hitherto behaved himself so well when the company was in action. "For the love of Mike, what are ye up to?" said Pete, as he righted himself. Bruce dropped to the ground and turned toward his engine, then looked back at Pete and barked. "What's wrong, I say?" Then Pete looked and saw the fallen horse, just in time to save the others who were slowly suffocating. And after that, roofs might burn for all of Pete, with his beloved horses dying at their post. He lost no time in getting them to a place of safety. And there was mourning that night at Engine House Number, for a good horse fallen, and there was rejoicing, too, because of a dog who had proved himself a fit companion of heroes. At another fire, also, Bruce became a life-saver. A tenement on 20th Street, packed with human beings, caught fire, and for hours every nerve of every man in every company on the spot was strained almost to the breaking point. People hurled themselves from windows into nets. People climbed down gutter spouts, or dropped themselves hand over hand from cornice to blind, from blind to window sill, and so to safety, or death on the pavement below. One mother went mad for a moment, and refused to give up her baby to the firemen on the ladder, whereupon mother and child were seized bodily and carried shrieking to the ground. It was a fire with more smoke than flame, and the halls and stairways were so choked with the black fumes that it took the most dogged courage of the pluckiest men to go in and find the beings huddled behind doors, or lying where they had fallen at the very window-sills. The firemen could not stay long at the work. They were compelled to come out to save their own lives, leaving others to go on with the task. One more dash, and the last room would be searched, and everyone still living would be out of the building. The fire, too, was getting under control, but the smoke was still dense and awful. In the death-filled atmosphere, James McMurray and Cummings, with a no longer needed hose, groped their way along the hall of the second floor to the landing. In the general melee, the railing had been broken, and McMurray, not knowing this, reached out to find it, overreached himself, stumbled, and fell head foremost into the hall below. As he fell, he put out a hand, caught at the edge of the landing, and thus broke the fall, but at the same time swung himself in under the staircase, where he lay, stunned and alone in the reek of smoke. It could not have been for long, for he would have been quite smothered. Cummings, who was ahead, made his way to the blessed air, unaware of the fact that his working mate had fallen. The worst was over. Captain Warner hastily counted his staff. "Where's McMurray?" "He went in with me after that hose," said Cummings. "He was right behind. Didn't he come out?" No one had seen him. In after him, boys. He won't be higher than the second floor." "Lucky," said Cummings. "The other stairways are broken." Up to the second landing groped two men, feeling with their feet all over the darkened hallways. Nobody there. Nobody in the room. No one in the hall below. The men returned to their mates. "Can't find him. We'll have to get the ladder for that third story. Hark!" Captain Warner lifted his hand. A dog was barking inside the tenement. Now a black collie appeared at the door, gave an impatient yelp, and disappeared again. "I'll warrant he's found the boy," cried Callahan. After the dog he dashed, and in a minute he reappeared, bearing the unconscious body of McMurray. "Give him fresh air," said the captain, pushing back the crowd. "He needs it bad. He's not dead, though." "Aye, I'm all right," said McMurray, lifting himself dizzily on his elbow. "How did you find me in the smoke?" "Bruce found you. You were under the staircase, where no sane fireman would ever think of falling. How the dog smelled you in that smoke passes me." "Well," said McMurray, as he sat up and rubbed his bruises, "Bruce is a real canny dog. I dare be saying he'd find me in Mount Vesuvius," said Captain Warner, laughing. "Aye," said James McMurray, solemnly, stumbling to his feet, "or in the bottomless pit." For 3 January days in the year of 1890, New York City had been lost in as wild a snowstorm as even the bravest cares to face. Side streets were blocked and almost impassable. Even Fifth Avenue, with the biggest effort of the street cleaners, could only boast a bit of sidewalk and 2 narrow roadways, flanking a long drawn-out Mont Blanc that stretched from Washington Square to Mount Morris Park. Then, on the 4th day, the dawn broke clear, breathing out of the north a wind with an icicle edge to it, a wind that bit into exposed faces and fingers until they cried out for mercy, a wind that pounced upon Harlem, and 2 minutes later was seeping across the Battery and the Bay. It sent the work of the cleaners whirling again in great, unmanageable masses. It shrieked around the casements and ate into the hearts of the houses, until the janitors, even the stingiest, were fain to pile the coal high in the furnaces to save their own skins. And woe betide the unlucky who dwelt where furnaces were not. And thereby hung a tale for the firefighters. Chimneys stuffed with soot and overheated, red-hot kitchen stoves that sat the chimney cupboards stewing until they sprang into flames. Imperfect flues. The firemen can tell you the list of causes that forced them out to fight harder than ever in the bitterest weather. So it was now. All day the alarms kept ringing, and blaze after blaze was fought at odds and with grim desperation. It was a hard day, and at nightfall, when the men on duty at Engine House No. sat down to a supper brought in to them, that they might be on hand for a quick call, they did so with fervent prayers that they might be spared further labor, for they were spent. It was snug and cozy in the little upper room that evening, despite the wild wind. But outside the gale was rising, and when Callahan reported that the Mercury was sitting in the bulb, Bergora, with his hands and feet folded out of sight, every one shuddered and turned in for the night with extra blankets, and not even an ear left out for the alarm. Bruce got a blanket of his own, and McMurray was considered the lucky man to have such a hot water bag to his feet. Sleep, well earned, settled down on all. But it rang. Oh, yes. Hardly had the most case-hardened got his first 40 winks when a call came, and a hurry call, and a double call for all hands and the cook. The indicator told them that the fire was near Madison Avenue, at the big stables. Clang, clang, clang! The horses bounded to their places. The harness leaped to their backs. The men were booted down the pole and struggling into their coats along the running board of the hose cart before you could mention John, the son of Robin. "You'll have to bide at home tonight, Bruce," said McMurray as he swung to his place on the engine. "It's too cold to blast for them as has no need to go out." Bruce's tail dropped to 0, and he stepped back a pace. "Bide at home!" shouted McMurray, as the doors flew open, and the engine, spitting and belching and chugging, was drawn into the bleak, wind-swept snowdrifts. "Bide at home!" he yelled as they turned a corner. Bruce stayed his feet until the rumble and clangor grew faint. Then the ruling passion became too strong. A fire, and he not there to guard his engine? Impossible! Better would it be to disobey James McMurray than to let his engine perish, and shame come upon company number. Down the street went a black collie, plunging and burrowing his way through the eddying drifts, now galloping faster where the street had been partly cleared. When the scene of the fire was reached, Bruce, a little breathless but still in the ring, was trotting at the tail of his own particular charge. McMurray saw him, but this was no time for lessons in morals. The stables were burning fiercely, and there were 35 horses to be saved. To the song of the north wind, the fire added its crackle and roar. Already it had gained terrific headway. A dull red smoke poured from the blistered and broken windows. Tongues of flame shot from the roof. The whole upper loft was one blazing mass, and the flying clouds above reflected the strange, unearthly light. Water was of no avail. It froze as it struck the building, and fell in great hissing icicles into the flames. The lower story was covered with a great casing of ice. In that awful cold, the elements failed to destroy each other. And underneath all this horror were 35 horses, whinnying, trembling, suffocating, and paralyzed with fear. Some of the firemen worked with the stable hands to get the horses out before the flooring should fall and engulf them. When those heavy beams gave way, there was not a moment to be lost. Hastily blinding the horses' eyes with blankets, the men led them one by one, bucking and plunging out into the street. 12 they had saved, and had returned for more when that unaccountable desire for the protection of their own roof seized the liberated beasts. There was a wild rush, the horses knocking down firemen and every obstacle. Panic seized those that were being led out, and they broke away violently. In one moment all were back again under the roaring furnace of the loft. A cry of anguish went up from the crowd that swayed and surged along the line of fighting police. Fire mad! Yes, all of them. And now who would dare go in after them? Already the flames were licking between the boards above them, and the roof was tottering. When that fell, the whole would go. Firemen dropped hoes and axes and tried to force them back. No use. The smoke in the stables was so dense that nothing could be there long and breathe. James McMurray battled desperately with a great cart horse, but it was blinded and insane from fright, and absolutely unmanageable. Something on 4 feet went galloping past McMurray, after the horse he had vainly tried to save. Something black with a collar of tan and a waving tail. Now from the stables rang out a dog's bark, strong, clear, insistent. "Bruce!" gasped McMurray. "Fire mad too, the little devil," said Callahan with a sob in his smoke-dried throat. "Head him off, you rascals!" he called to the quaking stable hands. "He'll burn with the bunch." "Speak soft, man," said James McMurray, grasping the Irishman by the shoulder, for Callahan was about to dive into the death trap. "Hold your wits and look. Look, man. Don't you see the bonny laddie? He's herding 'em. He's herding the horses like sheep, and they dare not disobey. He's biting their heels now. Look how they mind him." "Glory be," whispered Callahan, as if afraid of breaking the spell. "Will you see the likes of that? He's doing what no man would dare do." The crowd had stopped shouting. The roar of the wind and the flames went on, but every human heart stood still. Out they came. 2, 4, 6, 10, 20 horses. dazed with the smoke, helpless with fear, but fear now of a thing that barked and bit their heels unceasingly, and would not let them rest. Lastly came a black collie, herding them carefully. No chance for one to turn back. They must go on, goaded relentlessly. Still the crowd kept silent. Has he got them all? No, but he's saved 20. Likely the others are suffocated with the smoke. On they went. Then, as the cold struck them, the horses looked back at their burning home and paused. Would they rush again? Yes. No. Robert Bruce McMurray, with his stock farm training, keen, quick, sharpened to the task, never gave them a loophole. Barking, biting, jumping on them, nipping at their heels, anywhere, but always between them and the danger, he forced them to belie their instincts and go on whither they were driven. Then the crowd broke into such a cheer as drowned the voices of fire and storm. The horses, at the sound, surged backward, and then they broke into a mad rush, helter-skelter. The mob leaped back to let them through, 20 horses and 1 black and tan collie, down the side street to Madison Avenue, through the whirling drifts, away from the hell of smoke and flame and ruin. Down the avenue they galloped, until Bruce herded them into another side street, out of sight and sound of the fire. 20 horses saved, and 1 hero the more. Against the wall of a brewery, he brought them together and held them, shivering in the icy tempest, until the stable hands captured them and led them to shelters in other stables. Down on his knees went James McMurray, he and the dog almost disappearing in the big snowdrift into which they rolled. The strong man caught the dog in his arms, and called him his dear and his Croodelin Dhu. He picked him up and held him, kicking and struggling high above his own unhelmeted red head, while the crowd laughed, cheered, cried, yelled, and forgot all about the other fire lads who were still struggling with the waning fire. There was just one thing for them, and that was a collie with a singed black and tan coat, whose name was Robert Bruce McMurray. The following week, Engine House number was astonished to see a smart and polished delivery wagon, driven by a smart and beliveried flunky, draw up impressively at their door. From the inside of the vehicle the flunky produced and delivered a package marked Robert Bruce McMurray. Callahan, with mouth agape, received it and looked at the address, wondering. "Hey, McMurray, I think your dog is receiving a wedding present. It's a grand time for the company when Tiffany drives up to its door." McMurray took the box. "It's very well gotten up," he said, turning it over and regarding its white and shining magnificence. "Open it, man," said Cummings, as he and the others came up to look. "It's a wonderful thing. Where do you think it came from?" "Open it, open it. Here, I'll whip those ribbons off with a whack of my knife." "No, no, Callahan, I'll untie it." "'Tis a bonny box, and I wouldn't clip the strings. Gently now. 'Tis of leather, and lined with satin. Woo!" There, in the soft radiance of its cushioned bed, lay a magnificent dog collar, just Bruce's size, and a plate of solid gold tacked to it. By the saints! Look, there's wording on it. Will you read it now?" said Callahan, lifting it from its cushion and handing it to the captain, who had just come in. The captain read aloud, "Robert Bruce McMurray, the Fire Dog, in grateful remembrance of services rendered on the night of January 27th, 1890. From the owner of the stables to the dog who saved the lives of 20 horses." Bruce looked up wonderingly as McMurray slipped the circle over his head. "It's a proud day for the engine house, and for me," said the man. His voice trembled on the last word. "It's a proud day for the whole company by the same token," said Callahan. "I was expecting to see a crown out of that box. Long be the day before Bruce gathers with the saints and wears a halo. End of section 12. Recording by Scarlett, Louisiana. End of Dog Heroes of Many Lands by Sirrah Noble Ives.